words back on the screen now. So I have words.
I can't read it. There's no words on it.
All right, let's see if.
All right.
Let's see if we can get an answer to the question. What was the original name of Reese's Peanut Butter Cups? 215-263 WMMR is the number. And first caller in was Scott. So we will go to Scott. Hey, Scott, good morning.
Happy Halloween.
Same to you, Scott. All right, so what were the original name of Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, please?
Penny cups.
Yeah, they were called penny cups. Yep. Because they cost a penny at the time.
Not anymore.
Scott, you got it right. We are giving you a pair of tickets to see the band live, presented by WMMR, Friday, November 18th at the Excite Center inside Parks Casino in Ben Salem. 21 and over show. Tickets are sold out, and you can check out other great upcoming events at parkscasino.com. At the box office, number one was Black Adam, followed by Ticket to Paradise, Pray for the Devil, Smile. Then you have Halloween Ends. Till was number 6. Lyle Lyle Crocodile, number 7. Then you had Terrifier 2, The Woman King, and rounding out the top 10 was the movie Tar.
I saw that Liar.
Crocodile?
Yeah, the crocodile.
Crocodile?
Yeah, it was actually really good. It was
Good.
We left and Jace is 11, but he's still, some of the animated stuff he'll like. It's not fully animated, but we left and he was like, I want to get a crocodile. I was
my God.
I go, they don't all sing and dance. We can't do that.
Kath, that's not the movie that you were trying to, because you were looking for a movie that had a cat in it.
Oh no, the cat movie ended up being a documentary. I thought it was a movie and it was in the theaters, but Steve and I figured out it's a documentary, and I think it's like in limited theaters and it'll be on streaming soon.
Yeah, they're probably doing that to get a possible Oscar consideration because it's a documentary, but I've heard good things about it. You talked about it, Preston. It's about guys and their cats.
Yep. All right, well, we're going to start with people in their costumes.
Yes.
Naturally, the Kardashian family went all out for the holidays. Kylie Jenner shared her Bride of Frankenstein costume designed by Jean-Paul Gaultier.
Come on.
To Instagram on Friday. One of the images she shared even shows her strapped into an old examination table. Meanwhile, Kim wore a stunning costume as Mystique from X-Men, and Kendall Jenner spiced things up as the Jessie character from Toy Story.
Did you see that outfit?
No.
Yeah, everything is sexy,
yeah.
I want to see them go as like a baggy pants clown.
No, I'd like to see the picture of Jessie. So it was a sexy Jessie?
You know what? It was sexy
Kendall?
Jessie. Yes.
Okay. And Kylie was Bride of Frankenstein. I saw those pictures. That was, they're all super duper hot photos.
She did two. She did Bride of Frankenstein, and then she also did Elvira.
Nick, you don't just do one these days.
Of course not.
Yeah.
But the Elvira one, I mean,
that's super hot.
Yeah, it's pretty hot.
Do you remember when you go?
That looks like a stripper outfit.
Yeah.
When you were a kid, Preston, you'd ask your mom to take you to Jean-Paul Gaultier's outlet to get your Halloween costume?
Yes. I remember the old days. So, Kerry Washington.
Come on.
Oh, wait a minute.
What?
Kendall also did Sexy Woody?
Yeah.
No, that's not Woody. That's Jessie.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Hey, Jesse.
But Jessie isn't sexy, and they made it
They made
sexy.
Jessie
I know.
sexy.
Yeah.
No,
Butt
Jessie's
cheeks are
sexy.
hanging out.
Jesse's cute. But
Yeah.
It's cute.
Hey, in the original cartoon, was her ass hanging out?
No.
But literally, she's got essentially like a bikini bottom made of denim.
Come on.
And then chaps on.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Oh, boy.
Kerry Washington dressed up as Lionel Richie.
That was good.
Dancing to You Are in an Instagram video.
Okay.
What?
Sorry, you just said Lionel Richie. Did you know that he did a cover of his own song, Easy, with Willie Nelson?
No.
Did you ever hear that?
I never heard
Okay,
it.
back to you, Preston.
All right. And then we have Jessica Alba and a friend dressed up as the twins from
Just
the.
in a revelation this morning. Lionel Richie did a cover of his own song with Willie Nelson. We go down to Jimmy Lechevsky outside of Willie Nelson's tour bus. He's not up yet. All right, thank you, Jim.
It was only a second. It was
actually very brief, and we appreciate that.
So Jessica Alba and her friend dressed up as the twins from The Shining, and Paris Hilton went out as Sailor Moon. Who is Sailor Moon? Anybody know?
Is that from a kid's book?
I remember
sounds
Good Night
familiar.
Moon. And
Oh, maybe that's what I'm
Oh,
thinking.
it's a Japanese animated
Oh,
series.
that's right. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Memorable couples costumes include Machine Gun Kelly and Megan Fox as Pamela Anderson and Tommy Lee. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Josh Jamal and Audra Mari making fun of their age gap by dressing as Anna Nicole Smith and J. Howard Marshall.
That was actually really well done.
good.
That's a great
He
idea.
had a walker and everything.
And then Riverdale stars Camila Mendez, Lily Reinhart, and Madeleine Pesh. I'm not sure how you say her last name. But they apparently dressed up as the Sanderson sisters from Hocus Pocus. So the celebs getting into the swing of things. All right, so we're moving on to some other stories here. We'll start with Tom Brady and Gisele Bündchen after it was reported for weeks that they were having marital issues. The pair took to Instagram stories on Friday to confirm reports. No big surprise, but they are divorcing after 13 years.
Now, I heard that they are completely divorced now, that everything is signed, everything has been taken care of, it's over.
So Gisele wrote...
Nothing is over.
It's over!
Nothing is over.
It's over!
Nothing is over.
It's over!
Okay.
Gisele wrote with much gratitude.
What?
With much gratitude for our time together, Tom and I have amicably finalized our divorce. My priority has always been and will continue to be our children, whom I love with all my heart. We will continue co-parenting to give them the love, care, and attention they greatly deserve. She also shared that they thought that though they have grown apart, she wishes the best for Tom always. So yeah, it's done.
I want him dead.
They finalized it. For his part, Brady wrote, in recent days, my wife and I finalized our divorce from one another after 13 years of marriage. We arrived at this decision amicably and with gratitude for the time we spent together. We are blessed with beautiful and wonderful children who will continue to be the center of our world in every way. He added that they will continue to work together as parents. So if they were able to do it this quickly, if they were able to, the paperwork had to have already been
in
filed
motion
a while back.
Yes.
But because you also have to, a judge has to.
And he
okay
did.
this.
So he said, and I think that came down on Friday of last week. So the exact phrasing was, where the hell is it? Have been restored to the status of single and unmarried.
Right.
Per a judge. So, what kills me, though, is that it seems that everything I've read about this Preston goes back to that. He was supposed to retire. She felt he wasn't spending enough time with the kids. And the draw, I guess when you're the GOAT, when you're that dude, he couldn't tear himself from it, and that was that.
Yeah. And I'm assuming they had made an agreement with each other, and she's like, okay, clearly that meant nothing to you.
Right.
So whatever, man, they're done. And speaking of being done, legendary rock and roller Jerry Lee Lewis did pass away October 28th, just short of a month after celebrating his 87th birthday last September 29th.
This is the second time he's died this month.
That's right.
Yeah, it was originally reported last week, but it took a while.
He died due to complications from pneumonia at his home in DeSoto County, Mississippi. And the killer, as Jerry Lee was nicknamed in high school, by the way.
He got that in high school.
Yeah, came of age as part of the legendary Sun Records roster in the 1950s alongside Elvis Presley, Johnny Cash, and Carl Perkins. In fact, there's a picture of the four of them together standing around, Elvis is sitting at the piano. They're all standing around with guitars and stuff. And you're like, wow.
Yeah, that room.
Just the absolute legends amongst each other right there. Although he grew up with similar influences as his label mates, his music had a much harder edge. His acrobatic piano playing, much like his personality, was rowdy and dangerous at the time.
And often illegal.
Well, yeah. Earlier this month, the killer was finally inducted into the Country Music Hall of Fame. Too ill to attend the ceremony, old friend Chris Christopherson personally presented the coveted award to Lewis at home. And with the 2021 death of the late Don Everly, Jerry Lee Lewis stood as the sole surviving rock and roll pioneer, having outlived Don's brother Phil Everly, Fats Domino, Little Richard, Chuck Berry, Bo Diddley, Buddy Holly, Eddie Cochran, Gene Vincent, Carl Perkins, and the King, Elvis Presley. As he predicted, he indeed was literally the last man standing. In February 2020, he had suffered a minor stroke, forcing the legend to postpone a string of dates. Back in October 2009, Jerry Lee Lewis had opened both the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame 25th anniversary concerts in New York City's Madison Square Garden. In 2013, it was reported that producer T-Bone Burnett was working with the killer on an album that was to be released in conjunction with the HarperCollins publication of Lewis's recently published memoir, Jerry Lee Lewis's Own Story, as told to Pulitzer Prize-winning author Rick Bragg. So far, no release date on the album has been announced. He saw only 3 songs hit the top 10 of the Billboard Hot 100 during his career. It was Crazy Arms was his debut single. It didn't do much of a stir, but 1957's Whole Lot of Shaking Going On was a record that broke through for Lewis. The song first sold 100,000 copies in the South, and then the appearance on Steve Allen's show catapulted sales to 6 million nationally. Great Balls of Fire was another 1957 hit for him, sold more than 5 million copies. Whole Lot of Shaking Going On and Great Balls of Fire were simultaneously in the top 5 of the pop, country, and R&B charts. And in 1958, he saw a third record hit the top 10 with Breathless. That became number 7.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but Great Balls of Fire was a song about a severe case of the crabs, correct?
I don't know.
Okay.
Unfortunately for his career, he was the subject of popular scandal, too. The fact that he married his 13-year-old cousin in 1957 cost the respect of many fans and forced him to cancel a UK concert because the fans were so outraged.
It's like, well, what? What to do?
Since then, he's remarried several times and endured well-documented battles with the IRS, drugs, and health problems.
He was married 7 times. He was also a bigamist at one point. He was married to 2 women at once.
Yeah.
And 2 of his wives died under really mysterious circumstances.
Oh, wow.
So apparently the nickname The Killer might have actually had some
Validity?
validity. to it,
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
and in a number of those cases, Nick, he actually dated outside of his family.
Well, that's nice.
No.
as you can imagine, a lot of
Is
the
mommy taken?
rock and roll community paid tributes to him. Ringo Starr, Mick Jagger, Keith Richards, Rod Stewart, Elton John, John Fogerty, Gene Simmons, and the like were all commenting on what a great influence he was.
Can't take that away.
And that he definitely
Yeah.
was. Let's see, a few other things. How about this one? TMZ reports that boxer Floyd Mayweather supported Will Smith in the days following the infamous Oscar slap at a private screening of his new film Emancipation at the London Hotel. With Mayweather in attendance, Smith said, "I want to say something also about Floyd. So we've met each other, we've seen each other around, but we weren't like friends. And the day after the Oscars, for 10 days, he called me every day, and he was like, hey, you know you the champ, right? You good? You know you the champ, right? I want you to hear I want you to hear my voice say it." Smith said that was every day he called me, and it's like that's my dude forever right there.
Please leave me alone. Yeah, what? What?
I love how Will is kind of painted as the victim.
That's exactly what I thought.
It's
How you holding up, man?
It's stupid.
Is your hand still sore?
yeah, right. Dude,
What?
he got up and hit him in the face. Come on.
Hang in there, brother.
Yeah.
Put some ice on your hand. Which one did you slap him with?
Was it your bitch hand?
Yeah.
Was it your bitch hand?
Jesus, right?
God.
Guess what?
Yes. 10 times.
Leave it alone.
Yeah.
Is that the support you want from Floyd
Yeah.
Mayweather?
I know, right?
You know, like a guy that's been convicted of battery and domestic assault.
This is Will Smith. Okay, I know. Leave me alone.
Yep. All right. How about this? Rebel Wilson on Saturday took to her Instagram to comment on the Australian Press Council's ruling that the Sydney Morning Herald breached 2 of its principles in an attempt to out Rebel Wilson earlier this year. She wrote, "Just seeing the news that the Australian Press Council has condemned the Sydney Morning Herald with their and their journalists for their recent grubby behavior in trying to out my same-sex relationship. And while I don't personally ask for any action to be taken, I am glad that this has been officially recorded and recognized. Their actions did cause Ramona and I a lot of distress. And while we've remained classy, there are still pains from having to rush this news publicly, which we are dealing with."
You know, Neil Patrick Harris had to do the same thing because they were about to tip his hand, and he just said, the hell with it. I'll just come out, and it worked out for him.
She added, "We move on, focusing on all the absolutely amazing new things in our life, though. Sending love to everyone."
There's an Instagram picture up on the screen here and there. Look at that spread, Kathy.
Yeah, that looks good.
That's an incredible array of desserts.
Yes, they're going to dive in. In a recent interview with WSJ magazine, Maya Rudolph said that she did not have a good time during her first appearance on The Late Show with David Letterman in 2009. She said, "I didn't have a good time. He said my name wrong, and I just sat there. Like, I grew up my whole life in love with you, and my heart is now broken, and I'm sitting here embarrassed and humiliated. I didn't know how to handle it. She said that now she tries to be funny when she's uncomfortable. She said, I didn't know how to come up with something funny to say. My public persona muscle wasn't strong yet.
I love Maya Rudolph. When I was reading this, I was like, was he doing it intentionally, or was it just an honest mistake?
No, she said, I've definitely gotten much better, but he that happens, and then she has to sit through the interview,
Right.
and that's all she was thinking about.
Oh, I got you.
So she said Letterman later apologized in the episode.
Yeah.
And he said, I'm so sorry that I mispronounced your name. I'm just a boob. There's no excuse for it. And from the bottom of my heart, I sincerely apologize.
He introduced her as Julie Jerkoff.
But
forgive me.
But when he did it, I mean, she was like, then she couldn't even concentrate on the rest of the interview
How
because
did
of that.
you mispronounce?
I don't know. I didn't hear an audio
Maya?
clip of what he said.
Yeah, it's gotta
Kayak.
be your first name.
Maybe it was Maya Rudolph. I'm not really sure. So this was a pretty cool little story. In honor of Julia Roberts' 55th birthday on Friday, a resurfaced interview revealing an incredible story about her birth has been circulating. It turns out when her parents couldn't afford the hospital bill after she was born, Martin Luther King Jr. and Coretta Scott King covered it for them.
Is that a mind blower?
Isn't that wild? Yeah. In the viral clip, Roberts explains to Gayle King how her parents, Betty Lou Brademus and Walter Grady Roberts, became friends with the civil rights leaders. She said, my parents had a theater school in Atlanta called the Actors and Writers Workshop. She said, and one day, Coretta Scott King called my mother and asked if her kids could be a part of the school because they were having a hard time finding a place that would accept their kids, referring to the effects of segregation in the 1960s. She said, and my mom was like, sure, come on over. And they all became friends, and she said they helped us out of a jam. The King family paid for my hospital bills.
That's amazing.
Isn't that?
Billy Carter once paid for me at a toll booth, but that was not as exciting.
It's still kind,
Yeah,
though. You know? Henry Cavill announced on Saturday that he will be leaving The Witcher after playing the lead on the show for 3 seasons. He also shared that Liam Hemsworth is going to take his spot.
So the main character is being replaced by Liam Hemsworth, who is now Henry Cavill is a huge Witcher fan, but I guess his main motion picture duties are calling him away from this.
Cavill wrote, my journey as Geralt of Rivia has been filled with both monsters and adventures, and alas, I will be laying down my medallion and my swords for season 4. In my stead, the fantastic Mr. Liam Hemsworth will be taking up the mantle of the White Wolf. As with the greatest of literary characters, I pass the torch with reverence to the time spent embodying, is it Geralt or Geralt?
I think it's Geralt.
Geralt, and enthusiasm to see Liam's take on this most fascinating and nuanced of men.
So this was a video game he'd played for years. Preston loved it and then got the role. And, was ecstatic about it. But it is kind of weird. You know, there have been a handful of shows where they've changed the lead, like it's, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But this was supposed to be the final season of the series anyway, so maybe it won't impact that much.
According to Entertainment Weekly, by the way, Hocus Pocus 2 has become Disney Plus's most watched movie ever.
Wow.
What?
You can't escape the thing.
Way.
The much anticipated sequel is the biggest opening for a streaming movie ever recorded by Nielsen. Audiences reportedly watched 2.73 billion minutes of the film.
Wow.
Any of you watch it?
No.
Beating out Encanto at 2.2 billion.
I don't think it's been on yet in my house, which is weird because my wife and daughters are like big fans of
Hocus
the
Pocus
first
fans?
movie. Yeah.
People were fanatic about it, though.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, the day that it aired, several people said to me, like, happy Hocus Pocus tonight. Don't forget. Yes.
Okay.
I was like, and I didn't get a chance to watch it, but yeah, people were fanatical.
Do you know what one popped up into the streaming recommendations as well? That Halloween Town or whatever it is, that one with Debbie Reynolds?
Yeah.
Is that the name of it? Is it
Halloween Town,
yeah. Suddenly that's now listed. Remember, it wasn't last year. You wouldn't see it. Somebody brought it up on the show, and everyone was saying, "Oh my God, I love that thing."
Yeah. It was almost, it was like this little gem, this little underground thing that not everybody knew. I think it might have been like guilty pleasure, and then people started sharing that they loved it, and then everyone was like, "Yeah, I like it too." So I've forgotten about that, Steve.
I notice now that it's placed in those suggestions.
Well, Steve, I did make sure I watched Hubie Halloween this year.
Hubie, I did as well.
I don't know why I enjoyed it so much.
It's your Hocus Pocus.
All right, and then finally, Deadline reports that a second WandaVision spinoff is in development at Marvel Studios titled Vision Quest, which is interesting because that was a movie in the 1980s.
Does he join the wrestling team?
Maybe he joins the wrestling team.
And just beams them out of existence.
The series is expected to follow Paul Bettany's Vision character as he tries to regain his memory and humanity.
Do you think the theme will be crazy for you?
It would have to be.
Right?
They'd have to throw a little nod in there or something like that.
It is interesting that he did not show up in Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness because,
Agreed.
you know, she was such a huge part of it, and he was a big part of the series, obviously, and then you sort of, they just kind of let it go.
She was so madly in love with him that she created this.
That was the whole premise of it.
Along with the kids.
Yeah. All right, we are now ready for clips. The two devious demon brothers, Wendell and Wild, have to face their arch enemy with the help of the nun sister Helly in Wendell and Wild. And in this clip, director Henry Selick explains why he loved having Key and Peele in the movie.
They were so surprising. They could play anybody. And they were so good at, like, pulling the feint. I think they're, I don't know, the best comedy duo ever, the best sketch artists ever. Maybe they're both.
I don't think I want to see it.
Wendell and Wild is out on Netflix now. Next clip. Caught between two warring clans, the son of a notorious witch responsible for a deadly massacre tries to find his place in The Bastard Son and the Devil himself. And here, star Jay Lycurgo is talking about the title of the show.
Yeah, I mean, like, we didn't have that title straight away. So Half Bad was the first title for months and months and months, to the point where we're changing and we're trying to be the best for this new title. But the Bastard Son and Devil himself, yeah, definitely I felt like it needed that edge, and especially when the title changed, it made perfect sense.
I don't think I want to see it.
The Bastard Son and the Devil himself is out now on Netflix as well. And that's it. That's the last story I have for you this morning. All right, there's so much excitement. Today is Halloween.
Yes.
We have, the Union won the conference finals.
How amazing is that?
And so they're going on to the championship. The Eagles are still undefeated. And ladies and gentlemen, Game 3 of the World Series comes to Philadelphia tonight. We have your opportunity to win tickets to game number 4 tomorrow night. And we're going to do a little contest called Fill in the Blank. It's pretty simple on the surface in that we have a name written down. It's blank right now, but we'll fill out the name if you get it right. And it's a Phillies player at some point in the history of the team. And all you have to do is guess. So what we'll do is I'm going to give away a clue right now. We will return. We'll take 3 callers. We'll let you take a guess. If you get it wrong, we'll give away another clue, and we'll continue that way through the course of the morning. If it's looking like we're having a hard time getting it from 3 callers, we might take more later on. All right, so your first clue for Phil's tickets to the game tomorrow night, courtesy of our friends at Budweiser, is for the entire time he played with the Phillies, the team played in the National League. 215-263 WMMR. They've always played in the National League. So for the entire time he played with the Phillies, the team played in the National League. When we come back, we're just going to let you take that clue in. Don't call right now. When we return, we will tell you when to call in.
That should have narrowed it down.
And then we will take your calls, and we will start eliminating people from the roster. So you want to make sure that you're writing these names down and the clues down. Stay with us through the morning. Let somebody know that you're in on this contest, and maybe you can win together. It'd be a pretty sweet deal.
I don't know if you realize, but you gave away 2 clues in that. You said he.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God. I don't believe it. All right.
Preston.
We'll get the callers in a moment. Stay with us on this Halloween morning of the Preston and Steve Show.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Has a lot of experience with planes. We've seen, him and the other guy. There are 2 of these televangelists that are really big into their aircraft.
They are really consumed with the level of aircraft that they own, and often the current plane they own is not good enough.
It just ain't going to cut it.
Because the Lord needs them to spread the gospel.
We were blessed to have an airplane that it was a Vickers Viscount.
A Vickers Viscount.
And a man on our board of directors owned that airplane. And his financial situation had come to the place where, particularly after he got born again, and a lot, I won't go into all that.
No, that's more. I won't go into all that. That's the religious part and it bogs things down. By the way, if we're all not clear at this point, not dime one is making its way to anybody who's poor. I just want to be clear on that. And I know I can say that to you, God bless you all, everyone sitting here right now, and it won't matter. You'll still gladly open up your wallets and put that money in the collection plate.
All right, let me continue.
But that airplane had been parked for several years. And it was a 4-engine turboprop.
I mean, Jesus Christ, he sounds like
he's talking about
this. It sounds like you're at an air show. He's a preacher. He's a man of the Lord, ostensibly.
Airliner. So this was back in the days when George first came along, and oh man, we had fun in that old airplane, didn't we?
Oh my God.
They had an older sort of navigation system on that. I know that many of you are going to remember that they didn't have the triple GPS coordination system that you find in the newer vehicles. Did I mention Jesus yet or anything?
This is a sermon?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, we
There's a particular fuel mixture that I'd like to talk about. And then, of course, why you shouldn't covet your neighbor's wife.
Right. Yeah, this is in front of a group of his followers.
This is in church. Or whatever.
Televangelist.
Airplane hangar.
Yeah. All right.
Well, we put that thing back in the service. We went through that airplane from head to from nose to tail, and they did X-rays of the fuselage and everything, looking for corrosion. And there was some. It wasn't all that bad, but the X-rays showed that there was some spots of corrosion.
Okay, and he's saying, okay, how can I
tie this back into
how do I bring this back?
What's my spiel?
Like the way your soul gets corroded.
Right.
Oh, good. Go with that.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
All right, so he takes big, long pauses. Here we go.
And so I was praying over it. And just
he's praying over the corrosion.
Corrosion,
in his
he's
air.
praying over it, yeah.
Okay. All right, so instead of going out and earning money,
I decided to return my faith to its upright position. Because the Lord's beverage cart had been stowed. Because we were coming in for a landing.
And just as plain,
listen to this.
The Lord said to me,
okay, so this is God talking directly to him.
No fumar.
He's talking directly to him. Yeah.
The Lord said to me, lay hands on it. I'll heal it. What?
Listen to the people talk. What? And he says, what?
What?
Even he doesn't buy it.
I never heard him. What do you... Well, he said, Kenneth.
You're an idiot.
You're an idiot.
He said, Kenneth, you're an idiot. This is your thing. You're all about the freaking planes. Give it a try.
He said, corrosion comes from the curse.
Oh.
Self-pleasuring.
Yes.
And listen to the people going, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Comes from the curse.
Comes from the curse.
He said, I provided that airplane for you, didn't I? I said, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
He said, lay hands on it. Okay.
Okay.
And I started.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, didn't he say that? All right, so this plane belonged to somebody else, and the Lord provided it for him at the...
Lord didn't have much use for the previous owner.
Yeah, the previous owner had
previous owner could have gone down a ball of flames. The Lord would not have given a rat's ass.
And I started praying in the Spirit, and the more I prayed in the Spirit, the happier I got. And so I just went up, oh man, you talk about laying hands on that thing. I laid hands on it all over, and it's a big old airplane. It took a while to do it.
I have to be honest with you, at a certain point, I put my pee-pee in a few holes. And it felt good. Because some of them have some of the rubber stoppers that feel like a woman's lady parts. It felt good.
I mean, come on.
I know.
Who's sitting there? Who's sitting there listening to this?
A group of people.
And he has a very large following.
The answer is enough people.
Yeah, to pay for that beautiful aircraft.
Not one listen, I don't know how big that crowd is. Not
Are you out of your mind?
Right?
Laid hands on that thing, just laid hands on it all over and praised God and laid hands on that and commanded that corrosion to leave in Jesus' name.
Seriously.
Then I crawled up and I kind of hunched my back and started gyrating like, who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy?
Serious.
And I saw that corrosion disappear. Then I exploded. Come on.
They did more x-rays and came back. There was just one little old spot there. I said, Lord, what? No, he said, I want to remind you. I said, what are you reminding me of? He said, they could have said maybe the x-rays were wrong.
I said, maybe the x-rays.
Oh my God.
Are wrong.
If only you could see Steve's face right now. Come on.
I said, oh, maybe. I just maybe.
What?
X-rays are wrong.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this. Take him out to an airport. Get a plane that has some sort of error, with something wrong with it, something that makes it really not safe for flight. Lay down on it, and would he lay down on it and pray and then get in that plane?
Well, God didn't tell him that. That would be the defense. God didn't tell me to heal this one, so I can't do it if He's not telling me to do it.
Oh my
you know
God!
What I mean, so there's a
fail-safe,
a built-in fail-safe.
So we laid hands on it again, and it's gone.
You're buying this? Yeah. Even I don't believe it.
We need to loop that. Gwyneth Paltrow was spotted at Long Island's New York Center for Innovative Medicine, a center known for its holistic treatment of Lyme disease.
Was she wearing a lab coat?
The founder, I don't know if she's wearing a lab coat. The founder, Dr. Thomas Zulk, has been featured on her website, Goop, for his energy blanching procedure.
I read Zulk on Goop, and I like.
Oh, wait a minute!
What?
I said the wrong thing. Not energy blanching. Energy balancing. Blanching is lightly boiling.
None
something.
of us would have noticed.
Listen, in the world of Goop, that makes complete sense. Now they can blanch your energy.
Yes.
Oh, that sounds good. I'll try that.
Yes. Can you also whiten my anus?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
We can whiten your anus.
Here's the app for that.
Too.
I'm blanching both my anus and my energy.
God. Hey, I had a story that keys off of teachers, and I thought this was kind of interesting. This is out of, where is this? Somewhere in the South. I think it's in the...
is it Florida?
No, it's North Carolina. The teacher at Northeast Carolina Preparatory School in Tarboro, North Carolina, had apparently punished one of their students. By punish, I mean making them write a phrase over and over and over and over again.
A la Bart Simpson.
Because he called her ma'am.
Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, and she didn't like it, and so he had to write the word ma'am numerous times. His teacher asked him to write it. He told his mother that he had to return this with the parent's signature after he repeatedly called her the word despite being told not to do so.
Okay, well, if she told him not to, then...
Yeah, he completed his assignment during class hours, which made his mom worry that maybe it had interfered with some of school, the schoolwork.
Yes.
According to the mom, Mrs. Wilson, the teacher also told the young boy that if she had something... she would have thrown it at him. I'm sorry, said to the boy. So if she would have had something, she would have thrown it at him. After the mom signed the paper, she had also had the boy write down the definition of ma'am, which is a term of respectful or polite address used for a woman, according to Oxford Dictionary. In this blank space with the proper name of the person, from the history of the team. The first clue we've given away for the entire time he played with the Phillies. The team played in the National League. 215-263-WMMR. 3 callers. We'll go to it after we get a look at traffic. Kathy, what's going on this morning?
We've got an accident on the Blue Route northbound. It's Jam 95 to Baltimore Pike. Northbound side also slowing from Conshohocken to Ridge Pike, where we've got another accident. That one is in the right lane. 95 southbound. Jams from Cotman through to Bridge, the Vine, westbound Volume Building from 95 to Broad Street, the Ben Franklin Parkway to the Schuylkill. On the Schuylkill eastbound, you're slow from Gladwin into Belmont, Montgomery to the Vine, westbound City to Belmont, and then again at the Conshohocken curve. 422 eastbound slows Trooper to First Avenue. Boot Road at 322. We had an accident. That's now been cleared. In New Jersey, a number of things happening here. 42 north jams the Black Horse Pike to 295. An accident blocking the right lane. 55 northbound heavy from Deptford to 42. 295 northbound at 168. There's an accident off to the shoulder north. Also jams from 47 to 42. And then in Delaware, Route 13 northbound closed between Christiana Road and 141. And that's because of an accident. This traffic report brought to you by Whole Foods Market. Save big at Whole Foods Market. Get $5 off per pound of sustainable wild-caught sockeye salmon fillets through November 1st while supplies last. Prime members save an extra 10%. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right. Thank you very much, Kathy. We're going to have your chance to get tickets to go to the game tomorrow night. World Series game number 4. And I wanted Casey's like, what kind of some music should we play? I want something heroic.
Heroic.
It could be a heroic moment if you win these tickets and you take someone with you. And we have one clue given out so far. This is the way it's going to work. We're going to take 3 callers. If you get it incorrect, well, if you get it correct, we'll give you the tickets. You're going to the game. How about that? But if you don't get it right, at the end of this segment, we'll give away another clue. Then we'll break and come back, and we'll take 3 more callers again. We'll keep doing that throughout the morning until we give these tickets away today before the show is up, and is courtesy of our friends at Budweiser, the king of beer. So, 3 callers now. Let's see if we can get a winner. We are going to go to Matt, who's our first caller in. Hey, Matt, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
All right, Matt, for the tickets to game number 4, fill in the blank. Who is the player?
Jimmy Rollins?
That is incorrect. Guess number 1 out of the way. Let's go to Jeremy. Jeremy, good morning.
Hi.
You got a chance at tickets to game number 4. Fill in the blank. Who is it?
Michael Jack Schmidt.
It is not Michael Jack Schmidt. Sorry, we'll take one more caller, and it is Brian that we'll go to. Brian?
Well, he just took my guess. So I'm going to go Tug McGraw.
Tug McGraw, incorrect. That is 3 out of the way. So you can eliminate Jimmy Rollins, Mike Schmidt, and Tug McGraw. They are not the Philly that we are looking for. I will give another clue at the end of this particular segment. So make sure that you stay with us if you want to win those tickets, because the clues are going to be essential. And listening and staying with us through this morning could get you those tickets to game number 4.
They will be given away.
Ooh, yes, they will. All right. So with that, think about the fact that people are going to tonight's game. It's Halloween.
Yes.
As well.
Oh, my God. So, yeah. Nick, you going?
I lucked out. I got a pair of tickets for tonight. My brother surprised me, which was really generous of him. And so I'm going to take my dad, which I'm very excited about. My dad took me to the World Series in 1993.
Wow.
And I took me out of college. And I went and saw Game 5 of the 93 World Series with Kurt Schilling pitched. They won 2-0. So I'm taking my dad tonight. And my brother wants us to dress up in the tuxedos from Dumb and Dumber in order to get the tickets. I said, I don't know if my dad's going to be able to pull that off, but I think I'm going to do a costume tonight. I'll wear something.
Now, is your dad going to take you guys trick-or-treating before?
Yes. Yeah, I think we're going to go around Society Hill.
Because I think that's going to be the great sort of mathematical equation tonight.
Right.
Effectively getting out for trick-or-treating, all the baseball fanatics who are going to be absolutely tied to the TVs and everything.
Yeah.
So I'm anticipating an earlier strike.
Yes, at 8:03, it will all stop.
I'm anticipating. So usually around my house, stuff starts to kick in around 6. I'm going to figure we're going to probably start around the 5 range, even maybe in that general range. And see how that goes.
Maybe. Yeah.
You guys don't have, so none of your kids are actively, except for you, Kathy.
Yep, we're
actively
going
trick-or-treating. What now?
No, Caroline's going out.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
But you don't have to, obviously she's of an age.
I don't have to walk through the neighborhood and do that whole routine anymore.
I loved doing that when Ben was little. Like it
was great.
It's really fun, and you can be drunk Superman.
I was,
but you can when I would take my son and my nephew out, we would go into this townhome community, and it's really fond memories for me.
Well, and Caroline and I used to do like team costumes for years, and then stopped
remember
a couple
when it
of years
ended?
ago.
You were crushed.
It's
Broke
heartbreaking.
my heart. I thought we would keep doing that until she was 35 years old.
What is she being this year?
I don't know if I'm supposed to tip the hand or not.
Just maybe you could dress up and like run behind them.
Or did I say something on the air about it?
No, you just told us.
You may have told us off the air.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and tell. She's going to be, her and her friend are going to be Jack and Rose from Titanic.
All right, here's what you can be.
Yeah.
Billy Zane running after them with a gun.
Yeah. That's a great idea.
So get dressed up. Don't let them know. Don't let them know.
Get a gun.
And get a gun.
Right.
And come running after them.
Or I could be Molly Brown.
Yes, you could be.
Yeah, dressed as Kathy Bates.
That'd be good. But
actually would be great.
there's actual interaction.
Yes,
And
you're right.
Yeah.
We have Nick mentioned townhouses, so that's where we go trick or treating, and it's like when you live near a townhouse community, it's so easy because also the kids kind of just go, they run around. You really don't have to worry about the cars or anything like that, and it's so simple, and it's a ton of houses. So that's what we'll do tonight too.
Kathy, I was adding in some extra supplies because we get hit fairly hard. I mean, and so I'm getting the candy, and the guy looking across the candy display at me goes, "You get a lot of trick-or-treaters, huh?" And I go, "Yes," because last year I got a couple hundred,
And I'm complete opposite. I know you get a ton. We talk about it every year, and I get a handful of people.
Yeah.
Right.
That's it. And I live right at the top of where all of the kids go to trick or treat, but they just don't make it all the way to my house, I think.
Right.
We have a busy neighborhood. We have like 300 homes in our neighborhood, and it's a
perfect trick-or-treating neighborhood.
It is. It's very safe. It's easy for people to get around.
Houses are large, but they're closer together. They're not, you can cover. That's what kills me. And in some areas, like in their parts of Manioc, wherever the houses are close together, boom, 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 boom.
Right. Where we used to live, I was really surprised with how we lived on a cul-de-sac, right? And it was like down a hill. So I think people just bypassed our street altogether. But
a cul-de-sac could be perfect.
But even still, like when we took the kids out, like I was like, where is everybody?
Yeah.
Or like, am I misremembering how busy Halloween was, from when I was growing up? Because it seemed like everybody was out. But when I went out, I'm like, man, there's like nobody out here. And my neighborhood now, there's a little bit of a resurgence. The neighborhood is turning over.
Let me ask you, Kate. Yes, some neighborhoods age out of that.
Yeah.
But also, I think there's also a lot of kids who probably weren't able to do it, or parents might have been a little fearful over the past couple of years.
Yeah.
And maybe this is a return to that. We might see some more activity. Of course, locally it's juxtaposed with the game, so that might prove an issue.
The other thing that I found weird was when we moved into our house, it was the first time where there were multiple houses that were like closed for Halloween. And when I was growing up, literally in my neighborhood, one house. There was one house that had all the lights off, don't show up.
Likewise.
Every other house was like, come up and get some candy. But when I used to live in Lawrence Park, like there were a ton of houses that were like lights out. I'm like,
what do you think statistically now? Is that what your neighborhood's pretty hopping, right, Kathy? Your neighborhood, I mean,
it's besides my house. Yes, it is. There's kids everywhere. You see princesses running, you see superheroes. Like, it's a fun time usually on Halloween near me.
I'll be honest. I'd shut it down at some point. Eventually,
but you're open for business.
Yeah.
I'm talking. These houses were never open.
No. I mean, at some point, I'm kind of bored with doing it.
Oh.
Like overall, in general. I'm not trying to be a Scrooge or anything like that, but we get up super duper early in the morning. And
but you are.
Shut up.
You do this for Christmas. You used to love Halloween. Now you hate Halloween.
Did I just say I hate Halloween?
I didn't hear it, but your body language kind of was like, I hate it.
I said I'm kind of tired of it.
I'm
tired of it.
So are you saying you're not going to... When you realize you hated children, no. Are you saying you're not? You do your deal, but your lights will be out at like 8, right?
No, we'll go till people stop. Whatever.
Totally fine.
No, I'm saying
6:30.
eventually I'm gonna get tired of it.
Well, sure. When you're in a retirement home being spoon-fed pudding.
You know what I like? I like the little kids.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I like the little kid portion of the evening, and then after that, it starts to get a little bit iffy.
You don't like the old.
You know what?
kids?
I haven't seen that transition over the past couple of years. For the most part, it stays pretty much young kids. I remember years ago, you'd see as you said, it'd be a kid wearing a sports jersey who's like just shy of 20.
His football jersey.
I get legions of those.
Do you?
It's like, get off my property.
But listen,
Get off my lawn!
They threw some. We were just talking about this off the air, because you guys said that some of your kids are done trick or treating, and I was like, I remember trick or treating, throwing on some lame costume, a wig, and I was always a homeless person. That was my
through
go-to.
high school,
and going out
Look
with,
at me,
with
I'm
my
homeless.
friends.
I can't afford medication. And I'm addicted to narcotics. Trick or treat.
Steve,
I just had an alleyway abortion. I'm an alcoholic.
God. Took a turn.
Can I have a Clark bar?
sure did.
Oh my God.
That was Steve. It was my go-to costume if I needed something.
It was one of the guys. There'd be the hobo. But when we talk about hobo, what it would be is
God.
the Emmett Kelly clown sort of version.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It wouldn't be like track marks and
No. You had the bag on the end
the
of the
lovable
stick.
with the stick, and I'm riding the rail.
Right,
We
rail.
call-
Yeah.
we-
Hobo
my,
stew.
my
I
parents.
haven't eaten in a month. I sell my blood for $5. I'm addicted to narcotics.
Do a little light prostitution.
Absolutely, I'll do it all.
Yeah.
Well, we called it the bag lady. That's what. it
Oh
was.
no, we were hobos. But essentially, you're like, I'm a homeless person.
I'll have sex with your pet for booze money.
Seriously.
Oh my God.
Oh my
Kathy,
God.
I actually
Trick or treat.
I trick or treated up until my freshman year of college. Me and my friends went out, and that was the last year I actually went out and trick or treated. But I always wore a costume.
Yeah.
If somebody comes up to your house, no costume
At all.
are you giving them candy?
Me, my house, sure, because nobody comes. I'm like, oh, good, somebody stopped by.
If
I don't care if you want a piece of candy, you can come to my house.
By the way,
I don't care.
if they're polite and they're and I tell you what, I have gotten over the past couple of years nothing but really wonderful kids, polite, and Preston, that joy of seeing them embracing this magical thing is so wonderful. It just makes you smile.
Embracing this magical thing.
Yeah.
Halloween.
I had these kids.
Do you not think so?
I don't know.
I had kids come back for seconds.
Your kids didn't light up on Halloween.
Oh, no, they loved it and everything.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's good for them.
It's just a fun night. I want all the kids to have fun. Listen, I'm going to give you candy.
It is harder when it's on a Monday. A Monday night sort of takes away some of the charm of it, and I guess
I think that's part of why. The weeknights.
You're starting a week this way, and you know what's weird? My son has a half day today, and the reason is because of Halloween.
Really?
And I was talking to him about it last night, and he was saying if they're going to do this, why not give a half day on Tuesday?
Tomorrow, yeah.
Tomorrow morning.
Right.
But they have a half day today and it's so that kids, I guess, can. It's district wide, so the elementary school kids can go out and trick or treat.
If they gave it like a delayed day tomorrow morning, they could stay out later and drink.
Casey,
Catholic
didn't
school,
they
we never had school the day after Halloween.
That's amazing.
It's All Saints Day.
All Saints
And
Day.
is that still the case? Tomorrow?
Yeah,
That's awesome.
Yeah, and Catholic schools are off. It's a religious holiday.
Huh.
Yeah, it was great. It was awesome.
I tell you what, though,
lucky you.
when you had the Holy Grail, when you had Halloween on Saturday,
Oh, yeah.
sweet Mother of God.
Can you believe there was a time in my life where I actually didn't eat the candy right away? I actually would wait for my parents to go through my bag before,
Make sure it was safe?
Yeah, make sure there were no razor blades in the candy bars. And
there was a time, and there was an innocent time, Preston, I'm sure you could remember, where occasionally people would throw baked goods into your bag, and oh my God, it's cookies.
I thought you meant like baked potatoes.
No, that they made themselves.
Yeah.
Like brownies that they made themselves.
Popcorn balls.
Popcorn balls.
That was one always kind of confused me a little bit. I'm like, what is this made of?
What am I supposed to do with
what,
it?
what do I do?
Is there something inside this?
What constitutes the balls of pop?
Man, listen, the one that always surprised me was, and this happened a few years, is getting religious pamphlets that were thrown in there. And there was and I forgot who this guy was. He was kind of well known amongst like really intense Christian beliefs, but made these little booklets, and there were they were like a cartoon type of comic books. They were like comics. And as you're reading it, as you're going along in the story, you're like, oh my God, this guy's going to hell. I mean, like eternal damnation and all this stuff. I'm like, who handed this out to me?
I just wanted a Mounds bar.
I was dressed as one of the Beatles, and I like,
that's so. My advice would be for kids, if you encounter houses like that, write proverbs on eggs. And then throw them at the house.
John 3:16.
You're spreading the gospel all over the front of their house.
But yeah, every now and then you would get some confusing things as far as and there were the dentists in the neighborhood maybe who gave you
you're just begging for it,
and so on.
Or pencils. Sometimes we would get
pencils.
Yeah. That was.
You know
I remember the house.
Kathy,
I remember the house too that would give out the pencils.
Why don't you use Halloween to give out the Christmas gifts you didn't like like you say, you have things that you like that you'll just put over on your neighbor's porch.
I cleaned out.
Here's a dress I'm not wearing anymore.
Here's a beer making kit.
I did. I handed it out to my whole neighborhood, and they were all like, "Who's leaving this stuff on our front porch?"
I'll tell you, it was a huge hit in our house, and we did it for several years. And for some reason, Rochelle wasn't able to get them this year. And when the first year when we were going to hand them out, I'm like, really? We're going to hand these out? The kids went crazy for them. Were the small little containers of Play-Doh.
Yeah, you can go to Party City for those.
Them.
Dude, that's a great idea.
I got those because
you can eat that.
Well, and they said because some of the kids have allergies and whatever it is if they just want like a little toy. So I have those little Play-Doh containers.
Yeah, and they're going to get candy at every single house.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh. Wow. All right. Yeah, I'll take those. And we'd let them pick the color they wanted and stuff. So
what about when you got change? When they paid with like quarters or something.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that wasn't much.
No, we would go to homes literally, Nick, where
you get change.
They would take like pennies.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I would be there like, even the cheapest candy bar.
You could make a good $14, $15 collecting for UNICEF while you were out for
one of my great embarrassments of life was this year I collected for UNICEF and kept it. Now I forgot to bring it in. I will give myself that.
All you had to do was hand over the box, but you're sitting there as a kid, and you're like, "Wow, that's $9 in here."
I've tried to make good on that my entire life.
I did enjoy, like when we get home and my sister and I would go through our bags of like swapping with each other.
That was great.
And
you learn commerce.
Getting the stuff that you liked, and they could have, and obviously there were ones in there like, I don't want this, you want this, and then she could have it, or if nobody wanted it, we scrapped it in the pile.
Would you get the full examination from your folks?
They probably glanced over it, and after about 10 or 15 pieces, went, "Yeah, this is all fine. Go ahead,
go for it. Life is a risk."
I think they would probably just look to see if anything was open.
Sure, yeah.
Am I the only one in the room that hates coconut-based candy?
No, me.
You hate it too.
Yeah.
I thought so. Yeah. Anything like Mounds, almond joy.
Bring me your almond joys.
Where you bring them on over, Preston will split them.
I'll take those. The ones that also kind of confused me as a kid were the nondescript, either orange or black wax paper, those peanut butter chews or whatever those were.
What the hell are those?
That's possibly the cheapest candy ever.
Yeah, terrible.
And those would be thrown out immediately.
Yeah.
And I like peanut butter, but that was just weird.
I'll tell you what, just turn your lights off and don't answer the door. If you're not going to play along by the rules, then just don't play.
So a friend of mine swears that he can still do the bowl of candy out on the front stoop, a large bowl, and the bowl will be respected.
Oh, my whole neighborhood does that because Well, we're actually getting a little bit past it because everybody had little kids. So they used to do bowls out there. People would take one, take two. I did it along with a couple of other people. You drilled holes in the pumpkin and you stuck lollipops in there. They could just come up and grab
nice.
A lollipop or two. Yeah, I mean, our everybody in our neighborhood did that the last couple of years. So it
no
worked
answering,
out.
No ringing the doorbell, no trick or treat. You just come up and take something.
Yeah, because everybody was out with their kids. They didn't want to stay home. But kids are getting older, so I'm sure some parents will stay home now.
Let me ask you this: how has Ring doorbell technology changed the likelihood of the full bowl dump? Right?
Yeah. I could talk to them and tell them
the kids don't
put it back.
care.
They don't care.
Right.
The kids do not care.
Hey.
Yeah.
Put it back.
Put it back, you little bastard.
I wouldn't mind doing that. I wouldn't mind kind of switching to I get tired of going and answering the door all night. I know you guys
I just sit out front.
Well, we do that too, but depending on how the weather is. If it's nice out like tonight, we'll set a table up out front and just sit out there for hours.
Yeah.
The whole
Drunk
time.
Superman wants to be inside on his
drunk
couch.
Superman's got.
I gotta go back to Krypton.
Should I ghillie suit it and scare the kids? That was my favorite thing I ever did.
Yes.
Every year we move the fire pit to the front of the top of the steps and have that going, and we sit there and we have turkey tacos. That is the tradition, and I love it. But yeah, I get after a while, we shut down at a certain point. It's not like we're on a vigil.
Casey, do the ghillie suit.
Yeah.
That's got to be fun.
That was and so my daughter ended up going to, when she went to high school, like one of her first days of school, she was like, "Your dad scared me on Halloween." She had never met this girl before, but these girls, it was so funny because I put my wife in charge of getting the candy, and she was getting the stuff that. And listen, no, I know she's listening. No offense. But you're kind of like the only person who loves Twizzlers. People like Twizzlers.
I love Twizzlers.
Yeah, she was, this girl was going through the bucket in front of the door. She's like, "Oh, Twizzlers."
Oh,
yeah.
that's what
I was
she said?
videotaping it, and I was like,
"Get your hands off my Twizzlers."
I love that.
By the way, did you guys know candy corn was invented in Philadelphia?
Oh, my God. We're so sorry, world.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good for like one handful of candy corns a year, and that is it.
Oh, no.
I can, a couple of them, but I don't taste them and go. Bleh. They're just like
wax.
Boring.
Yeah,
like
they're
wax.
boring. Exactly. But they come from here, right?
And they were nicknamed the Devil's Ear, Satan's Earwax, according to food writers at Takeout Media site. But people have a love-hate relationship with candy corns because some people are diehards. They love them. Candy corn was invented by George Renninger, an employee of Philly's Wunderle, Wunderle, Wunderle Candy Company in the 1880s.
So are we supposed to perceive the candy corn as a kernel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, kernel of corn.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't get the hate. If you don't like them, that's fine. But just don't eat them.
Kill everyone involved.
Kill them all. Casey, I'm good for 2 handfuls.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we can all agree that those chocolate candy corns suck ass, right?
I've never had them.
I don't know that I've ever had them.
Yeah.
And the candy corn pumpkins can go swim in a pond for all I care.
Wait, candy corn pumpkins?
Yeah, it's the same candy, but in the shape of a pumpkin.
Oh, yeah. That's way too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
How sweet would that effing thing be? I know what you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of something different.
Now, as a kid, I kind of liked them because, I don't know, whatever, they were simple. They were simple and you were little and all that. But, I don't know. Apparently, their sugar level is through the roof.
Of course.
And when were they
as
invented?
opposed to other things. They were invented in 1880s. In the 1880s.
I don't have 1880s beer. Yes, I do, as a matter of fact.
Wait, hold on.
Yes. There we go.
My dearest wife,
Yeah.
today on the fields of Gettysburg, we took a hard one. Many men were brought back to life through the use of candy corn.
Brought back to life?
Yes, teetering on the edge.
Scientists have measured a wide range in human preference for sugar, our sweet tooth, and candy corn contains a higher percentage of sugar than almost anything on the shelf.
Oh, my gosh.
People with an extreme sweet tooth, the types who tend to like ultra sweet candy, such as candy corn, represent 20% of the population, according to Danielle Reed, a taste and smell researchers at the Monell Chemical Senses Center in Philadelphia. She said, you have to have the sweetest of sweet tooths to like candy corn. It's almost pure sugar. Not everyone grooves to that sweet vibe. And to be specific, the candies are roughly 3/4 sugar by weight. And to give you some examples, it's way more than soft drinks, which are typically 10 to 12% sugar and more than most candy. So Hershey's Kisses, for example, are about 56% sugar. So candy corn is 3/4 sugar, so about 75% sugar.
What's the rest? Pork?
Ooh, no, I don't think it's pork. And it does not give the recipe here, Steve. I'm not sure what else is, I don't know if that's like, paraffin or what you're eating.
So, I'm sorry, did you say candy corns are the most sugar-intensive candy available?
It says almost pure sugar, almost more than anything else on the shelf.
You gotta figure back in the 1880s, this was probably... I don't know what candy was like back then.
Right.
But this is probably like a total game changer.
Oh,
yeah, well, up to then, it had been shoe leather that kids would suck on.
They had things like licorice and stuff were...
That was good shoe leather that you sent me in my care package. I've been sucking on it all through the year.
They said there likely is more strong feelings about candy corn than sugar alone. Much of the way we taste food is tied up in its scent, and there likely is a range in how people perceive the proprietary aromas in this candy and or any other food. So, asked to describe the flavor, University of Georgia food scientist William Kerr termed it buttercream. Sort of sugar, butter, honey, and vanilla. Those are the notes you would pick up on.
I'd probably be more inclined to eat something that was that. To me, candy corn has like a waxy smell.
So here are the ingredients. Nick pulled this up. Sugar, corn syrup, confectioner's glaze, salt, cocoa powder, hydrogenated palm kernel oil,
uranium,
gelatin, dextrose, honey, artificial flavor, sesame oil, and then you have the colors that are put in there. Soy lecithin.
Okay.
Or lecithin. I'm not sure how that's pronounced. So, yeah, that's what's in there.
I'll tell you what was cool, seeing the actual, how they produce it, the machine that's, cranking out these candy corns.
I've never seen that.
That's pretty fascinating.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And so are they... do they take, I guess, so it's yellow, orange, and white. And so it has to be done in 3 different batches, I assume.
Yeah.
And do they drop a little bit in each?
Right.
I'd have to see that. I'd have to see how, because there's got to be millions.
Footage of, okay.
There's got to be millions of them that are made.
This is the dispersing, but the actual creation, because you have those 3 definitive parts of the candy corn.
Yeah.
Let's see if they cut to it to explain how it's done.
This is on how it's made. By the way, what was on?
This is from Vivid Home Video.
No, it's from Dog Fart.
Oh.
No.
Yo, ever heard of Jerkmate?
Dog Fart.
They used to be. All right, we're watching video
Okay, you
of
see now?
them pressing these. All right, that's pretty wild. I don't know exactly what's happening there. But what was the before How It's Made, that show came on? What was the like public access or PBS that would show
Why It's Made?
them making potato chips and stuff all the time?
I love that.
Remember?
I love all that stuff.
Oh man,
Pringles are pretty fun to watch.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyhow, so in addition, preferences for foods are often rooted in context, meaning where and how the person first encountered them. So you might have a sentimental view of candy corn, and therefore it's still good to you.
He's not getting nostalgic about it.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, and I don't hate it. It's just, and they haven't shown up in my house at all this year. So, like, usually if they do show up in my house, I feel like obligated to take
just like
a handful.
a couple of
By the
them.
way, when you get them, if they were to end up in a trick or treat bag, do they end up loose? You wouldn't just shovel out.
No.
So what's the container? A small bag of.
I don't think.
I don't
think
remember
individually wrapping it.
I don't remember usually getting them for Halloween. We just had them around the house in a bowl.
Well, do you remember? It used to be the case. I remember this clearly. My mother and I would get the night before everything together and get those little trick or treat bags, little paper bags, and you'd put one.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's what I would get, like somebody that made their own individual bags.
Right,
Like, they didn't come individually.
You don't see
wrapped.
that anymore, do you?
I mean, not so often. Usually throw
You know,
those
it'd be
out.
great as they come up with their bag open. You just have a scoop and just dump like a
or
whole,
just sugar.
a whole cup of just dump sugar into their bag.
It's
Kids
very
love
strange.
sweet stuff.
Oh, have some sugar.
Yeah.
You're like a little ant, aren't you?
Oh my God.
That would be the best.
Here's some of my prescription drugs that have run past the due date.
By the way, weather for tonight, there is a slight chance of rain, and that's more later on, more like 7, 8 o'clock, right, like around game time.
Yes,
But I
yeah.
was looking at the weather forecast, Casey. It was saying like a 50-50 shot at like 8, and like every other hour, which leads me to believe that doesn't mean like straight rain all the time. So we might get some passing showers here and there.
Last time I looked in my area, 5 and possibly 8 for a passing shower.
All right.
We'll see.
I pulled it up. I pulled up my my app for Philadelphia, and it's showing that chance of rain at 9 p.m., 50% chance, and like 8 is like a 40%, and then 10, 11, pretty much same thing. You got like a 50-50 shot of rain through the evening, starting at 8 o'clock.
The worst was when you were a kid and Halloween came and it was pouring. Like it was nonstop rain.
I don't remember ever having a pouring rain Halloween.
I do. I went out anyway. But
Yeah. I would too. I'm like, all right, I guess I'm just the raincoat guy.
Remember the year we had snow like 5 or 6 years ago?
Yeah.
That was bizarre.
Yeah.
But no, we're doing good as far as temperature goes.
It's going to be like 66, 68.
Yeah, it's going to be nice. And the game 5, it's going to be like 70 degrees. It's going to be fantastic.
Unbelievable.
Yep.
You guys want a fun candy corn fact?
Yes.
The company called Brock's, B-R-A-C-H.
Yes.
They used to make it, or I guess they still do. And they had a factory that made it in Chicago. In the dark night, where the hospital gets blown up, that used to be the Brock's candy factory.
No way.
They moved it up. Yeah, they had moved it out. They weren't manufacturing anything there anymore. It was in an abandoned building at that point. So the movie company took it over and decided that that's what they were going to blow up. They made it look like a hospital, and so those explosions were where candy corns used to be made.
Brock's made a bunch of classic stuff. They made the circus peanuts. They made, I know.
My brother loves those things.
There was a weird
I used
candy.
to dig circus peanuts.
There was a weird candy that Brock's used to make, and it was wrapped in plastic. And Nick, you would hate it because it was coconut based, but it was several different colors. One of the colors was pink. It was like pink, brown, white, and I would eat those because I liked coconut. But I have a feeling that those probably taste disgusting.
Sure.
And I used to love those things.
Brock's would also make the default candy box that you'd go into the, when you forgot to get a gift on a day, you'd go into the pharmacy and there'd be the Brock's display.
Brock's?
Yeah. Sampler.
Nick's pulling up the variety of things that they made. There it is.
Oh.
Brock's Sunday's Neapolitan. That's what that is, Nick,
like
right there.
Oh, dear God.
Coconut. You would hate that, Nick.
Oh, thank God. It's been out of production since 2012.
Oh, my God.
They realized there are other ways.
Do you know the Pentagon building was actually originally where they made Razzles?
I did not know that.
They made candy corn, conversation hearts, nougats.
The nougat. What specifically is a nougat?
What is nougat?
It is a
There's honey in there, right?
Yeah, so is a family of confections made with sugar or honey, roasted nuts, whipped egg whites, and sometimes chopped candied fruit.
Oh, yeah.
The consistency of nougat is chewy, and it is used in a variety of candy bars and chocolates. The word nougat comes from the Occitan pan nougat. What?
What?
I don't know. This is Wikipedia.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, there's honey and sugar and whipped egg whites.
We should have our
That's
own
what
candy.
nougat is.
And we should call it Jerkmates.
Jerkmates. I think it's taken.
Damn.
I don't think
Yo, ever heard of Jerkmate?
well, tonight is the candy extravaganza.
Yeah.
All right. So
I'm guessing earlier.
Enjoy.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have your opportunity. I'm sorry, Casey. I should have had you keep that music up there.
Yeah.
We have your opportunity to win tickets to game number 4 of the World Series. This is happening tomorrow night, and we are doing a contest called Fill in the Blank. When we come back from a commercial break, we're going to take 3 more callers. But before we do that, I have another clue as to who we might be referring to. All right, so there's a player that you need to name. You name that player, you're going to the World Series, courtesy of Budweiser and WMMR tomorrow night. The next clue is this former Philly was an outfielder. All right, do your homework. This former Philly was an outfielder. When we return, I will solicit for those callers. You do your research. We'll come back in a second on this Halloween morning with the Preston and Steve Show and your chance to win tickets to game number 4. Thank you, Budweiser. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
93.3 WMMR.
It's a weird thing, and I know, Preston, you're right. man to set someone off?
Yeah, I don't know.
I've always known it as a respectful way to refer to someone.
Maybe she's younger and she doesn't want to feel old.
Yeah,
or something like
that's
that.
how I see it. I see it as an older woman. So when somebody, I remember the first time somebody, he was a kid, probably a high school kid, called me ma'am, and I was like, oh my God. I mean, I didn't tell him don't call me that, but it made me feel old.
It's not.
Did he just say ma'am?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Well, I never.
Was it the word that set the teacher off, or was it the fact that the kid was repeating it over and over?
I don't know.
Well, it had to be the initial thing graded on her because she asked him to stop saying it.
Yeah.
But if he's used to saying it as a sign of respect to, you know, like somebody in an authoritative manner, like then you just got to get that flag out of your butt and get over it, right, Press?
I would think so. Yeah, get the flag out of your butt.
Yeah.
Did I say that one day?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was I was hiking around the area, you know, maybe on Friday, said hello to this young feller, probably 13 or 14. How are you? How's it going? Very well, sir. I'm like,
It's a title. It's a title.
We're not
this kid walking along, you know, that you come with me. I want to show other people what you just did because it was so good.
It's a title you've earned.
I earned it.
Hey, here's a text that says, women should know better than to call other women ma'am. I joke that they're traitors. And then she writes, it's well known that most women don't like it. What do you mean? How do you know that?
Because that extensive survey she took.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe amongst a handful of your friends or something. But what do you mean most women?
Yeah, but I would agree with that.
But how do you know most women?
Because anybody, I mean, just anyone that I know, it's not like I took a survey, but anyone I know would agree.
Then it's got to be everyone.
Yeah, and you know what? Here's the thing, too. I think it's, no, but I do, like you said, it's regional. Do you know what I mean? It's
I could see that. Kathy,
in the South, yes, they do that. They're here, not as much.
But I'm born and bred at, you know, Northeast, and ma'am to me was always a sign of respect. And I would say ma'am.
Or maybe is it an older thing? Like it, you
I don't know.
Like I don't know. I just.
You keep going back to old.
No, the standard thing would be pretty good, ma'am. Wouldst thou takest me?
But here's the deal. I think it's all about intent. And if you hear someone saying it as clearly as a sign of respect, you should understand that they're just being polite.
Yes, of course. I'm not going to get mad at them, but it doesn't make me like it. It's still,
right.
I still think it's.
I don't like it.
Yeah, no, I don't.
One gosh darn bit. I'm looking at my activities list.
Oh, God.
No, I listen, and if it rings to your ear and you don't like it, you can simply say, oh, it's okay. You don't have to call me ma'am or I'll punch you in the throat.
Yeah.
I would never read it as an insulting thing. That's a way to respect.
It's your own fault for being old. Jesus Christ.
No,
What's with you and that aging thing?
It's not insulting. It's just. We just don't like it.
And that's fine.
But all right,
it's your personal
I don't
preference.
think somebody saying it to me is insulting me.
All right, but what
But
do
I
you
just
want
don't
your
like
server?
it.
What do you want your waiter or waitress to call you when they go up
Sugar
to your
teas.
Yeah.
Young lady, maybe?
I'm lady.
Oh my God, she has to see my ID.
Now we're living in a fantasy.
Now you're getting into pandering territory.
I haven't been underage for 38 years.
Wait, let me tell you something that happened on Saturday. I have to tell you this. So I went out for Preston. I went out for my birthday, and we went into the bar, and they were carding everyone as we were walking in. And me, I was with Elisa. You know, we're both 40, and she goes, "Oh, let's see if we get carded." So we walk up to him, and we stand there, and he goes, "Hi," and so we were like, "Do you want to see our ID?" He goes, "Sure, if you want to hand it to me."
See, he did. There is a crap job available in San Francisco that's a complete waste, but it pays up to $185,000 a year for those who are interested. The city where Tony Bennett left his heart has an enormous feces problem.
There's a lot of poop there.
That has gotten so bad.
A lot of people are taking poops on the street.
Officials decided to create a poop patrol to clean up the streets.
Clean up the poop and the turds that are on the street that I love so dearly. I took a poop in San Francisco. Sing along if you know.
The 5-member team now.
I couldn't control it.
Walk up and down San Francisco.
Started with the shart and then I left my heart.
There it is.
In San Francisco.
Left my shart.
I took a shart. Then left my heart in San Francisco.
So they are now cleaning up human feces, and we're assuming other feces as well.
And vomit.
Animal feces, vomit.
And piss.
Yeah.
Can't forget piss. piss, vomit, poop, it's all there on the streets of San Fran.
Thank you.
Where they got trolley cars and rice-a-roni.
Thank you, Tony Bennett, for
poop.
Camel cars and rice-a-roni.
I miss that city.
Chinatown.
Yeah, they got poop-covered streets, piss everywhere, vagrants wandering around. It's wonderful. It's like Night of the Living Dead with hills.
The wharf is just covered in
Absolutely.
poop. Yeah, it's just beautiful. In case you've ever wondered whether Marilyn Manson was truly as evil as he makes himself out to be, there may be proof now. He said they can't find something illegal about what I say or do in my music. They just disagree with it morally because of their belief systems.
That's nonsense. I'm in the Satanic Church myself. And I'm about cleaning the poop off the streets of San Francisco.
That's right. Look at that.
Get off the guy's back.
You're not such a bad guy.
I'm a good guy.
Yeah, so he said, so they have to...
Just because I believe in the power of the Lord Satan doesn't mean you should think I'm evil.
I mean, after all, you're cleaning up poop.
Remember what the Joker said to Batman? They're both sides of different coins or something like that. I didn't stay really that long. I left once I ran out of snow caps.
He bought the ticket, though.
He bought the jumbo box,
Yeah,
too.
it was there.
I go through them a lot. I love those things.
This is so weird. Just thinking about that. What would lead Tony Bennett to
I'm
comment
in the Church of Satan, too.
Marilyn Man? And poop and snow caps and Batman and the Joker. Makes sense. He's currently on tour with Rob Zombie with the Trek wrapping
I'm
up
also a Nazi.
this week. I want to see what you think of this, Kathy. Kim Kardashian, Chrissy Teigen, Queer Eye's Tan France, and trans model Andreja Pajic are sporting some eye-catching new accessories. It's all in the name of Simon Huck's conceptual art experience called A Human, and it's already roiling social media. So Kim has a glowing necklace, and it looks like it's implanted in her skin.
But Preston,
wow.
okay, and I wanted to ask you about this. It's clearly not an implant.
Right.
It is a flesh-colored thing made to look like an implant.
And it lights up, Kathy.
That freaks me out.
But you've got to
it gets worse.
Marissa, see if you can find, she's on social media, and there's a comment. She says, it glowing
lights up
to
like
my
a heart.
heartbeat. And just her, and she looks like an android, dude.
To begin with.
I know, it's
this,
so...
Preston.
It's such a shame.
She's got the lips like...
Yes, yeah, full on constructed duck lips, so she doesn't have to make the
She doesn't
pout
have to do duck
anymore. It
lips.
does it automatically.
Close to the beat of my heart.
Yeah, exactly. It's like this. And I'm like, who finds that? It's dysmorphia. We're looking at video. Look at this, Kathy. It lights up, and it looks like it's under your skin.
Yeah, that's kind of...
Kind of wild.
Well, there's a couple of different ones, Preston. So Chrissy Teigen had one. There was a disgusting one that I think it might have been the trans model had, where it looks like almost like mushrooms growing out of their neck.
Oh,
yeah.
This is just somebody who has a lot of money, so is going to pay them to do this. This isn't going to be a fashion trend.
But you can't. You
I think
can't.
it'd be too expensive.
And
Yeah,
exactly.
no, it's not.
How would you pay to get this put on? It's got to be a fairly
And if
elaborate
it is,
process.
it's going to be so quick.
Well, now I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, guys.
Here's our fashionista.
Well, I mean, for the people who don't have that kind of money to spend on a glow necklace, okay? And that's all that is just a stupid glow necklace. What if it was like some sort of like thing that you could insert glow necklaces into, Kathy? Right?
What do you mean?
Yeah,
So you know what a glow necklace is, obviously,
The
right?
things
Like
you crack?
the glow bracelets.
Yeah.
What if it was like just a vessel that was like decorative that you could insert the glow
And make
necklace?
it different colors?
Well,
I see what you're saying.
The pitch here, though, is that it looks flesh-colored. It looks like you have altered your skin.
You're saying not looking like it's implanted.
not like but accessorizing your glow necklace.
Like what Twinkie wore in Buck Rogers.
Here's the audio of her showing it off. Here we go.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God! Shut up!
My necklace glows like a heartbeat.
Wait.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God. My heartbeat. Wait, Steve, what are you putting in your mouth?
Trying to get something to puff. Give me something to puff out my lips.
Give him something. Wait, you need like here. Hold on, I have something.
Do you have cotton or something?
Tiny flashlight.
No.
Steve was trying to put a flashlight in his mouth. Not a flashlight, a flashlight.
Yeah, we do have those.
Stick a flashlight in your mouth.
Try that case.
Try this.
What do you have? Yeah, okay.
Close to the rhythm of
Wait,
my
this is
heart.
too big. What do you think I am, a Watusi warrior here? What'd you give him?
Do you think somebody told her to say that, or is that all on
Well,
her
I'm sure
own?
she's getting paid for
Well,
it.
I know, but like where they like say it's,
Sure.
it's to your heart.
Close to the rhythm.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
You look like Bill Murray in where the giant plant when he goes to the dentist. Little Shop of Horrors. You look like him.
Little Shop of it goes to the beat of my heartbeat. It's right under my neck and it glows and it pumps to the heart of my heart. Glow, turn on my heart light.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God!
Shut up.
Yeah. Well, this person Simon Huck is a conceptual artist, so it's.
I'm a conceptual artist. And I want your neck to glow.
Stop it. Okay. They don't see that outside the bubble.
All right,
the
so
rest of the world is like, what are you doing?
I'm looking at one. Nick pulled this up. It looks like she has feathers growing out of her chest.
Yeah,
Yes.
Steve, this is Chrissy Teigen.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Nick, do you have the other ones as well?
Kind of cool.
This is no.
That's cool.
She only posted one.
I mean, it looks like studio makeup done for a movie.
Yeah,
for a horror movie.
Yeah, a horror movie or some sort of
fantasy,
sci-fi
thing.
So why not be like the large singing plant from Little Shop of Horrors?
Yeah. So meanwhile,
Seymour?
so Tegan, sported a featherhead breastplate, they called it, while Tan France wore a piece made to look like ruffled skin with bioreactive crystals, and Pajic wore horn-like sculpted shoulders. That's it.
Okay, so the one that looks like mushrooms growing here, if we can get that one, I think it looks kind of really like Casey. You don't like things that look like openings and circles and indentations in a body.
Wouldn't it be awesome for like the socially elite for it to become fashionable to wear like a horn out of your forehead?
Preston, wouldn't it?
Like the
You're
Hunger
not
Games?
far.
Yeah.
Preston, the bagel thing.
Yeah.
The Japanese were doing the bagel implants on the forehead.
But I'd like to see like a rhino horn coming out of their forehead. Oh my God.
Charge.
Rhino. That's so rhino. All right, anyhow, the full exhibit of futuristic clothing-like objects inserted under the skin opens in New York City next week. The entrance fee to even see this stuff is $40 if you want to go check it out.
$40 to see these incredible expressions of self.
Mark, we'd like to put you to work this morning.
Yes.
The greatest host of game shows I've ever met. No question. And so we need some callers on the line. And we are each here on the show going to play for a caller. You don't have to do anything. You just got to sit back and let the magic unfold and get ready to win some prizes as we play this.
Preston and Steve present Know the Show on WMMR. Kathy can't go to bed at night if there's anything on the floor. And Steve's got a bunch of Cub Scouts buried in the dirt behind his cellar door. Nick's effeminate. Marissa likes getting text messages with naked pictures attached. Casey boy squeezes pus out of his armpits, and Preston likes eating his own scabs.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have not done Know the Show in a long, long time.
Well, we usually refuse to do it unless Mark Summers can host it.
That is correct. And so the way this will work, the format is that Mark will have a statement that he'll say about each one of the members individually. He'll pick out a member and make a statement, and the rest of us try to answer a question that might be answered by that person. And each one of us, if we get it correct, we get a point. If we answer like-mindedly with the person that's being singled out.
A la the Newlywed Game.
It's the same thing, actually. In fact, this is the Newlywed theme music, I think, that we're playing.
We're ripping off everything we can.
Every bit. And if we'll have point totals, whoever has the most points, that person on the phone line who we are playing for is going to win a prize. If there's a tie, we'll give away a couple of prizes. That's the way it works. Mr. Mark Summers.
Thank you. No rehearsal, sight reading. Here we go. Radio legend Preston
Elliott, or El Scabo, as the people of his native Honduras refer to him, is a man of many talents who enjoys a plethora of hobbies. If Preston were told he must give up one of his cherished hobbies on the spot and never, ever indulge in it again for the rest of his life, which of the
93.3 WMMR.
All right, let's give somebody a chance to go to the World Series. All right, if you get this player correct, tickets courtesy of Budweiser, and you are at Citizens Bank Park tomorrow night for game number 4. Let's see. And listen, if you are not able to get through right now, pay attention to the clues.
Yes.
Pay attention to the guesses, because we don't want you to repeat. And maybe you'll win later on if nobody gets it now. We're going to go to Glenn, our first caller in. Hey, Glenn, good morning.
Good morning, guys. What's up?
Wonderful. We're doing well, Glenn. Just excited and hoping that you'll win these tickets. So do me a favor. Tell me, fill in the blank. Who is the Phil that we are looking for?
Is it Shane Victorino?
It is not Shane Victorino. Thank you. By the way, are we going to talk to Shane today?
I don't know. He said, I said 8:15, and he said, can you do 8 o'clock? And I said, just call when you can. We'll make it work. It's
All right.
8:08, and we haven't heard from him.
Maybe we'll talk to Shane this morning. I don't know. All right, next caller. It's Tina. Hi there, Tina.
Hi, how are you?
Wonderful. We got World Series tickets. Game tomorrow night. All you have to do is give me the name that we have here. Who is it?
Jason Worth?
It is not Jason Worth.
With each guess, though.
Correct.
You eliminated a name.
We get one more now, and it is DD that we're going to. Hi there, DD.
Hi, it's Edie, and that was actually my guess too, Jason Worth.
It was Edie? I'm sorry. Well, listen, guess somebody else. Edie?
Ryan, did someone guess Ryan Howard? Yes.
No, you just did, and that is incorrect. Sorry. Thank you anyway. All right.
Ryan Dawkins.
All right, someone is going to be heroic this morning and take a friend or a family member to the game, because we will give away those tickets before the show is over. Now, I'll have one more clue, but you're not going to get it until after the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Primo Hoagies. Watching the game with some friends this week? Well, you can score big and serve in style with Primo Hoagies. Order online at primohoagies.com. It's not just a hoagie. It is a Primo. All right, we'll start with a couple of crazy stories, as you know we usually have in the Bizarre File. But listen to this video circulated on social media showing a dog running down a street in Mexico holding a human head in its jaws.
Where'd you get that?
The video was taken in Monte Escobedo, and citing a law enforcement official, AP reported that the head and other body parts had been left in an ATM booth on the night of October 26th.
Their ATMs don't dispense cash?
In the video, someone can be heard saying, "This dog has a human head." Authorities later captured the dog.
God!
Before the dog ran off with the head, someone had reported finding it at the ATM, which is located just yards from an official government building.
God.
Along with a backpack and bloodied notes. A message on the notes made reference to a drug cartel. Zacatecas, a state in the with a population nearly 1.6 million.
Brutal.
Actually, Zacatecas is how it's pronounced. Has been the site of a turf war between drug cartels and has been experiencing mounting violence in recent years.
Could you imagine seeing something that horrific?
No, that's just horrible. A Tennessee death row inmate severed his own penis with a razor blade after being placed on suicide watch for slitting his wrists following a disagreement with jail officials over a food package delivery.
I would pick the wrists every time.
Henry Eugene Hodges, sentenced to death for the 1990 killing of a telephone repairman, mutilated himself by slicing off his own penis earlier this month after a disagreement with jail officials who didn't allow him to receive a special food package that he had ordered, according to his attorney, Kelly Henry.
I'll show them for denying me those candy corns.
Hodges became upset, began smearing feces in the cell after prison officials refused to let him have a package that he had ordered because he had clear conduct for only the previous 5 months.
Okay.
Rather than the required 6 months. A guard then decided to stop feeding him in order to get him to stop smearing the feces. Hodges slit his wrists with a razor he had in his cell. Hodges was taken to the hospital infirmary where he asked to be put on suicide watch. A high-ranking correctional officer told the person treating Hodges, that he was manipulating them and could be put on suicide watch and back in his cell. Henry said that he was taken back to a cell where there was broken glass from a window that he had broken, as well as other razors that he had hidden. When he got back to his cell, Hodges severed his own penis. Henry said, adding that the back and forth with jail officials happened within a 2-hour period. He was sent to the hospital. Doctors were able to reattach his penis. Hodges was sent back to his cell where he had been bound to his mattress with 6-point restraints. He had initially been placed in 4-point restraints, but was upgraded when he removed his hand to rip out his catheter. Wow. Hodges has been diagnosed with bipolar disorder, mixed type, and suffers from psychotic episodes. He was essentially he was convicted in 2 separate murders.
But seems like a stable guy,
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
New video shows an audacious theft attempt captured on surveillance video inside Louis Vuitton in Bellevue. In broad daylight, police say a 17-year-old thief, and this is hilarious, ripped handbags off the display worth $18,000. But as the suspect tried to run out of the store, he ran into a plate glass window, knocking himself out.
That's great.
I mean, it's like boom, bang, down, out. That's how it went.
Taking care of business.
Prosecutors said the 17-year-old was part of the same retail crime theft ring. Convicted killer Billy Chambers and career thief Tina Turner, who both have extensive criminal histories. No, Tina.
Okay.
Or Netra Turner, sorry. Later this year.
Oh, my God, I'm a huge fan.
Police have arrested more than 50 repeat offenders connected to robbery and shoplifting at Home Depot alone. So they're having a big run on shoplifting there. All right, I think I'm going to wrap it up.
We need to.
A little bit early there. Because
hurry up. You never know what's going to happen. He might hang up.
Our guest is on the line. I said I was going to give away a clue after the Bizarre File, so let me do that now.
Yeah.
For the tickets that we are going to give away. We're not going to take callers now, but your next clue is for fill in the blank. Fill in the blank. This former Philly had a career in the majors that lasted 16 seasons. All right? Keep that in mind. When we come back in a little bit, we'll take more callers. But he had a career that lasted in the majors that lasted 16 seasons. All right. We got him on the line. He's ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, our friend, the Flying Hawaiian, Shane Victorino. What's up, Shane? How you doing, man?
I'm glad Kathy reminded me. I got the red-eye jitters, and I totally forgot to, so thanks to Kathy for reminding me.
Yeah, we've only been texting for like a week or so to schedule you.
I know about coming on.
So did you
How you guys doing this morning? What a wonderful, beautiful day here in Philadelphia.
We're doing great. We're doing great,
dude. You know how it's the World Series. It's unbelievable. The town is on fire. There's so much incredible things going on right now, and this is just.
Oh, Eagles 7-0, Phillies in the World Series. I mean, Union wins.
Yeah.
In soccer. I mean, can Philadelphia sports get any better?
I don't think so. It's amazing. Yeah.
And Shane, you played for the Phils, obviously, and you remember what it was like in 2008 and 2009. You also played for a great baseball city when you played for the Red Sox.
Yeah.
But I really think that there's something special about when the Phillies make it to the World Series, because I was there for the first game back, the first game against the Braves. It was game 3 of that series. And that place was more electric than I can possibly imagine and can really remember over the last 2 decades. For you, is there a comparison between Boston and Philly? To me, it's Philly by is a little louder, a little more electric.
I want to say Philly's a little more wilder.
Yeah.
They're a little more in your face kind of crowd, which is great. And as a home player, it was something that I always loved and I admired about this city. And I definitely was nice to be on the winning side and didn't have to come in as an opponent to feel that energy and that negativity that gets put upon you by these Philly fans in a good way. Makes your tough, makes the game that much tougher when you come into this beautiful city. So I'm sure they're going to be excited. I'm excited. It's going to be electric tonight.
I look at this team much different than I did when you played. Now, because I'm older, I'm looking at them like they're kids and like what they're going through right now. But can you talk about what it's like as a player to be going through this?
Well, we were kids when we were going through that, so Kathy. So I understand that feeling a little bit, understanding that. But you definitely hit it on the nail. And you said when I look at these, kids. It seems so different being on the other side now and taking the game in as a fan. But, it's always an amazing accomplishment to be able to, last through a full 162-game season, to be the last 2 teams in the playoffs, getting a chance to be known as a world champion. I mean, it has been so fun to watch as a fan. It's definitely different. You know, I always tell people it's a lot more nerve-wracking. Now I get it.
Yeah.
The emotions of fans happen the way they do, and, you know, the ups and downs. You know, when you're out there on the field, you're just playing. You're doing what you do, and you just go out there and do the best you can. But now when you have no control, and, you know, I sit there in these last games, like you said, coming back from the Atlanta series, going to San Diego for that series and coming back, I mean, it is definitely nerve-wracking not being able to, you know, control what the destiny is. So, but it's so exciting, you know, for these kids.
When you're up to bat, and there are, you know, if you go back through the history of the playoffs, you know, just these huge moments in baseball. You had one, your grand slam against CC Sabathia. And when you're up to bat and the crowd is going crazy, is it hard to dial in, or is it harder to dial in when it's not as crazy?
Well, I always tell people, you know, and in anything in life, when the biggest of moments are happening, everything and everybody, every human that's in the room or in the stadium, the energy level goes to the next, you know, that like you said, that how do you handle it? Or people always say to me, how did you handle the pressure moment? All I did was I told myself, go back to being a little boy that played a game that you love. You know, take a deep breath, and I have to relax. You know, I can't go with the emotions of the crowd. I mean, or else I'd have no chance, because that adrenaline, you know, takes you to that level, and that, you know, 45,000 at Citizens Bank Park on their feet. And, you know, it's just you know, you have to figure out a way to, I always tell people I kind of went into a zen and just kind of, not quote unquote blacked out, but I kind of just, you know, put it all, you know, put that noise all aside and just, you know, focus on, you know, obviously that pitcher on the mound and doing the best I could. So
yeah, I mean, what I didn't realize, and because we're looking at the footage now, I didn't realize that you were down 1-2 in the count, and there were 2 outs in that inning. I mean, that you're you're.
We're not on my side. Put it that way.
No, but it's an interesting thing that you're saying too about where your perception is such a delineation that doesn't occur. You say now, Shane, it occurs to you as being on the other side and being the spectator. But you're right. As you're playing, you're busy. You're investing the time in you know, calling to the front those skills that you've been trained to hone. So that at least cuts it for you. Given your druthers, though, would you rather be playing or watching?
Playing.
Okay, yeah.
Yep.
But it's been fun to watch. I mean, as I said, it's a different perspective. You know, you start to realize how hard the game really, really was. You know, sometimes you felt like, you know, for me, just going out there and I was having so much fun that it seemed sometimes easy. But for the most part, as I said, now watching from the opposite side as a fan, now I definitely get it, why people boo, why people get up on their feet. And, you know, you start to understand it that much more now that I'm on that side as a fan watching these games.
Right. Shane, can you speak to what Bryce Harper's been able to do in the postseason? You know, he has not had a great World Series yet, but we're only 2 games in. But, you know, in the LCS and in the, you know, the prior 2 rounds, he's just been so dialed in. It's remarkable to me that he's our guy. That we're paying him as much money as we are, that the Phillies are, and then he's just as dialed in and as connected as possible.
You know, Bryce has definitely, I think, you know, I think some people might have questioned, you know, what was, you know, the signing about, and, you know, because of, you know, them not getting there in all these years. But, you know, here he is. You know, I never questioned it. It was just a matter of time for me. And obviously the time has come where he's starting to shine and to show the player that he can be, and why Middleton and the ownership and everybody else brought him into this great city. You know, I think this city has really grown and loving him that much more, you know, with what is going on.
Yeah.
And, you know, they've already loved him, but, you know, what he's been able to accomplish this postseason and really show, you know, the city of Philadelphia and the fans that, you know, here he is. I am Bryce Harper. I am the guy that everybody says I was, you know, set out to be. So, you know, it's been fun to watch. It's, you know, I'm very proud of him. I mean, it's never easy in a place like this, you know, being a superstar. You know, they can put a lot of pressure on you, but Bryce has definitely done a great job. And, you know, he's being the leader right now. And, you know, someone else is going to have to step up in the World Series, though. That's just plain and simple. You know, you never want to let the best player beat you. And if I'm on the opposite side, I'm definitely not going to let Bryce Harper beat me. So, you know, like JT stepping up in game 1 and some of these other guys having to step up, that's what it's about. So, you know, it's going to be a fun. I'm sure Bryce is not going to get, you know, the pitches, and no one's going to want him to beat them. So, the other guys will have to step up, which they've been doing. It's been, as I said, fun to watch.
Shane, what do you say to the people who say that no matter how this plays out, it serves a purpose of reminding a team how good they can be and what it feels like to be in this position. And the real story, no matter how this plays out, is how they're going to come into next season.
Well, I said that, about us. People, when we went on our run, it started off in 2007. We got eliminated. Obviously the next year we were able to, reach the pinnacle and win a World Series and then go back the following year and unfortunately lose. But, I think this city has really bought into this team now. I think there was obviously some concern or some question, way things ended the season and how everybody expected them to win the division. But, the past is the past. We're in the present. They're doing an amazing job. I'm excited for them. And I really think the future is bright for this team. And, hopefully, and fingers crossed that they do it this year. And if they don't, then, we got many more, great years of Philadelphia baseball coming up. So,
yeah.
This is a fun team. They got a lot of these players, that's going to be in these uniforms for a while. So, it should be some fun times here in Philadelphia.
Are you going to all of the games in Philly?
I plan to go to every game, that's for sure.
Nice. Excellent. And you threw out the first pitch a little while back, so they got anything else planned?
I think there's some things that we're going to do. Some of us older players, I think there's some of us catching the first pitch. I don't know if it's tonight or tomorrow night, but some of us will definitely be involved with the pregame festivities. So
nice. You're going to play
an exciting time for the old folks.
Shane's like me. Golf is a huge passion of his. You're going to be playing while you're in town at all, Shane?
I am. In fact, I'm going to Lanark this morning at 9, and then I got the invite to Pine Valley tomorrow.
Whoa! So Shane,
it could not work out to be a greater trip. Cricket on Wednesday with my buddy Jamie Wybar at Wissahickon course. So I've definitely got a lot of golf set up. So
listen to that. You're playing Pine Valley on the Wissahickon course. I played there. I got to play there earlier this year, so I know what a treat that is. That's phenomenal,
yes,
dude.
It is. It is a beautiful course.
Yeah.
There was a video I think you posted a while back on your Instagram. You were golfing and a bear came onto the course.
Yes, it was. That was in Tahoe this summer.
And it was it was close.
Yes, no, he was definitely he ended up being on the green, and he actually took one of the security guys' backpacks into the woods. Yeah, so it was definitely something interesting for me.
I assume you let the bear play through, right? That's
absolutely. He had definitely his way on the golf course. I wasn't trying to bother him for sure.
That is wild. That's so awesome.
Listen, Shane, it is so great to hear from you, and you being in town is a great omen of things to come.
Yeah. Hopefully.
Well, enjoy your time, man. The city still loves you with all its heart, so it's great to hear from you, buddy.
I appreciate that. Thank you guys so much for having me this morning, and we'll see you guys soon and talk to you soon.
It's the Flying Hawaiian Shane. Shane Victorino. All set. Listen how excited he is about all this stuff.
That's all you need to know.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. It is Halloween morning. There's a lot of things going on, including your chance to win tickets to Game 4 of the World Series. So when we come back, we will take 3 more callers and see if we can get a winner. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
WMMR. We're not just in your car.
Cooking. You have 15 seconds to write your answers down. All right, time is up. And we're going to start with Casey Boy. Which one would he give up and never be able to do for the rest of his life?
Wow. This one was really tough. You got to eat or you're going to die. I would say you got to listen to music or you're going to die. So I went with golf.
Casey says golf. Steve, your reply is?
No, I had to think about these as well because I know that he adores golf, and though he's had some issues with his shoulder, drumming, the music is everything to him. However, there are other people who can cook for him, and so I say cooking.
Cooking. 2 different answers. We move to Kathy.
I was the same as Casey. I said golf because I know that he has back and shoulder issues, and I think that would be the reason because it would hurt, and I don't think that he could give up drumming or cooking.
All right, so we have 2 golfs, and we have a cooking, and we're moving to Nick.
So I went with, because of the hearing issue, I thought that Preston would choose on a tactical situation to give up drumming for the rest of his life.
Interesting.
Yet another answer, and finally, Marissa.
I went with, I think most of the crowd went with, and I went with golf.
Golf, we have 3 golfs.
Wow.
Preston, what is the response?
If I were to have to give up one of them for the rest of my life, I'd have to go, I'm going to say, agree with Steve, I'd give up cooking. Somebody else can make that food for me. And even though I have shoulder and back problems, I still love the game of golf, and I'll never quit playing.
How's your putts?
It's good. Have a tug.
Yeah, here, grab the shaft and you tell me.
Nice balls.
Got a couple balls? All right, so
And they're moist.
Steve got the lone point on that one.
Who's keeping score?
Casey is.
And who's our person who's won?
Well, it's going to be
It's
a
gonna
total.
be after the
it's
whole
going to be a
game.
total
Yeah,
at the
yeah.
end.
All right.
All right,
Question 2.
All right.
While Preston is known as a man of the people who often spends his spare time dispensing free croutons to the homeless, he is amazingly occasionally uncomfortable while in a one-on-one situation. Which member of the Preston and Steve cast will Preston say he is least at ease with when he sees them away from the show? Oh, my.
Wait, you got to ask that again.
Okay. So, who is the person?
You can leave out the crouton part.
No.
In English.
In English.
Okay.
Preston is least at ease. He's the most uncomfortable with which one of you when you're away from the show? So if you go to a
I'm
party,
one-on-one situations.
Okay, and he knows all you guys for 100 years.
Yep.
If he came face to face at a barbecue, which one would he feel the most uncomfortable with? That is the question.
Who is he least at ease with away from the show?
You've got 15 seconds to answer this question.
I don't see Kathy writing. Chop, chop, chop.
Marissa, we'll start with you.
All right. I think Preston and Casey have a great bond. Preston and Steve, obviously the longest relationship here, plus Casey on top of that too. Kathy, you guys have the kids together. Nick, you guys have some bonds. I think it's me.
Really?
Yes, when we were out in London, Preston came to see me and my friends. He was there for like 30 seconds, and he was like, I gotta go.
Really?
So I guessed it was me.
Wow, yeah, and you're a little Miss Social Bug, so that's interesting. All right, Nick.
That's funny, Marissa, because I felt the same way about myself. And Preston's been with Steve for so long that I think you guys can talk.
Not in the biblical.
No, to each
sexual.
other about anything. They've done trips together with Casey, gone golfing and whatever. And then I just sort of defaulted to his relationships with Kathy and Marissa. So I'm going to refer to myself in the third person
So
and say Nick.
And Marissa, I'm going to go over there to Casey next.
Yes, we all know that Preston and I share a nice bond with one another. We've had Valentine's dinners by ourselves.
Yes, you have.
We've spent a lot
Shared
of time
D-pics?
with hot tubs together and all that sort of stuff. So I definitely don't think that I'm the answer here. Steve and Preston have a long relationship. Nick and Preston definitely see eye to eye on a lot of things, pop culture wise and stuff like that. So I don't think it's Nick. Marissa, you had mentioned that it was you and your friends, but this question is about singularly and one-on-one. And I think you and Preston have actually hung out and had some good times together as well. One night in particular, after a singles mix or something like that, you guys went out for entirely too long of a time.
Pitcher's Pub.
Yeah.
I need to know more details.
So I had to go with Kathy on this one.
Wow. Shocking to me. All right, we're going to go to Steve.
All right, now we have had a long relationship, Preston and I, and it's we, till death do us part. Love Preston dearly, and we have there's a certain relationship we have that I don't think anyone can define. I think, like Casey, you and Preston share more in common than do we, Preston and myself. Mm-hmm. So I think everyone here has something more than I have, at least in that level. And I think we sort of keep a lot of what we share
for the studio,
for the
right?
show.
Yeah.
And that's why I said me.
Okay. Yeah. But that makes sense. I get that. And finally, Kathy.
So, like everyone but Casey, they chose themselves,
Yes.
which is also what I did.
You did.
I thought it was me.
Wow. Isn't this telling?
What does this say about me? You guys all think I don't like you.
No. It's not about not liking.
I think it's like everyone else better.
Yeah. So tell me, Preston.
All right. I'm going to tell you with an explanation and a follow-up as well.
They don't have that much time, so...
the guys are off the hook because I am more uncomfortable with attractive women when I'm alone with them. So there's that. And
what are you saying?
we have two beautiful women that work here, even though they're very, very good friends of mine. That doesn't change that fact.
Right.
And this person that I would feel I'd have to say, God, it's not that I don't feel uncomfortable with any of you. No, but having to choose, having to pick one, there's one that I kind of seek approval from because she's so great at what she does and a perfectionist in this business, and it's Marissa.
Oh. Wow.
So it's important to me what she thinks of me, and so therefore I would be a little nervous. Now listen, about that night in London, I'll tell you what it was. I showed up, you had all your friends there, you didn't introduce me to any of your friends, and you didn't say who I was, and I was kind of mad about that.
Wow. The truth comes out.
Yeah, if we're going to be totally honest, that's why I closed down.
And it nagged at him for months.
Till this
Marissa.
very moment.
Oh my God.
No.
How could you? How could
And
you?
waiting in the waiting room is a therapist to work with both of you.
I'm sorry,
Dr.
Preston.
Joyce Brothers.
I guess I didn't want to be like, hey guys, this is Preston.
But
you guys know Preston.
Your lack of decorum has won you the point. So
That's
there you
right.
go.
There you
Yes.
go.
Yeah,
Nice
I think
job.
that's the point.
We're moving over to Steve Morrison right
We'll
now.
hug later.
All right.
A little known fact about the enigma that is Steve Morrison is that his great-grandparents on his father's side lost their lives to Titanic, both having choked to death on Twizzlers during a matinee showing. With that in mind, if Steve was Rose from the movie Titanic floating on that door with room for only one member of the Preston and Steve show, who would he save?
Wow.
Man.
All right, 15 seconds to write your answer down. That's hysterical.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was easy.
That was easy, huh?
That was easy.
I wrote it down right away.
Oh, I can't wait to get there. Okay, we're going to start with you, Kathy. Who is it?
Okay, so after today's conversation, if we were on the Titanic, we would have had to pack in suitcases or in a hotel room, a little tiny hotel room you have to share with somebody. We had no idea that this was going to go down, so he is going to save me for sure.
Oh.
Great reasoning.
Wow. I like the part about going down. Steve.
I'm last. You gotta go,
Steve.
He's
last.
Yes.
He goes last. So
You go, that's right.
yeah,
Nick, I'm sorry.
I'm going with basic math here, and Steve is going to need more room, so I'm going with the tiniest member of the Preston and Steve show, Marissa, so they can both fit on the door.
Wow. Okay, Marissa, we'll go to you.
Well, the true Steve Morrison would actually give up the door and let two other people
very nice.
out.
True.
That's
Good point.
Steve.
Oh, my.
You're
Because
right.
this is a hypothetical, I also agree with Nick, and it would be me just for size reasons. That's it.
Size matters. Okay, Preston.
Okay. This might be a little selfish, but without Preston, there ain't no Preston and Steve show. And we still have a future to think about after this horrible tragedy. Well, I'm saying me.
All right.
Yes.
Casey?
So I would think like right after everybody got rescued, Steve would go back to work the very next day, and it wouldn't sound good to have the Casey and Steve show or the Kathy and Steve or Nick and Steve and Marissa and Steve. It can only be Preston and Steve.
Yeah, Robin Preston's dead, so that wouldn't work. Okay. And finally, Steve.
All legitimate reasons, but I had to break it down on survival, likeliest to survive in the situation. Both Kathy and Casey are swimmers. Casey has saved my life here in the studio, but they are both capable swimmers. Preston is very resourceful and could survive, I think. Nick as well. And for the person I think who would be in the most dire situation vis-a-vis their size and lack of insulation, Marissa.
Wow.
Just because you guys would all be fine on your own.
Not to dismiss Nick's point of extra elbow room on the door.
Nick and Marissa.
Nick and Marissa both answer.
Yeah.
All right, what's the point total so far, Case?
I think I have Marissa has 2, Nick has 1, Steve has 1.
All right.
Though if we were packing the way we do talk about, Kathy would have a certain edge.
Steve's love for the world of movies is exceeded only by his love of the world of porn. Disregarding the porn movies, what will Steve say is the one movie franchise he could not and would not live without?
Oh.
15 seconds. Boy, you all seem to know this pretty darn quick. That's interesting. We are going to start with Marissa.
All right. There was an obvious answer, but I didn't go with that one because I'm guessing most of you guys went with it. So I'm just going with Batman.
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 Very nice. Okay. Casey, what did you say?
Oh, I went opposite because there have been so many. I know that you love Batman, but you want to have sex with James Bond.
Excitement in the air, obviously, about the evening and what that entails, but there's an added bonus. There's a World Series game tonight. There's a World Series game tomorrow night. We have tickets courtesy of our friends at Budweiser for the game tomorrow night. And we need 3 callers right now who think they know the fill in the blank. We have a Philly who we're trying to get you to figure out via clues who it is. If you identify that player, you get the tickets. We'll take 3 callers right now. 215-263-WMMR. The last clue was this former Philly had a career in the majors that lasted 16 seasons. Let's see if you know who it is. And while we are getting the calls, let's take a look at traffic, see what's going on. Kathy, what you got for us this morning?
We've got a closure because of an accident in Newcastle, Delaware. It's Route 13 between 273 Christiana Road and 141. Also closed in Cumberland County. Route 47, Delsea Drive between Hunter's Mill and Main Street, and that's because of construction. 55 northbound, heavy Denver to 42. 42.
Somebody this morning is going to be yet another name added to the attendance records at Citizens Bank Park for game number 4 of the World Series tomorrow night. And all you have to do is identify the Philly. It's fill in the blank. You get the name correct, you're going to the game. We've given away 3 clues so far.
Yes.
Let's see if we can get a winner. So our next caller up is Brendan, who we're going to go to. Hey, Brendan, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Wonderful. All right, Brendan, who is the Philly? Fill in the blank.
I'm going to go with Johnny Collison.
Johnny Collison?
Yeah.
That's the fill in the blank, dude. Yes! That's...
All right.
Dude. On 3 clues, Brendan got it right. He played in the 1960s for the Phils. How did you come up with him, Brendan?
Well, once you said outfielder, I just narrowed it down to that. And then 16 seasons, I had it between Bobby Abreu and Johnny Collison, and 16 seasons gave it away.
Well
my
played.
God.
Well played, sir.
Wow, dude. Yes. So, Brendan, you're going to the game.
Oh, I can't believe it.
Oh, my God. Who are you going to take with you?
Probably my girlfriend, Claudia. We're huge Phillies fans, so this is amazing. I can't wait.
That's incredible. How old are you, by the way, Brendan?
I am 28.
You're 28 years old.
Do you know anything about Johnny Collison other than he played in the outfield?
No. Honestly, no. But thanks to the power of Google, I was able to figure it out.
No, however you got it, you got it. I mean, the odds were against you, and yet you came up with it. So terrific.
1997, he was named to the Philadelphia Baseball Wall of Fame. In 1964, in the All-Star Game at Shea Stadium, he hit a game-winning walk-off home run with 2 out in the 9th inning, a 3-run shot to right field to give the National League a 7-4 victory. And it was the only 3rd walk-off home run in the All-Star history, with this former Philly joining Ted Williams and Stan Musial. And it was indeed Johnny Collison. Wow. And Brendan got it right. Wow. We thought we were going to stretch that out to the end of the show, but the man stepped up.
Yeah.
And he knocked it out of the park.
Maybe that's an indication of how things will go in the actual game.
Maybe so. All right,
Put
Brendan,
it away early.
Brendan, hang on the line. We'll get your information. All right, bud?
All right, sounds great. Thank you, guys.
All right, congratulations. And that is how it went. We got to thank our friends at Budweiser, the king of beers, for setting us up with tickets to game number 4. I thought for sure we would go till at least late in the 9 o'clock hour and give those away. But listen,
I tried to keep it as general as possible. I honestly, I thought that they were really vague clues to begin with, and I'm really surprised. I thought it was going to go a lot later.
So his career, here's the all the clues we had lined up. He played with the Phillies.
Yeah.
He was an outfielder. He had a career in the majors the last 16 seasons. He spent most of his career as a right fielder. He played for the Phils for 10 seasons. The next clue was he was an all-star in 3 different seasons. 7th clue was he was inducted into the Philadelphia Sports Hall of Fame. The 8th clue was that he led the National League in triples in 2 different seasons and in doubles once. And the 9th clue was after playing his career with the Phils, he continued to live in our area as a resident in Glenside. And then he was named to the Baseball Wall of Fame in 1997. Unfortunately, he died in 2006. Managed to get this guy some tickets, Brendan.
Think of all the players, and the stories, the history being made right now.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Wow. All right. Well, congratulations, Brendan. You're going to the game tomorrow night.
I envy him.
That is amazing. And looks like we're going to have decent weather tomorrow night.
Yes.
So, hopefully.
And will they allow you to bring your Halloween candy in tomorrow night or no?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
I don't know. But I tell you what, the watching the games Friday and Saturday night, those things went late, man.
They sure did.
They were long games. I had a hard time staying awake just because it was, we get up ridiculously early. And so by the time, I'm like, dude, it's like 12:15 and the game isn't over? Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
it's crazy.
It's a funny video I saw on Instagram of this guy, I guess in the Philadelphia area. His birthday was on Saturday, so at midnight on Friday night, his mom or whoever, they come out with a birthday cake and they start singing Happy Birthday. And they're saying, Happy Birthday to you. And like right at midnight is when JT Real Muto hit the go-ahead home run.
Yeah.
And so in the middle of them singing Happy Birthday, everybody stops and starts cheering.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Oh, my God.
I didn't realize that had happened like right at midnight. But yeah, it was.
Oh, I didn't either. Like at the stroke of midnight? God, it's wild. Wow.
Well, it's going to be so great at midnight. We're going to sing Happy
There'll be
Birthday.
nothing going on.
Right. Well, awesome. Well, congratulations, Brendan. You're going to the game. And thanks to everybody who played along. We thought it would last a little bit longer, but it is what it is.
When you win, you win.
Yeah, thank you to Renzi, by the way. John Renzi, our best bud. He's from Budweiser Penn Beer. He came up with the tickets for us.
Oh, it's a beautiful thing. By the way, you know what else would be great is if one of us won $1 billion.
Yes,
tonight.
it would.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Lottery's up to $1 billion. Powerball lottery's up to $1 billion.
Yeah.
And I saw this story, which was pretty wild. This happened over the weekend. It was a New York Lottery's Take 5 game on Thursday. The same 5 numbers were drawn twice in a single day.
What?
And so if you think that the 1 in 292 million are long odds, for this to happen, for the same 5 numbers to come up twice in the same day, is a 1 in 331 billion chance that would happen.
That's insane.
Like ever, I think, to have those names come up. Unless you're talking about eternity, but 1 in 331 billion chance, and it happened.
Well, what do you say to that? I mean, so
it's astronomical.
Yeah.
But it happens that these weird things can happen from time to time. So the numbers were 18, 21, 30, 35, and 36, and they both were during both the midday and the evening drawings.
It's insane.
It'd be crazier if they were drawn exactly in the same way both times. I mean,
this is still pretty crazy.
Oh, I know. It's really, really crazy. But like if it was, in the exact same order.
Well, I think I've asked you. Do you when you play? Do you play a set number?
I used to. Now I just do.
Just go random.
I just go random.
You too, is Preston?
Yeah, just grab a quick pick.
Do you guys play Nick and Kathy?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I actually want to go downstairs and get them. But what's like I'm like the worst. I don't really, because I don't gamble. I don't know anything about the lottery. I just know when it gets this big, I buy a ticket. What's like the key, like the Powerball number? Do you have to specifically tell them that, or like?
No, you just say, give me $20, play, quick pick, and they'll randomly generate.
And I'm good.
And that
I'm in for
VHS
the
tape.
billion. I'm in for the $1 billion.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. You'll be in for the $1 billion if you do that. So, but yeah, it's insane how much money we're talking about here. and it's insane your chance that you won't win.
If you were to do the annuity, right, instead of just taking the lump sum, because I'm looking at the website, it looks like the lump sum, it's somewhere a little less
$497.
$497, a little less than $500 million. If you took the annuity, is that for 30 years? And how much a year is that for 30 years?
I believe it is 30 years.
Yeah, hold
At
on.
that level, I don't think there's any. Just grab the whole thing.
I know. But if you're thinking like, okay, well,
because the interest on that would be astonishing.
Yeah.
You know?
But so it's 29 years, and then you pay the. But I'm wondering after taxes, how much you end up.
What you would
how much?
net.
How much more than $497 million do you get if you take the annuity?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure. I'd have to talk to somebody who knows what they're talking about.
Yeah, at that level, at that amount of money, I think it becomes
it doesn't matter.
Vague. Yeah. At best, I think maybe on lower amounts, that might make more of a difference.
Yeah. I had a short conversation with myself this morning about what I would do with the money if I won it.
And what did you determine?
I wouldn't give you guys anything.
Yeah. Oh, you're so full of it.
I know.
You would give me $1 million.
I
wouldn't expect anything.
I started running through my mind, who all would benefit from me winning, and it was kind of fun going through that.
So apparently, Casey, and I didn't realize this, if you choose the annuity, the annual payments actually increase by 5% over the years.
Oh.
So the value goes up, and I'm assuming that means that that's how it affects the tax payouts or whatever. I would definitely buy this radio station. if I won that much money, hire Jackson back and we'd be 24/7 again. And I'd buy MMR.
Did you know that the last Powerball jackpot winner was in Pennsylvania?
No.
And that was on August 3rd for $206.9 million.
Wow.
Oh, really? Did they claim it, or do I have a ticket that I haven't claimed that I won that I didn't
You know what?
about?
I don't know, Case. It doesn't say.
I usually, you know what, we would know because I buy mine from either this beer place in Harleysville, or I get them downstairs at Cho's, and I would have heard about
And
that.
they
and then I
know-
would have gone, oh, I need to check my ticket.
They know where it was purchased,
Yes,
right? So they'll
absolutely.
say,
Yeah, because the vendor gets a chunk of money.
Right.
So what on this? Again, we always ask, but these are the questions that arise anytime we get to excessive levels like this. What would a vendor stand to make on the win here?
That's a good question.
It might be just a standard amount.
$10,000, right?
Yeah.
It's not a percentage.
Yes, I don't think it's a percentage, but I always think like if I buy my ticket from and a person hands me, I'm not buying it out of a machine.
Right.
I always in my mind I go, okay, it's Crystal who handed me the ticket because Crystal doesn't get anything.
No,
but I would give Crystal something. I would absolutely make
I don't want your money.
I would change Crystal's life. But Press, I was thinking about this the other day. I kind of feel like every time I buy a Powerball ticket for a giant, from that moment that I buy it until the drawing, I kind of won the Powerball. And I kind of feel that way a little bit,
I know a little bit about what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have it's a license to fantasize a little bit more.
And so for that fantasy, in my mind, I have won. And it's just it's like a little bit of an
and you don't really have to win at all.
No, I mean I would like to, but just for those few hours.
Well, that's what they feed off of.
Yeah.
So what? Again, how much?
Well, okay, so this was back in June. A place in Bucks County sold the ticket. Now, it was only $1 million. Well, I'm saying it wasn't one of the $1 billion ones. It was just $1 million, and the place got $5,000.
Okay.
So I don't know if that changes as, as it increases.
I don't know.
I mean, when the amount is more, the ticket is heavier. So there's a lot more work involved.
Okay. Yeah. So they need to be paid more. Obviously.
I need
Anyway,
10,000 now.
It's today. So, and you know what? I haven't seen anybody organizing any company.
No.
People are slacking.
Entries, which is fine, I think, because when you do that, man, there are some that have dragged on for years of disputes of,
Oh, really?
wait a minute, I wasn't there that day. You
Right.
guys didn't ask me. I didn't get a fair shot at getting in. I want a piece of that.
And they've gone to these elaborate court situations. I think if someone here does win in the studio here, just if you could pay to have the Dunkaccino machine fixed.
Yeah, we'll fix
I
that.
would totally.
That's all
you know
you
what?
want?
That'd be great.
I would.
Is it not working again?
It has been for a while.
It's again
I
dormant.
think it's unplugged.
I would make it gold plated. That's what I would do.
Yeah.
I would do that.
Like Larry Flint's.
Yeah.
Larry Flint's Dunkaccino machine.
Gold plated.
diamond encrusted, gold
Make it
plated.
solid gold if you wanted to.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Maybe it wouldn't break down.
All right. Well, anyway, that's tonight. Just gave you a heads up.
Dare to dream.
Yeah. All right. I noticed a couple things. Yes, I did.
Oh my God!
Out of the blue, the noticers arrived.
Yeah.
I really wasn't anticipating this.
Yeah.
But I noticed the noticers here, noticing for you.
All right.
Across an empty field.
I did.
Down a vacant alley.
And
The
then
noticers here.
the noticers here. So researchers from Japan's Yokohama National University have managed to generate hair follicles, and it could be a breakthrough for those who suffer from hair loss.
Let me ask you something at this point in time.
Yes.
By my reckoning, it appears to me that hair loss, if you have a situation where you are bald and you want it tended to, you can get that done. Where the hair transplants from the back of the head, hair like Rogaine stuff, other things that help accelerate hair growth. There seems to be a whole bunch of stuff available, correct?
Yeah, I don't.
Not like the old plugs that they used to do.
Yeah,
but
I don't think any of it works.
the hair transplant does.
Well, yeah, the hair transplant. But the new thing now that they're doing is they're actually like tattooing the head so that it's shaded, so it looks like there. So if it's more for thinning than balding.
All right.
But so it looks like there's a little more volume than there actually is.
Damn, but what if your hair keeps on thinning?
And you have this
and then you
patch
got
of
this
tattoos.
Yeah, that'd be
Well,
kind
it
of
looks like
strange.
It's going to look like it's going to look like Sicily.
I've seen it, and it looks like it's almost the whole thing is colored. Like it's not like.
Why is there a
how
map on your head?
How they do the eyebrows, like they almost put like streaks in it, so it looks like it's different hair follicles. This sort of looks like it's an overall coloring.
So they're putting tons and tons of little dots that give you the perception of
Right, I think, yeah.
so that you have sort of a real shaved down look.
Yeah, almost 5 o'clock shadow.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
No, I'm not bald.
So they are. So apparently they've managed to actually generate hair follicles. So follicles, I've always heard of when that's gone.
The only problem is it's on your teeth.
The researchers used embryonic cells from rodents to create the follicles.
Hey, rat hair. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
You like that, ladies? Why don't you run your fingers through my rat hair?
You're gonna have rat hair.
Oh my God, his hair is so ratty. It's even got fleas in it, like before the
course.
bubonic plague.
They said, according
It's
to
wiry and his tail is so thin.
the study author, said we were able to increase the probability of hair formation from less than 1%, 1 out of 300 cell aggregates at the beginning of the research to almost 100%.
Okay, so do they have a whole bunch of hairy rats walking around?
Maybe. This research could help in figuring out why hair loss, gray hairs, and pigment changes color. But it's apparently a big step forward.
It's your mother's side that determines your.
I think so.
That's what they say. But I have 2 brothers, and one is
Is your mother bald?
No. She's got a full head of hair.
Okay.
My dad was. My older brother, he shaved his head down because he was bald. Me and my younger brother basically have the same type of head of hair. So I don't really know.
At this point, you would have seen, and I think you're going to ride it all the way out with a full head of hair. You too, Preston, Nick, Kathy.
I'm definitely I've had spots that are coming up higher on my forehead or the corners, but I'm never going to bald. You know what I mean? So, but anyhow, they've made some big strides forward.
And Nick, you because you have a gigantic full head of hair, and it was not a big head. That was not a big head joke. It was not.
I've heard him. You're good,
but it wasn't a big head joke. You have a full head of hair, like not thinning at all. Your brother's the same way.
Josh is my youngest brother's balding a little bit, but my grandfather on my mother's side had a full head of hair until he passed away. So maybe there's some merit to it. I don't know, but yeah, I'm never gonna go bald.
All right. I saw this other thing. I noticed this other thing. I didn't see it. I noticed it.
Okay.
Which I think you guys will enjoy. The female erogenous zone.
Yes.
Which we'll nickname the Dolores.
The Dolores.
Contains over 10,000 nerve endings, according to a new study. Yes, way more than they thought it would have.
So, is that equivalent to the head of the pornis?
No.
It does not. The story that I read does not compare sexual organs to male and female.
Well, I'd heard because you remember with the taint tattoo,
Yes.
that was so painful because of the amount of nerve endings that were down there.
That is a nerve bundle down there in the taint area.
Research from the Oregon Health and Science University have completed the first known count of nerves in the, quote, pleasure button, it says.
He just had his button pushed.
Dr. Blair Peters said that it's starting to think about more than 10,000 nerve fibers being concentrated in something as small, it's startling.
Okay.
To think about more than 10,000 nerve fibers being concentrated in something as small as the Dolores.
Right.
Most of the organ is located internally, including the dorsal nerve, which is shaped like a wishbone.
Oh, yeah.
And they said that missionary position is best for someone to reach that moment.
The Dolores.
As it allows for the most blood flow in that area. But that position is, best for having someone be as satisfied as possible in a sexual
So is that in the human body the highest concentration of nerve endings?
It's a good question. I would guess that would have to be. Like,
Right?
where else would be more sensitive than something like that?
How about the blanus?
I don't know.
I
about
guess
the
we could just
blanus.
say
You can say anus, yeah. You know what I found strange to think about this, because they had mentioned that a portion of this is located internally.
Right.
Is that like our internal organs have no pain receptors in there? Like,
right.
There's no, like, if your guts were to fall out, other than the pain of
the skin being ripped
around
up,
there,
yeah.
like you could touch that and wouldn't feel anything. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Let's try it out right now.
Let's do it right now. Let's disembowel someone and see if they feel it.
Yeah. But apparently 10,000 nerve fibers.
Okay,
10,000.
10,000
nerve fibers.
All right, so real quick though, when you have like a painful gas in your abdomen, where's that pain coming from? So if you're saying your internal organs don't have any receptors.
Maybe I'm speaking out of turn.
Well, no,
That's a good
because
question.
I feel like I've heard that same thing. But is that pressure that you're feeling? Is that?
Yeah, because that can hurt. That can be very,
absolutely.
very painful. I may be way off base here, but I thought I had heard that we don't have.
So that like, in other words, if there was an incision, if you were to swallow something and something were to perforate your lung internally somehow.
Well, that would hurt, right? Yeah.
Would it?
I know.
That would hurt a lot.
Do we know that?
Maybe I'm okay.
Well, what if
I'm
you
rethinking
hold-
my answer now.
What if you hold your Dolores to a belt sander? That would hurt.
I don't know. I've seen some ladies that it probably feels good. Nick, what are you looking up here?
I don't even know anymore, but I think I'm trying to find most nerve receptors in the human body. Steve, the general answer to your question is the skin.
Yes.
Which makes sense. but
Right.
It's
the largest organ, right?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
So, but I'll look internal organs.
Okay.
Okay. And look under Wurlitzer organs just for the hell of it. They were great, weren't they?
They were fun. It's like the one touch,
yeah.
the one finger organ. We'll play the rhythm and everything. And all that. Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Maybe that's not a Wurlitzer. I don't know. My uncle had one of those.
Or like a Casio.
And I was a kid. It was so much fun.
Gee, Dad, it's a Wurlitzer.
Visceral pain occurs when pain receptors in the pelvis, abdomen, chest, or intestine are activated. We experience it when our internal organs and tissues are damaged or injured. Okay.
So how does it happen again?
I'm wrong. Visceral pain is vague, not localized, and not well understood or clearly defined. It often feels like a deep squeeze, pressure, or aching. Do you guys ever have, so when I've had what I deem to be like a muscle pain or some type of joint pain or something like that, I can't really tell exactly where it is.
Yeah.
And I have a hard time imparting that to a doctor or something. I'm like, I think it's here, but I also kind of feel it back here. And it's just, it pisses me off. I wish I could say exactly where the pain is. Like my knees, I don't have much flexibility in my knees because I get a pain if they're bent too much. But it's just in there somewhere. I can't tell you exactly where in my knee it is.
I can locate it for the most part. I've never, but I could very well be wrong when I'm locating it.
I had one of those pains. I was going to bed a week or so ago, and it felt like I was having a heart attack. I was clearly not having, and I knew at the moment that I was not having a heart attack.
Was it gas?
Yeah, I'm sure that it was. But it was like as I lied down on the bed, and like it was right where my heart is. And I'm like, oh, do I have to fart? And then it turns out
that's all
I tell you what,
need.
though, there is the medicinal fart makes a big difference.
It does. All right. Well, of course, we speak about medical conditions. Dr. Mike Sirigliano. from Fox 29 and Penn Medicine is on the line. Hey, Dr. Mike.
I never know what I'm going to hear. And, I have a patient getting ready for me to examine them, and I hear this. So why do you think, Preston, you had propofol when you had your colonoscopy?
Because it
Not
hurts?
because it just, it's painful, man.
Okay.
And if you mess with your intestines, and you can have significant amounts of pain, and so that's why we give propofol to sedate people. I've only had one patient in 30 years that ever was able to have a colonoscopy without any kind of anesthesia, and that was a manly man, because you can really have pain with
All right,
that.
so I was way off base saying that we don't have pain receptors in our internal organs.
Well, you're not off base. It's just not correct.
You're not wrong. You're just incorrect.
You're just incorrect.
And Nick, so was the pain up near your heart? Was it up there? Okay. So remember, I think a couple of weeks ago we talked about swallowing pills before you go to bed without enough water.
Right.
Sometimes you can have esophagitis, where you have inflammation of the esophagus that can mimic a heart attack, and that can be really, really painful. Now, do you have a lot of gaseousness?
No, and it was temporary. It only lasted less than a minute, but it was pronounced, and while it lasted, I was like, "Oh, this sucks." But I figured, that it was going to pass pretty quickly.
Yeah. Well, again, you just have to be careful with pills and things like that, because that can really mimic a heart attack. And sometimes when you go into the emergency room, if it turns out you're not having a heart attack or a heart problem, they'll give you what's called a GI cocktail, and that is something to kind of calm your esophagus and your stomach down. And you can also have stomach ulcers and gastritis that can cause pain. So you have nerve receptors all over the place.
Mike, when I was a kid, I had appendicitis. I was 14 years old, and that might have been the most pain that I've ever experienced, like internally. Where does that pain come from?
Well, not only do you have nerve receptors and nerves in the intestine itself, but when you have appendicitis, that is inflammation, and it can lead to a lot of unhappiness around the appendix. In fact, if it perforates, you can have development of an abscess and peritonitis, which is really, really, really not good and really, really painful.
Interesting. So Preston stands corrected on the internal pain thing. Is it a more so you get say a cut on your arm, the exterior? It's perhaps more easy to locate exactly where that is. Is it a more generalized pain when it's internal?
Well, that's why we do things like CAT scans.
Right.
So the typical scenario, someone comes in with abdominal pain, and I was taught, and I teach medical students, that abdominal pain is like chest pain. You can't fool around with it. It could be diverticulitis. That's where you have an inflammation and perhaps an infection in the intestinal wall.
Right.
You could have appendicitis. You could have gallbladder problems. I mean, it goes on and on and on. But the CAT scan is basically the way to discern where it's coming from.
Okay.
All right.
There we go.
So there you go.
You can always count on you, Doc. Thank you as always, sir.
No, I love you guys.
We love you.
Love you.
Dr. Mike Suriela. Happy Halloween, by the way, Dr. Mike.
Oh, thank you. Happy Halloween.
Right.
Yes, Steve and I have a special bond over here.
We do.
Yes,
In fact,
do.
your creatures are up all around the house right now, Mike.
I love it.
Love ya. All right, see you, Dr. Mike Surigliano. Yeah, he's like way into animatronic statues, essentially, or figures.
6 foot, 6.5 foot. I have about 8 or 9 of them in my basement now, and Jason is in the front of the house.
He gave us, who was the one that used to stand behind
Hannibal
us?
Lecter.
Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah.
Where is that?
I don't know.
In the closet.
Oh,
Here.
Is Hannibal Lecter's in the
He's
closet?
gay, yeah.
Can we break him out? I mean, it's Halloween.
No, we don't have to.
What?
I think he should be.
All right. Well, anyhow, that's all I have time to notice because we have other things to get to. So we're going to take a break. We will come back in just a moment. And we have, don't forget, we gave away those tickets already, but we're still excited that we have beautiful weather. Well,
Yes.
it might get a little bit rainy.
That'll be fine.
You know, I'm going to second guess everything I've said so far. We're going to take a break and we'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
You're a lot better now. So much. Although Connery was his favorite, and Roger Moore did a whole lot of those movies, but I still think he's got a huge fascination with James Bond.
All right.
Yep.
Nick?
Yeah, Marissa, your answer made me think twice, but I'm going to go with my gut, and I'm going to go with James Bond as well.
All right.
Kathy?
I just said overall Marvel.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
So Steve, the answer is
James Bond.
there you go. Yes. What is your fascination with Bond?
Since Bond, my father took me to Dr. No when it came out when I was just super young, and there have been many movie franchises, consistent franchises that have influenced my life, but Bond has been, marathon after marathon after marathon has been just at the core of my life.
Favorite Bond
Batman
movie?
is my... Whoa. Okay, so the one that is the quintessential is probably considered Goldfinger.
Yeah.
So, yeah. My favorite Connery's my favorite Bond, followed by Daniel Craig, followed by...
Daniel Craig, really?
Right, followed by George Lazenby and Roger Moore. Roger Moore has two good Bonds, would be three, Live and Let Die, For Your Eyes Only, and Spy Who Loved Me. And Timothy Dalton. They're all good. They're all good.
Yeah, all right. So where are we here now?
Casey.
Whoever you want to go to.
Casey.
All right.
All right.
We're going to do the list of show legends regarding Casey is long, and in many cases embellished, including things such as him saying bubble scubosis instead of multiple sclerosis and being terrified of his home thermostat. This is the first time I'm reading this.
I never said multiple scubosis.
That's it. It's a saying. It's a false legend.
Which embellished legend about Casey will he say he would love to have go away once and for all? 15 seconds. What embellished legend about Casey will he say he wants to go away and never brought up ever again?
I predict everybody is going to get this one. This is going to be a 5 for
find out about
5
this
here.
We're going to start with Steve.
There's even in writing this question, I knew it might be a gimme, but we had to go with it just to give Casey the chance to dispel some rumors about himself, including bubbable scubosis and his thermostat. Ranch dressing.
What is it?
His love of ranch dressing.
Ranch dressing. Okay, very good. Kathy.
Yep, love of ranch dressing on pizza, all ranch dressing. He loves it.
Nick?
Ranch dressing.
Oh, my, this is me. Marissa?
Because he didn't invent it, ranch dressing.
Preston.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's unanimous.
And we will go to the gentleman himself.
It's not my go-to, okay, guys? It's not my favorite dressing.
What is it about ranch dressing that you like?
It is actually pretty yummy with pizza.
Do you have the isolated audio of just you freaking out anywhere, Kay, so we could play it for Mark, just so he has an idea?
I don't know. You know what?
We don't have to play the whole thing.
The crowd loves that idea, Preston.
See if wait, hang on a second. It's recording. All right.
Yeah, why did that happen?
Yeah, there was a moment on the show where we brought up the fact that Casey was dipping his pizza in ranch dressing.
Thank God it was a pizza.
And yes,
there was a question as to whether that was calorically wise.
Yeah, here we go.
Can I make a suggestion without being insulting?
Yes.
Try pizza without ranch dressing.
Listen, you a-holes, when was the last time you saw me with ranch dressing?
Okay, can I jump?
And by the way, I don't always eat pizza with ranch dressing! I didn't invent it! It is something that I tried, like, within the last year! All right?
Okay.
Drop the friggin' ranch dressing! Drop it!
I will say this. I have seen you eat pizza at last 6 or 7 times.
Hear a little bit more of this.
Without dressing.
Did you say 6 or 7 times?
Well, I have not seen him have dressing on his pizza in quite a while.
And it's not something I invented. It was like I tried it because I saw a girl with a nice frame. As a matter of fact, trying to like ranch dressing on your pizza. All right, I'll try it. And then I did it like 6 times. And next thing you know, I'm making ranch dressing pizza sandwiches or something. Shut up!
It's still just as funny.
Oh, my. I've never
all-time-
heard you so whacked.
Can I get a point for that easy question?
One of my all-time favorite moments on the show.
We need to move on. In many ways, Casey is sort of an ongoing lab experiment producing flatulence at an alarming rate. Who will Casey say is the one show member he takes the most joy farting in front of?
Oh, my
Joy?
God.
The most
Joy. And you don't end a sentence with a preposition, by the way. But who does he enjoy farting in front of the most? Gee whiz.
All right.
Got
I'm
it down there?
I'm
You're
good.
in? Everybody's in? We're going to start with you, Preston.
Now, initially I was going to say me, but I don't think that happens anymore because I'm disgusted by it.
Yeah.
It bugs me, and he will do it sometimes in front of guests that we have in here. Out loud.
It's the
and I'm
ranch
like,
dressing.
dude, come on, stop it. And oh my God, Mark, some of them are just deadly. But I think he gets a kick out of actually doing it in front of Kathy more than anybody else. I think he finds that funny, but that's my guess.
Marissa.
That was my initial guess, Preston, was Kathy, but I thought he actually, like, deep down gets embarrassed to do it in front of Kathy. He knows I get mad at him when it happens on his way into the studio, so I figured the only person that might giggle at it was Preston.
Okay.
Okay. Nick.
I think because it pisses her off so much that he's going to go with Kathy.
And Kathy.
It's so disgusting. It's so awful. Yes, he does do it when there's guests in the studio.
No, he doesn't.
It's the worst smelling thing ever. It's awful. It's so stupid. It's childish. I hate every second of it. But I think that he gets a kick out of Preston's response at how angry it makes me. So I went with Preston.
Oh, there's an interesting look at it. Steve?
I'm going to echo Kathy's sentiment and say Preston. Yeah.
All right, Casey.
I will have to say, because he's not an official member of the show, but an honorable mention goes to Chuck. I mean, if he were going to be a part of this, I would say Chuck D'Amico, because Chuck...
He laughs at you.
He loves this. He says that my farts have personality, and they do. But I absolutely love farting in front of Preston.
I would have thought Kathy.
Yeah, no.
Kathy.
Even like when he gets mad, like when they're like silent ones, sometimes I sit there and I just wait for him to smell it.
Well, I'll just
sit next to each other.
So Mark will be sitting here, and I'll see Preston start to go.
Sometimes, I have Lysol back here.
Oh, my.
And Preston will just be in the middle of talking, and there'll just be a little...
just hear that. Oh, my God. I'm learning more about this show.
I really do go into like other rooms. If we have guests in the studio...
You've gotten better.
Yeah.
You've gotten better. What are the totals of the points
I can't remember who answered Preston on that one.
Steve did.
I did.
And Kathy and
me.
Marissa.
Kathy.
Yes.
All right, so Marissa's now in the lead.
4.
With 4. Steve's got 3, Kathy's got 3, Nick's got 3.
Wow.
Yeah.
Kathy is our next subject.
All right.
It's not a stretch of the imagination to say that if Kathy Romano had written the musical Rent, we would not be singing Seasons of Love and instead would be singing Seasons of Activities.
Yes.
Fall, winter, spring, or summer, which season will Kathy say yields her favorite time-killing, energy-sucking activities?
Oh.
I got it.
That's a great question.
Yep. Will Kathy say yields her favorite time-killing, energy-sucking activities? Is it winter, spring, summer, or fall?
Okay.
And we're going to start with Steve.
This is sort of a tough one, but I know that Kathy and I share a lot of the similar loves of the various holidays. And now while Christmas is a
Why
money...
you should have saved me on that ship.
Christmas is a money shot. I think, though, the stuff that happens around fall, between Thanksgiving and Halloween...
Oh, all that stuff.
Yeah, all
Okay,
that
got it.
stuff, and all of the access to it is
And with an
something-
8-year-old, you're busy doing. Yeah, I got it.
Right.
Okay,
and,
Nick.
all that stuff.
Yeah, I think just because I think it's your favorite time of year that you love the season itself that I went with fall as well.
Ah.
Fall activities.
Marissa.
Because they're so universal, they happen inside and outside, and I'm pretty sure it was your very first list. I'm guessing that. I went fall.
Fall activities.
Preston.
I'll just hit this. Yes.
And Casey.
I'll just hit this.
Fall activities.
And we'll go to Kathy and find out that the answer is.
So although summer is my favorite time of year, I get depressed when summer is over, and the way I get over my depression is through fall activities.
Everybody wins on that one. Wow, that's good.
Cool.
On the second question about Kathy on the Preston and Steve Show, Kathy is often playfully painted as a somewhat asexual being who thinks foreplay is laying down a protective tarp. Remind me to tell you Dr. Ruth's story a little bit later. That said, what will Kathy say is an appropriate amount of time for a woman to wait before getting intimate in a new relationship? While we're looking for a closet in weeks.
Marissa and I are going to differ.
This is Kathy. We will allow your answer to be in years.
So we're looking for weeks.
Yeah. Weeks? The closest in weeks. Yeah, we're looking for closest in weeks. This is Kathy.
Hold on, I need a calculator.
Well, yeah. So what will Kathy say is an appropriate amount of time for a woman to wait before getting intimate in a new relationship?
All right.
All right. People are writing their answers down. You're in? Well, I don't think so. Casey.
Okay. This is a really, really tough one. I don't think you're as prudish as one would think. But like first date, 1 week, no. 2 week, no. 3 weeks, no. 4 weeks, I think is a nice, safe assumption.
All right, Casey says
about
4
a
weeks.
month.
About a month. Marissa.
I said that Kathy would approve of holding hands after 3 months.
Whoa.
Wow.
12 weeks.
Oh, Preston.
I think she's more of a slut than we believe she is. And I'd say Kathy would be cool. That maybe not for herself, but if she were to give advice, I'd say 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
That's a short one, yeah.
All right. Steve?
I agreed with Casey, and I think 4 weeks seems about right.
Okay. Nick?
First of all, I can't wait to hear that Dr. Ruth story. And then, second of all, I went with 3 weeks.
All right. It's all over the board.
Wow.
Kathy, are you a prude?
Okay, so I'm going to go initially with when I read this question, what my answer was going to be. And the question is going from one relationship to the next, how long you should wait in between, correct?
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was after the first date.
After the
how long
first
to have sex?
Well,
intimate, yeah.
date, before getting intimate with someone.
Okay, so you meet somebody, how long will it take before you...
Right.
Yeah, as they used to say, make whoopee.
Oh, all right. Okay. So from the first date. All right, then I need to rethink this because if it was from one relationship to another, I was going to say 24 weeks, 6 months.
Okay.
But I'm going to say, after the first date, and I forget what everybody said, but I'm going to say 4 weeks.
Wow.
All right, so point each.
All right, Steve, you are now tied with Marissa at 5.
All right.
I have 3. Kathy has 3. Preston has 3. And Nick has 4 going into the... Oh, Nick, you are stuck with 4.
I'm done.
You're done.
That's right, because Nick is going to... Wait,
we have Marissa as well.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Okay, so there's still a chance for everybody.
We'll do Nick. A penny saved is a penny earned is more than just a maxim. It's also what you whisper in Nick's ear to make him horny. And while we kid Nick about his frugal way of life, who will he say is the next cheapest person on the show? So Nick being the cheapest, who would be the next cheapest human on the show?
Who
15
will Nick
seconds.
say? Yes.
Yeah, Nick will say this person is the next
I got
cheapest.
this one.
You got this one?
Yeah,
we'll start with you then, Preston.
I think that that somebody who knows a good bargain and is the queen of returns would absolutely look, and she looks for coupons all the time. She looks for special deals. It's got to be Kathy.
Got to be Kathy.
Got to be Kathy.
My wife's the same way.
Yep.
All right, Casey.
When you said Queen of Returns, I was so relieved that you didn't say me. But I was thinking the same exact thing. She never pays for shipping. Yeah, so Kathy Romano. No doubt.
Okay. Marissa?
I actually think that Casey's family is just, I think your wife is the same, and I think your family, and I think it bleeds onto you a little bit. So I'd say Casey.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, in a good way. All great ways.
Kathy?
Oh, okay. So I did not think of myself. I don't think of myself as cheap, although I love a coupon and don't like to pay for shipping. I won't not buy it if I don't find the coupon.
Really?
Yeah, and just because.
But you like quality too, though.
Yes,
so,
and I like quality items as well. I went with Preston because I believe that Nick and Preston, when we talk about tipping conversations, they always have a similar opinion. So so I went with Preston.
Okay. And what is, just briefly, what is your tipping deal?
Just that Steve always goes over the top, and they'll do like the standard tip, like what's listed, and and not really go over.
Tip based on performance, not just
Right.
Steve is going to tip over tip no matter what.
I always over tip. I always do. Steve.
So, and for that reason, because Preston is not cheap at all, but, we have those conversations on air. And when we talk about the tipping, those two will take that angle. And so I said Preston.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Nick, survey says.
Well, it turns out that Kathy and Steve are right. I went with Preston.
Oh, wow.
And it was because of the way that we think about stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And because you're kind of cheap.
He's very generous.
Just joking.
You
Relax.
see my bill from the vacation I just took?
Yeah.
Do you hate it when they include the tip without asking you?
No.
That doesn't bother you?
That doesn't bother me. In fact, added gratuities I'm fine with. But if I did get service that was not good, I think that it reflects on the tip. I mean, absolutely.
Do you talk to the server and say this is why?
No.
Never done that.
I can't tell you the last time that I had really bad service and I left anything less than 20%.
Okay.
But I mean, but I usually 20% is about right for me. So
okay. Okay. Second question about Nick. Anyone who knows Nick knows his passion for music and his love of
93.3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. It was in 2009 that our buddy Don McCloskey and his buddies came up with a song called. What was it called?
Unstoppable.
Unstoppable.
Gorilla
I almost said, ain't no stopping us now.
Well, yeah, it's different.
Ain't no stopping us now. We're on the move.
2008, right?
Unstoppable was it 2008?
Yeah. No, I think it was 2009 because he references something about Chase. You know why I know it was 2009? I'm sorry, because they have the Harry Callis call of the World Series win from 2008.
There you go.
Oh.
Yeah.
So anyway,
okay. I thought it was a good luck charm for 2008, and it wasn't. Okay.
It referenced 2008, which was great.
Yes, no, you're right.
You thought it was a good luck for charm for 2008, but it wasn't?
Well, no, because it wasn't in 2008.
Right.
And then if he made it in 2009, that's when we lost in the World Series to the Yankees.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Yeah, but that was an odd year. This is an even year.
Oh.
Yay!
Okay.
Casey and the superstitions.
I'm sorry. I have a problem, okay? But I don't, like you guys.
There's a reason that Casey didn't wear a costume today.
Yes.
Oh, why?
Because I wore a costume on Saturday night and the
then
Phillies
you
lost.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've worn the same shirt. I've been lucky enough to go to 3 postseason games. I've worn the same shirt to all 3 postseason games.
Wins?
And they've won all of them.
Yeah.
I'll be wearing that damn shirt tonight.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
So anyway, he had said Don McCloskey had come up with the song Unstoppable, which was a really cool tune.
Yes.
I did like it a lot. We bark and we bite. Light up the skyline in Philly tonight. There's just no stopping us. I think you say Webster Papadopoulos that as well. So they have an updated version of it.
Okay.
So let's play some of this.
Let's give a listen.
And check this. Little Harry in
Love
there.
it.
Love that. Nice. Don McCloskey and company with Unstoppable, the updated version in 2022. Sweet.
Every song like that should have horns, like an entire horn section.
Like Safe Flight Repair.
Yes.
That's what it should.
They have a horn section in
They
that?
should have it.
Yeah, you're right. They should put a
Safe Flight Repair.
Safe Flight Replace. There you go. There's your horn.
Thank you. It's much
Wait, let's do
better.
it again, Case. Wait. 3, 2, 1. Safe Flight Repair. Safe Flight Replace.
Different horn.
I like the other one.
Yeah, okay, let's
All
try
right,
it again
Or
then.
you could try a really big horn.
Yeah,
All right,
Try
wait.
that. Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Safe Flight Repair. Safe Flight Replace. Horns just make it better.
Yep,
Yeah.
they do.
No, you're probably right.
Yes, they do. All right. So, yes, with the excitement around the game tonight, compounded with Halloween being on the
yes.
same evening.
Monday night.
There's a lot going on Monday. It's a
Just
Monday.
Mondays in general.
Just ready to tear it up on a Monday night.
Monday night, you got obligations tomorrow that really impede your ability to enjoy any of it.
I know, man. Listen, and with all this, with the game tonight, with it being Halloween as well, the Camp Out for Hunger starts a week from today. We have our food trucks and fireworks next Wednesday as well. We're prepping and getting ready for all this stuff. And with the looming potential that you never know, a parade could happen down in that area. And our engineering staff trying to get all of the things, all of the stuff, all the hardware there and set up and ready to go. This is going to be a tough week, man, as far as lack of sleep and just all that stuff.
Listen, it's simultaneously, the promise is exciting and amazing.
These are good problems to have.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But it is, it's a little bit more jarring this time. A, the 25th anniversary of the Camp Out for Hunger.
Yeah.
B, back to full camp out.
Yeah.
And then some.
Yeah.
So we have that. Sunday, Burger Brawl and the Fill-It Trunk, a car show and big donation for the Camp Out for Hunger. That's all happening in the same area as the Camp Out site is. So all that'll be going on. Casey, you and I are going to be there for that. Roll right into, and then what is it? Daylight savings time, right? We're getting back.
Or at least we get an hour.
We get an hour.
Will actually help a tiny bit because daylight savings time is on Sunday.
Yes.
Or it's Sunday morning officially, like 2:00 in the morning, whenever it happens.
So we're putting together a lot of prep and stuff for next week, but it will be so wild just to see everything reinvigorated to the level it's going to be, and then, as you said, the potential of a big event taking place there. Wow. We don't want to jinx it, but Jesus, it'd be one for the history books. Yeah. It already is at 25 years.
Yeah. Oh my God.
By the way, can we mention the thing that we're doing Monday morning with some former friends of ours?
Yeah, I would absolutely. Yeah.
So there's a really cool thing. It was Marissa's idea. She figured that it's 25th anniversary of this event taking place.
Yeah.
So to commemorate that, because our first Camp Out for Hunger was when we worked at a station. If you're not familiar, if you are, great. But it was called Y100, Alternative Rock Station here in Philadelphia. And so on Monday, we are going to have former members of the Y100 staff join us there for a kind of a small reunion.
Right.
And so we're hoping to get most everybody that you would know from the airwaves of our time there anyhow, back to join us on Monday morning, kind of reminisce a little bit about
cool.
that.
It's cool.
Yeah. And so we need to put pressure on Bill Weston right now to allow Matt Cord to join us. Because he'll be on the air. He's
Matt did afternoons
at
Y100. And if we could get Matt to come down for a little bit, that'd be great. Are there names we can mention already?
I would mention all of them if you want.
I don't know all of them. Well, I know that. What about Brett? Is he coming?
So Brett is almost a game time decision because he works at QVC and his schedule is so kind of out there, and so he's got to be fluid with that. But
we got to get Brett Hamilton.
But if Brett can be there, he will be there. But Brett, hopefully Matt Cord. Leanne Curtis is going to be there.
Leanne Curtis.
Very nice.
Nights at Y100.
I love her.
Yeah. Oh, my God. She was the best.
Yeah.
It's so much fun. Because when I started there, I did afternoons, so she would come on when I was done.
Yeah.
I saw Leanne every day, which was great.
And she's bringing a golf cart with her.
A golf cart.
Awesome. We're finally getting our golf cart.
She needs to bring her barbecue chicken pizza, too. Leanne used to bring treats in to us. Which was great. Yeah.
Wow.
And every now and then when we'd have a jock meeting, she'd show up in curlers, which was hilarious. I don't know why, but I love that gal, and I'm looking forward to seeing her again.
But Jim McGuinn's actually going to be there.
Nice.
Yeah.
Our former program director, Jim McGuinn, who's back in Philadelphia working again. That's awesome.
So Jim will be there. Promotions directors, Kelly Gross, Kristen Miller, Patrick Schmidt is coming down from Brooklyn.
Wow. So the whole collective.
Monkey Boy's going to try and make it.
Still working with Jenny?
I don't know. Yes.
Okay. All right, we'll find out.
What about Marilyn Russell?
Marilyn is living in Arizona. And
she's a prospector.
She is a prospector. It's not going too well over there for her right now with the prospecting, but she was going to try. She may send Matthew in her stead.
Okay. Right. Her son Matthew.
Yes.
Who's awesome. I just texted him the other day. So.
Josh T. Landau. John Vaughn is hopefully going to make it. John's, he's working.
Well, that's a whole collective. That's huge.
Yeah.
That's much bigger than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there were, as you know.
Yeah.
Takes a village.
It takes a village, and they all help put on in their everyone's way. The first years of the Camp Out for Hunger, which has now become this huge thing. It's a little bit of nostalgia.
Yeah, who I didn't ask about was Doug Kubinski. I'd love to see Doug Kubinski. He was our assistant program director.
Yeah. Anybody.
But so that's going to be on Monday morning. That's going to kick everything off on Monday morning.
I love that. Yeah.
How about the janitor, Fee?
Oh my God, Fee! I forgot about him. That was his name.
What about Jose?
What about Jose? Yeah.
Yep, Jose was a Y100 guy as well. There's a bunch of people.
Yeah.
So we can get the gang together for that, and that'll be Monday morning. So if you want to reminisce a little bit and be there for that, we would love to have you. And by the way, This Camp Out for Hunger is wide open, so feel free. We're not limiting the numbers as we have in the past because of COVID and everything. So if you want to come down, you want to watch the show live and be there as this is all taking place. And don't forget, we have live bands every day.
The bands are back
in the morning, and we will, you never know what's going to happen at that event. Sometimes people just show up and they hop on the air that, celebrity guests that we didn't know about will come by.
And if you were there those years in the Adams Mark Hotel and all the way back to then, and then if you've never been down, come on down and see what all the hubbub's about.
Yeah.
Because I think we all need this.
Yeah, this is the year to do it. So it's 1 week from today. Food trucks and fireworks taking place on Wednesday night.
Yeah.
Special guests throughout the week. Yeah, cool stuff.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
Yeah, Marilyn, actually, she did say that she is going to try to make it.
All right.
She said, I'm going to try to make it work to be there because I miss and adore you all.
Aw.
Yeah.
That would be the best.
I'm so nervous about this thing.
About Camp Out?
Yeah.
I am too.
Because
every year it happens, most definitely leading up to it. Are we ready? Do we have everything in place? What are donations going to be like this year?
There's always the case.
There's so many questions. What's the weather going to be like? There's a lot of varying factors, and I never feel ready for it. There's been a couple of years where I'm like, all right, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ready to go this year. And there are other years that it's like, like this, the past 2 weeks, leading up to last week, I had Rochelle's birthday. I was focused on that, trying to get everything in place for that. And we had friends coming in from out of town. And now you have the World Series and Halloween and all these things. And all this stuff has gotten, all jammed up together.
It's all on the bio.
So this year, I feel behind. I'm going to try to use the rest of this week to get into it. But I mean, I'm lucky enough to where I'm going to the game Wednesday night with a friend, and so that's going to eat up a lot of time. So I've got that going, but I'm just trying to keep my eye on the ball with Camp Out next week, having this ready to go. But we'll see, man.
I was supposed to start in Guys and Dolls on Thursday.
Oh, no. My God.
And I have to blow it off.
Are you not gonna,
Yeah.
You have an understudy. At least,
Yeah,
right?
I do.
Oh, thank God. Yeah.
But sorry, Broadway.
Well, my daughter is in and so that's all this week right now. She's in Tech Week. She's in a play that starts on Friday night. And so, there's just a lot going on in my
So
household.
she won't be part of the Camp Out.
No, she's not going to. But, I mean, when that happens, I have to be there as well.
No, that's right.
Yeah.
Kathy, how do you feel about this year?
I'm okay with it. I just don't want to get sick.
I know, right?
That's all I think about every year.
No,
is
you missed a
getting sick.
year. Though I felt like you were still there because you were on a big screen right across from me, which is kind of pretty cool.
Like a giant
Like
screen.
a giant Kathy, like big Kathy's watching.
And that turned out to be, that was like, right towards or in the midst of COVID when everybody was contact tracing and all of that. And the girl that does my hair tested positive the day after she did my hair, and it was right before Camp Out.
You know what, though? The whole mindset was, regardless, we're going to do it. And I'm so glad we did it and did it down there, no matter how things were, we were able to pull it off. Everyone put in a lot of work because, not missing a year. In times where we thought, we're going to get devastated, we had some of our biggest years ever.
Well, yeah.
So, again, that's why this year is... we're coming back to old ways and then new ways. Some new tech we're going to employ that's going to make things, much different. So we'll see how it goes.
I mean, no matter what, Philadelphia is an awesome city. And,
yes.
And by Philadelphia, I mean the entire Delaware Valley. And so they rally every single year. I've never been sick for Camp Out, but I do remember my in-laws used to always have a Christmas party and was always the Friday of Camp Out.
Seriously?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
And 1 year, I didn't get sick for Camp Out, but on Friday, I came down with something, and I'm at this Christmas party, and I'm sitting in a chair in the corner of this living room, just shivering. I was like, this is the worst.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
I'm not doing this anymore.
I've had it at least twice that I've gotten really sick during Camp Out.
Last year.
Sucks. Yeah, last year was horrible.
I showed up to the party of male pattern baldness. When I
it was that year?
Oh my God.
For those who may not know, and this was... we were at MMR. Yeah, we were at MMR when Casey did this. He had, as a gift...
Oh my God.
As a gift to me, he shaved his head into the male pattern baldness. So essentially the big bald spot on top, the hair there on the sides, and he left his baseball hat on, and at some point he took it off to reveal. It was. I still contend it was the greatest Christmas gift I've ever gotten from anybody ever because it was. We're looking at a picture of it. It was just the best ever. So you're sweating, freezing cold at a Christmas party with that hairdo, and he had a mustache too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Dr. Phil.
I mean, there must have been people there.
Thinking?
Oh my!
There must have been people there who didn't know, right? So like they walk into the party. There's Casey shivering.
Looks horrible.
What's wrong with Casey this year? Is he okay? I think he's balding and he looks like he's ill.
Wow. All right. Somebody has a question for you, Casey, as far as superstitions go. It says, question. I've worn my Hoskins jersey most of the playoffs, was working one game, so didn't wear it when we lost. I'm 10-2 with the jersey on. Do I wear it tonight or do I change it up since we lost on Saturday?
No, you got to wear it tonight. What kind of question is that?
Yeah, it's a home game.
Odds 10-2.
Right. Yeah.
Wear it.
Yeah, wear it.
But he just feels bad that a playoff game was lost while he was wearing it.
The odds are better in it. If you're talking about the science of the whole thing, it would suggest that the data seems to indicate that the shirt will guarantee a win.
Should we take some calls and see if anybody wants to ask Casey superstition advice on the game tonight? 215-263 WMMR.
I mean, this is how bad it is. So you guys know I get my nails done, my toenails, and so I had my Eagles green toenails done, and they were growing really, really bad. And so I couldn't get them redone because the Eagles were undefeated. So I waited until the bye week to get them done so that there was a full week.
For the effect to wear off.
Yeah. I mean, this is... I also ordered same-day delivery Amazon for their last game, not yesterday, but 2 weeks ago, because a blanket... I didn't have any green blankets in my house, and it was cold, and I needed a blanket to watch the Eagles game that night against the Cowboys. So I found a green blanket on Amazon same-day delivery.
Right.
And they won.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
So is the trick to get the right color blanket or to order from Amazon?
Well, because same-day delivery.
Because the only blankets that I had were like gray.
I'm going to order toothpaste.
And there's gray in the Cowboys uniform, so I couldn't...
all right.
Listen, I have an issue, but
you're not the only one.
I'm not the only one.
Yeah, I have a rally towel that has not left the basement because we took it down in the basement when the Phils were losing in game 1 against the Cardinals, and then they scored 6 runs. So that rally towel has not left the basement. There's also
There's
baseball.
clearly a connection.
Thank you. Yes, I've worn the shirt, like I said, every time. Here's one for you, Casey.
All right.
So it's Halloween. I was planning on wearing the shirt as the base layer, but maybe putting a costume on top of that. Is that allowed?
Oh, jeez. Okay. It's a T-shirt?
It's a T-shirt, and every time I've worn it to all of the home games that I've been to, they've won.
And the T-shirt was touching your skin?
Correct.
Okay, you're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So costume over top is all right.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
But
Nick, you're a fairly logical person.
Sure.
So what do you think?
Oh, it's all ridiculous.
Yeah.
But I'm going to do it.
It's the butterfly effect, guys.
Yes.
Yeah. It's 100% ridiculous and 100% accurate at the same time.
Oh, I didn't see it. Now that I didn't know. Is that it's ridiculous and accurate at the same time?
Both worlds can exist. It's a multiverse.
Donnie has a question. Hey, Donnie, good morning.
Hey, guys, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks.
What's up? You have a question, superstition question for Casey.
Yeah, so I've got a ratty old Yankees jacket that normally when I wear it's really good for them, but so far it's proven to be no-go versus a Phil. Should I be wearing that tonight?
Oof. Okay, so did you... No, but did you wear... Are you a Yankees fan?
No.
Okay.
Why do you have the thing? Why do you have the Yankees jacket?
That is my dad's.
Okay. Did you wear the Yankees jacket when the Astros beat the Yankees in the ALCS?
Yes.
Okay, then don't wear it. Because it's not just a Phillies thing, it's also an Astros thing. So,
All right.
Yeah, so when you're wearing it, the Astros win. So please do not wear it. In fact, hide it deep in your closet so that it doesn't ever see the light of day until after the series is over.
Does that make sense to you there?
Yep.
All right, good.
All right, Donnie, there you go.
I think we can count on a win.
I mean, we've had Brazier in every week, and they continue to win. So clearly, John Brazier brings good luck to the team.
Yeah.
We're going to have him in tomorrow, I think.
Okay.
Right? Yeah.
Are we having John in tomorrow?
Yeah.
All right.
Have to.
Yeah.
But that's that's mid-series. We haven't done that before.
Well, we'll just have to make a game time call after the game tonight.
He has to wear just a bra and hot pants. Isn't that the thing?
That is the thing.
Yeah.
Let me go to Katie. Hi, Katie. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Great. What's up, Katie?
Well, I just wanted to call in about the superstition. My boyfriend has forbade me from watching the first, second, or third of the Phillies game.
Why have you not married this man yet? He's
Anytime I watch a full game from start to finish, they lose. But if I come in around the fourth inning and start watching from there on, we win every time.
Well, Katie, you're talking my language now because, I've realized that that's a situation that exists for me. The likelihood of a team that I support winning when I'm watching the game is dramatically low, so I don't do that.
Yeah.
And so hopefully that will work. It led to a Super Bowl victory for this town. So
yeah, Katie. I mean, listen, it's a long game, So I would, if I were you, I'd skip the first, 3 innings.
Skip the first 9 innings.
Yeah.
All right, I will do it just for you guys. I promise.
Do it for us, everybody. Do it for yourself.
You know how you beat yourself up
Katie.
if you say, this is just stupid, and then you do something and it ends up going asunder, and you're like, though every bit of logic, and rightfully so, indicates, no, there's no way this could have had any sway over it. You still go, if only they knew my shirt was in the closet.
All right, we'll go to Joe next. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Hi, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, bud. All right, so you have a superstition question for Casey.
All right, Casey. So I'm a Yankees fan, but I really want the Phillies to beat the Trastros.
Okay.
So my buddy gave me a Philly shirt and hat, and he basically said if I want to wear it, he don't know, but would it be bad superstition for a Yankees fan to wear Philly stuff just so they would win?
Yeah, don't do it.
What?
Yeah, have you ever worn this Phillies shirt during a Phillies game yet? Has it been game tested, as we say in my family?
I have a game tested shirt because I had to wear something red when I went to a Phillies game.
Game tested shirts only. Game tested shirts only.
So he's saying it's too volatile. Just go with the one shirt that's already stood up and worked.
If
correct?
you want to wear that during the series, you can wear it on Thursday when it's not a game day.
Okay, gotcha.
All right, thank you for your service.
There you go.
Appreciate you, man.
Definitive
Thank you so
answers.
much.
There
Thank you
go.
for your service.
All right, well, let me go to Tony next with a question. Hey, Tony, good morning.
Good morning. How are you all today?
Great, man. What's up, Tone?
So I have this Mike Schmidt jersey. I took it to one Phillies game regular season, and I haven't worn it in the postseason once. I'm thinking about busting it out tonight, but I kind of feel weird about it.
Okay, real quick. Did they win that game in the regular season?
No, they lost. They lost.
Yeah. That's hey, Tone. I'm glad you called. I appreciate the call.
Can I ask a question here, Case?
I just wait. Just don't wear the jersey until the parade, okay?
Oh, that makes sense. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you, Tony? Have you ever seen either one of your parents naked?
Not recently.
Okay.
Not recently.
That's just for my personal use. But
You just wanted, you were just curious. Okay, I got you. I thought there was some kind of.
I know there was no
okay.
tie-in. I just thought since we were asking
makes
questions.
sense. All right, thank you, Tony.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see you later.
Let us know about the parents thing, too.
Yeah.
If that happens.
Yes, my mother naked, and I have a jersey.
Email Steve.
You remember one year? Actually, we did it a couple times.
Yes.
Where and it might have been for some playoff tickets of some sort. I couldn't tell you which team in Philly. But it was the first person to send us a picture of them naked with their grandmother.
Yeah, what was that
I think it was
for?
Flyers.
It might have been it might have been playoff or Stanley Cup tickets or something like that, and you had to send us a picture. First person of them and their grandmother naked together.
And we got a lot of submissions.
We got people
It was
to
great.
that submitted.
Yep.
So the Eagles were playing. It had to have been the Buccaneers in the playoffs, and it was me and my little brother. And this is the most ridiculous. We were at my friend Kevin's house, and at some point Warren Sapp did something, and Kevin yelled something at Warren Sapp, and me and my brother looked at him like, "What did you do that for? Like you completely ruined the game for us." And as it turns out, he did. The Eagles ended up losing that game, and we blamed Kevin for speaking out of turn. It's a problem. It's an issue, but I'm not the only one.
No,
who
you
has
realize
it.
you have a problem, but now that you're in, you're going to go all the way. You saw the Goldbergs episode where if Beverly brought in snacks on the stepped on the carpet at certain points during the game.
Well, yeah, and Silver Linings Playbook.
Yeah.
It was De Niro's character was insanely superstitious.
Yeah.
But it's funny, and I think maybe part of it, and I've never looked into the science of
superstition,
why and especially when it comes to sports, why some people feel that is important, that maybe it's a longing to be a part of the team, to actually contributing, to actually doing something to ensure a victory. You know what I mean? To actually being a part of the team. By maybe that's how you kind of bizarrely rationalize it.
It's how you deal with really not having any sway over it at
Or
all.
subconsciously.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. On Friday night, I was doing this thing where I would push my finger into my incisor, my fang.
Right.
And every single time.
That's your bicuspid.
And then flick your left nut.
Right. No. Okay. Hang on a second. Because there was a flicking thing that I was doing as well.
You're always flicking your nuts, dude. I see it all morning long.
So, come on. It's there. It's so much fun to play with.
I know.
Wait, to flick, though?
No, he's picking is more.
all right.
Yeah, you pick your nuts. You don't flick them.
But every batter every time there was a new batter, I would switch from my index finger to my middle finger, and then in the final inning, I was doing this thing where I would flick on because it worked. See, here's the thing. It worked one time, so if it worked one time, then it had to work every single time. So I went like this.
What did you do?
All right.
Casey, you're doing that? You did that on the table?
I did that on the arms
teeth?
of the recliner that I was on.
He would do that flick. Okay.
You're
out of your mind.
I'm out of my mind. But we won on Friday.
This is.
You're welcome, Philadelphia.
Yeah. Well, what were you doing on this?
Yeah, how'd you
on
screw it up?
Saturday, I went to a Halloween party at my cousin's house. I knew I shouldn't have gone. But I went.
It was the
anyway.
Thor costume.
It was the Thor costume.
Yeah, never dress up like a Marvel character.
Nope.
I'd say it always DC if you want that victory.
I wonder how many different things you could break down in the day that you did differently.
What was that?
You find one, but there might have been 50 things you did differently.
I wore the exact same thing on Saturday that I wore on Friday. I woke up on Saturday morning and I put all of my old clothes from Friday back on.
Your underwear too?
I think my underwear too.
Did you wash them?
No.
Okay.
No, I did not.
So 2-day-old underwear.
Yes.
Okay. Socks, the whole deal.
But then, before the party, I took a shower and
All right. Well, just do it. Whatever. We don't need to hear about it. You just fix it.
Wait,
you've got a
took
lot to
shower
answer
and
for.
that's what did it?
I took a shower.
You cleaned off all that mojo?
I took all those clothes off, and then I put the Halloween costume on. God, Philadelphia, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, well, you're going to fix it now.
Yeah.
And make it right.
All right. Why don't we get some other calls here real quick?
I think Chris is just trying to have sex with his girlfriend.
Yeah, I think so, too. You want me to go to him?
Yeah.
All right, let me go to Chris. Hey, Chris, good morning.
My girlfriend's C is bleeding.
What's that?
No, I'm kidding, guys. What's up, guys?
That was the Gary Lauer thing. His girlfriend had her period.
Yes.
Gary
That's
Lauer.
we
I'm
appreciate
sorry.
the Gary Lauer. No, absolutely.
You have a question for Casey about a superstition for the game?
Absolutely. All right. So every playoff game so far, my fiance and I have had. I'm not exactly sure how to pose it.
Sex.
Intercourse, if you will.
Yeah.
Saturday night we didn't, and they lost.
So you're saying if we had sex with your girlfriend, it might help? Is that the invitation?
Yes.
Chris, I understand. Again, happily married as we are, but if you could find someone else, maybe one of your friends to have sex with. No. I think that's the best possible scenario. What would you say, though, Casey? And that,
that's isn't that like from Greece too, where you have to do it for your country, right? Yeah. So yes,
it all comes back to Greece too.
Only if she wants to.
She is almost certainly listening right now. I just want to say, Casey Boy says nail her.
Yes. How about that, Case? Do you agree?
You should nail him. Is what I. She needs to want to do this.
How about make
okay.
love?
Yes. Yes.
Make love.
Make love.
Just as long as there's a ball gag involved.
But if you're saying,
oh my God.
Good luck, Chris.
Yeah, good luck.
Thank you.
Guys.
By the way, Casey, somebody wants to point this out. It was definitely the costume. Didn't you see the Astros being introduced to the Avengers theme on Friday? Which they did. Which, by the way, was a good idea by that team. I mean, they ended up losing that game that night, but it was pretty cool, a cool idea to do that. Use that music as their introduction.
It's a great theme.
And we took it back from them.
Yeah.
And we were using the Avengers theme earlier this morning, and so therefore it helped win.
It's been
helped us win
neutralized.
on Friday. It is hereby been neutralized.
Yes.
Wouldn't you say that that's the call?
I would hope so.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm going to go to Jared next. Hey, Jared, good morning.
Back off, War Child.
Back off, War Child.
Seriously. What's up, Jared?
So I do sports betting, and every game so far, I've taken at least one or two players from the other team to get a hit or an RBI. Saturday, I was at a wedding. I almost missed my bet, but I only picked Phillies players. So should I pick some Astro guys to get a hit, or is that just bad juju all around?
What do you think, Case? That's a very interesting question. Because he would have to take a hit.
Yeah.
But it would be for the good of the team.
It would be for the good of the team. I mean, listen, here's the deal. The likelihood of the Astros going hitless tonight is not likely. So I would go for some obvious ones, right? Altuve, Alvarez, I think it's safe to do that, but only if when in the past the Phillies have won. Did they win game one and you had done that?
Yes.
All right, which play? You know what? Just do the exact same bet that you did on Friday night, and then everything's good.
All right, we'll run it.
All right.
Thanks, man.
Good luck to you.
By the way, somebody texted in and said, maybe we need someone to sing the national anthem incorrectly. Did you catch that on Friday night?
Oh, no. What?
Yeah, he messed up a couple.
He skipped the lines.
Yeah.
And
Wait,
the
who was it?
And the Ramparts we watched. I didn't know who the guy
It was
was.
a local Houston artist.
Really good voice.
Yeah.
Good singer. But when it went to, and the Ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming,
no.
he did the previous line that he sang before. And I was like, oh, no.
no.
I feel so bad for people when they do that. You really should have a teleprompter, even though you know that song, because if you mess it up.
He actually sang "Oh Canada."
Oh, my God. That's just
crazy.
Veered way off. We stand on guard for thee? That's not even in our national anthem.
What am I saying?
Well, anyhow, I would like to thank again our friends from Budweiser for giving us tickets, which we gave away this morning to Brendan, a caller from Westchester. And he guessed our fill-in-the-blank contest. He got him right, and he is headed to Game 4 at Citizens Bank Park, courtesy of Budweiser, the king of beers. You can enjoy this medium-bodied, flavorful, crisp American-style lager during all the big games this week. So, nonetheless, we need to take a break and come back in a second. We got some B-File stories to get to, and a friend of ours has an event coming up, a charity event that he wants to tell us about, so we'll have him here in the studio. Stay with us on this Halloween morning with the Preston and Steve Show. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. Preston and Steve's 25th.
Eddie violates Nick while Dave Matthews directs, or Dave Matthews violates Nick while Eddie directs.
Wow.
Steve Morrison, you are a sick man.
I love that I got a gay joke and a cheap joke.
Yes. So Eddie violates Nick while Dave Matthew directs, or Dave Matthew violates Nick while Eddie directs. All right, that's what we're looking for. We're going to start with Steve.
Well, I thought about this, obviously.
Apparently you have.
And I think that Nick holds both of these gentlemen in high regard, but I think Nick is more concerned with how Eddie would think of him, so he would prefer to have Eddie direct him being violated by Dave Matthews.
Eddie directs is what you're saying.
Right.
Okay, Kathy?
No, I went opposite. I think that Eddie definitely violates him, because if a man is going to violate him, it's going to be Eddie Vedder, and it's just a bonus that Dave is there. So
Just a what?
A bonus that Dave is there.
Okay.
So
It's just a bonus.
That's interesting.
he can direct.
All right, Marissa?
I think that Nick probably enjoys Eddie's voice more, so Eddie directs.
Look, and we've got
And I drew a picture.
visual aids.
She drew a picture.
Oh, my.
I thought it would be mouth and not.
No, it's from behind.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
Preston.
Creative ingenuity.
You know what? This is actually, I have a new band name from this.
What is it?
Grunge Cuck.
Grunge cock. I love
Grunge
it.
Cuckle. I think that Nick's deep love for Eddie Vedder would mean that he would want him deep inside of him. So I'm going to go with Eddie violating while Dave directs.
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah.
And Casey Boy.
I did the same thing. I think he would love to have Eddie in him, and also opposite of what you were saying, Marissa. I think he likes Dave's speaking voice more.
That's interesting.
But when Dave Matthews sings, he sounds like a billy goat to me. Okay, I don't know.
He does kind of, yeah,
he does, right?
But maybe in the
Mumbles a little
bedroom,
bit.
it's a little bit more.
Could be.
I genuinely appreciate all the thought that all you guys put into each, and the drawing, Marissa, was the pièce de résistance.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go with I would love to have sex with Eddie Vedder no matter what.
And Dave is directing.
Yeah, Dave is directing.
How do we do on the points on that one, Casey?
I don't remember.
I didn't get a point.
I did.
Okay.
All right, and then Preston, what did you say?
I did. I got a point, yeah.
All right, so we have Preston at 5, Marissa at 5, Kathy at 5, Steve at 6, Casey at 4.
So Steve at 6.
God bless our callers. They've been on hold for 30 minutes now. That's
Sorry, guys.
Hang in there, guys.
So
All
sorry
right.
about that.
We leave the best for last. Marissa. It is no secret that Marissa spends a lot of time out on the town attending the trendiest events, often having to check her license to remember where she lives. Of all the multitude of events, parties, clubs, etc. that Marissa attends or frequents, which will she admit makes her feel the most pompous? All right, she goes to events. Whenever I used to live here, I'd run into her at 2 in the afternoon and 2 in the morning. And the question is, which of all the events she goes to makes her feel the most pompous? Interesting question. We're going to start with Steve.
This, to me, even as writing the question, I thought, is this too easy? But I figured, what the hell, why not go for it? I'm going to have to say Dinner on Blanc.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yes.
Fancy schmancy events.
Right.
Absolutely. Okay, Kathy.
I said the same thing just because I think she knows the joke behind it and that we all kind of
Make fun of
laugh.
her?
Yeah, laugh that she's going again.
Nick?
The name itself is pompous, so I went with Dinner on Blanc.
Okay. Preston?
I actually know it's her favorite event, though, so I don't know if it would be considered her the most pompous, but I couldn't think of another more pompous event, so I went with Dinner on Blanc as well.
Casey?
I honestly couldn't think of anything but Dinner on Blanc.
All right, so Marissa.
All right, so I thought about this long and hard, and I thought about picking up and going to Europe or Cuba or, just going to some random new Mark Vetri restaurant or something. And all of these, you guys make fun of me for being pompous. But even though I feel like it isn't that pompous, but I'm also just defending it, it's got to be Dinner on Blanc.
All right, so the scores remain the same. Steve is still in the lead with 7 correct answers, I believe, now.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, and so the only ones that can either tie are Kathy and Preston.
Okay. All right, last question. To walk a mile in Marissa's shoes is to see the world at a sub-nose level. Which show member? Oh, my God, I can't believe this is the last question.
Oh, my God.
Which show member will Marissa say has the most out-of-control nose hair or cave bats situation? Wow. She's short. She looks up in various places that they think others don't. Preston is in the lead. We could have a potential tie. Then we will go to a tiebreaker question. I have no idea what that is, but we'll figure it out. We're going to start with Casey.
Okay, so it couldn't be me because I pick my nose all the time. So there's virtually never any bats in the cave. I got to go with Preston on this one. I don't really have any other explanation of him.
All right, Preston.
You know what? I've brought this up several times that Marissa has to view nose hairs regularly. I'm the tallest member of the show, so I gotta put myself in that category. She probably sees the most. Yep.
Nick,
I'm hoping it's not me, but I'm going to go with Preston as well.
All right, Kathy.
I went with Preston as well because of the height. His height.
Steve.
I went with Casey.
Wow. Because?
Only because I figured there's a lot of work around there just lodging things, and stuff might be more visible because of that. Though Preston is taller, obviously, and the angle's probably better. I went with Casey.
All right, so potential tie here. Marissa, the answer is?
All right, I'm going to admit something to you guys. There is only one member of the show whose nose I've looked up, and it's because he's constantly pointing it out and seeking my approval. It's Preston.
All right.
There you go.
So, Casey, tell us the score, please.
All right. The final score is, I got to give him 1 and her 1. We have a 3-way tie.
Oh!
We have a 3-way tie between Preston Elliott, Steve Morrison, and Kathy.
Thought of something else I did one time, but immediately, here I am as an adult thinking I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. One time we were doing a promotion at the Granite Rim Mall with Y100, and we had we used to take a little putter and a putting green, and we would do a putting contest.
Yeah.
And when you go to these promotions, you have a little game. People can play, come on, and when So we're out there and we're bored. Nobody's coming out there. And I decide to take the putter and take a full-on driver swing.
No, you didn't.
To the golf ball. Or I was pretending to. I was going to swing over the ball. And, of course, I'm aiming right at the parking lot. And we were in, there was like a tent sale going out there, something. So there was a wide open area where nobody was parked. But about 50 yards away, there were cars. I swung at this thing. I hit the ball. And it goes over and thunk and hits the side of a car. Big, huge dent in the side of it. And I tell an intern, I go, go get the golf ball. Go get the golf ball right now. Go get it. So they ran and got the golf ball, and I go, put the whole golf ball thing away. Put the whole putting green thing away.
Appearance over. Appearance over.
Appearance over. Appearance over. Yeah. Attention.
We've got our winner.
So put the golf ball away.
Appearance over.
And sure enough, like 10 minutes later, somebody comes walking out, and they look at the side of their car, and it's got a big dent in it, and I didn't fess up to it.
All right. How many years ago?
You're in 15, 16.
An adult man.
I know.
Wow.
Here I am.
Oh my
I'm confessing it right now.
Now,
that was not cool.
Don't say. But do you remember what kind of car or what color it was or anything like that? Okay.
I have no idea.
Okay.
But it was. I remember them looking down and them looking around, and here
People do that all the time.
Hands in my pocket.
Didn't we have a potato gun at one event? And we had it was like on a mortar, and we shot it into the parking lot. And didn't we hit a car?
Nope, that never happened. Nope, I think there was another show.
You come to any of our events, park far away.
I regret it. I wouldn't mind making good on that.
Well, listen.
Not really.
What are you going to buy him a new car 15 years
I heard
later?
what you said, you son of a bitch. I spent years trying to figure out how that happened. I thought it was my fault.
Yeah, what would you guys say would be like a movie
Star
theme
Wars?
or score? Yes, Casey, it's number one.
Sorry, I didn't mean to-
No, you were asked.
That got 24% of the votes. Almost a quarter of people surveyed cited that as the most memorable.
What percentage are John Williams scores at the top?
Yeah, it's probably Star Wars, Indiana Jones.
Nope, it's just the one.
Oh.
So because after that
007?
Nope, Saturday Night Fever.
Okay.
Bee Gees.
Yep, so Night Fever, Night Fever.
Stay alive, stay alive.
Or Staying Alive, I guess.
Stay alive.
You know what that needed?
And you can tell by the way I use my walk, I'm a woman's man.
Dirty Dancing.
Dirty dancing.
13%.
But that's not a theme song. It's not like when the movie started, it was like, no, like that's...
We're dirty dancing, dirty dancing.
By the way, I saw
He's right
that.
though. There's no dirty dancing theme.
No.
There are songs within Dirty Dancing that are songs.
By the way, I saw on a commercial the other day for some food product. They used Hungry Eyes from that soundtrack as well.
Yes.
Hungry Eyes.
What's that other? She's like the wind.
Hungry Eyes.
I mean, my favorite song from that movie is this one.
I love this.
Who's this hula hana of come on, I wanna hula back.
What were the hits from the soundtrack? You had that. You had the.
You had Hungry Eyes. You had Time in My Life. Those were the two biggies.
Right, and then
was,
She's Like the Wind.
She's Like the Wind was in that as well.
And that's Patrick Swayze singing that, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
They had so many hits that were already songs. And it was such a popular album that they made two of them.
What was the one? Hey, lover boy. Remember when they were
How do you call your lover boy?
lip syncing that one?
I simply say.
What was that?
I simply say, baby.
Oh, yeah.
My sweet baby.
Here you go. We have the list.
Do you remember the Dirty Dancing tour that happened?
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Be My Baby, Hungry Eyes, Stay. Oh, from the Zodiacs. Oh.
Is that?
Oh, won't you stay? Jesus Christ. And then it says yes. There were more songs in this.
What's yes? Wait, what's yes?
I don't know. but it was by Mary Clayton. So
I was in 7th grade when that movie came out, and I remember kids on the bus listening to that record because it was so popular, and it was such a resurgence for that type of music, for that style of music, and for that age of music.
Well, really,
that they put out a second record.
The Big Chill was, I think
similar.
2 years prior to that, and that, I mean, that was an entire summer that I lived off of that soundtrack.
So we're looking at the track listing here for Dirty Dancing. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. Was that it?
No.
Different one?
I wanna know if you feel
Overload. Don't know that one. Off the title. I'm sure we know every single one of these songs. Love is Strange. I think that's the one, Kathy. Hey, lover boy.
Okay.
Why don't you come over here, little...
Hey, boy. My name is Man-Thing. Why don't you come over here and let's dance? Baby. I'm dirty dancing all over your face.
Just don't try not to move.
Don't move. This hurts.
Now do the lift.
We're filthy dancing. I'll lift you up.
Remember that remake?
A day after the season 13 finale of America's Got Talent, finalist Michael Ketterer was arrested for domestic violence.
Whoa.
Well, it shows the system works because he only came in 5th place.
Well, what did he do? Was he a singer or what?
He packed luggage.
No, I don't know. Michael Ketterer is his name, and I don't know what he did. We're looking at a picture of him with his arms open at a microphone, so that leads to believe that he may
did a
have
John
been
McCain impression.
a singer and impersonated John McCain. So those are the two things you can clearly get from this photograph here.
He's going to be playing a Vegas casino.
It's uncanny.
Yeah.
He just does John McCain and that's it?
Yeah.
What would it be like if John McCain sang the songbook of Air Supply?
A loving tribute to
one of our nation's heroes and the kings of soft rock.
I don't even have any Air Supply.
One of our nation's heroes. You probably do on
So
here.
lost without you.
I'm sorry. That was that.
I knew you were right for leaving me so long.
That's
Very specific talent.
It was the greatest John McCain Air Supply show I've ever seen.
And I'm bringing back my whole family. It's patriotic and it's romantic.
All right. So anyhow, I guess he was a singer and a John McCain impersonator. This is a student pilot,
Yes.
and I have not heard this yet.
Student pilot is soloing for the first time. So they've got their lessons,
Yep,
and now
she's-
they're going to take it up and fly it by themselves.
Yeah. So she spent many hours training.
Yes.
And ready for her solo flight. And
Upon takeoff, she's in flight, and they notice one of her wheels, it's fixed wheels, has fallen off
okay,
the aircraft.
We have the audio of this, and I haven't heard it yet.
Maggie, this is John. How you doing?
I'm okay.
Okay, you're doing a great job flying the airplane.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Got a few things to share with you. We're going to begin with this one. A letter from WENDOT, city engineer. And I'm not sure what city WENDOT is in.
Wendavinium.
But their city engineer sent out a letter to residents that warned of a cockroach infestation in a home that is so bad that officials had to cancel trick-or-treating tonight in this area.
Too many cockroaches for Halloween?
Yep, it says to prevent further roach migration. The decision, the warning went on to say, is in the best interest of the citizens. The city said it is putting up human barricades and signs.
God.
Not so much to stop the roaches, but to close the sidewalks on the street, especially to vehicles and kids in their costumes.
Well, can't the cockroaches just call Uber?
A resident and city councilman, Todd Hanna, whose name is at the top of the letter, along with other officials, independently verified the letter's accuracy. And Hanna said it's no fault of the city, explaining that the infestation came to light a few weeks ago when the city's waste management picked up a load of garbage crawling with bugs outside a home that has since been vacated. Hanna added the city is desperately trying to get rid of the pests, but they haven't been able to do that
Think
yet.
of the level the infestation must be at.
Yeah.
For this to happen.
Yeah, if you're going to shut down Halloween for an area, because it's got to be really, really bad. All right, here's one of my favorite stories of the weekend. In Florida, a middle school teacher was arrested Thursday after he was spotted in public completely naked and committing sex acts. Jesse Schroeder, who is a social studies teacher in a middle school, was spotted with his pants down outside a condominium complex.
Hi, how you doing?
Deputy said
I'm matriculating.
Schroeder was spotted by a neighbor while he was walking with no shirt and his pants pulled down towards his knees. The neighbor told authorities Schroeder's sexual organs were exposed as he walked around her parked vehicle. Schroeder then continued to expose himself as he walked out in the parking lot and headed towards an adjacent road. When he returned, authorities said Schroeder was completely nude. Surveillance video showed the 39-year-old teacher walking around the apartment complex completely naked. Authorities said that Schroeder could be seen holding, and this is my favorite part, and rubbing his exposed genitals on the railing of the condominium stairs and thrusting his hips against a pillar of the apartment building.
My God.
When Schroeder was asked to...
I'm very lonely.
Oh, lunatic.
When Schroeder was asked to explain his behavior, he told authorities, I cannot explain it.
Oh, my God.
I love that he has a beloved Peanuts character as his Schroeder, the piano player.
The body of an Irish woman who emigrated from Ireland to the U.S. fell from a helicopter as it was flown home to her native island in County Galloway.
There you go.
Mary Follen has emigrated to the States. She did that in the 1920s, but wanted to be buried at home. So after her death in 1967, her family arranged her final flight to the island. The incredible gesture to repatriate her was almost ruined when the coffin carrying Mary's remains was accidentally dropped into a field below from the helicopter.
Well, if you drop her from high enough, you don't have to bury her.
The remarkable story of Mary Follen's last journey reached national fame in 2019 when a resident had spread the tale to a documentary company who are now, in turn, telling the tale in an upcoming documentary in Ireland. Meanwhile, the helicopter company collected Mary from Shannon Airport and had, this is how it happened in the first place.
Sure.
And attached her via the sling to the helicopter. Shortly after takeoff, the sling opened and one end of Mary's coffin plummeted to a field below.
Sorry about that.
The helicopter had only traveled a few kilometers.
There's a spinal column and a skull. You're going to need that.
From Shannon Airport, where a part of the sling had failed. The coffin.
6 of the 10 toes.
Landed in Paradise, County Clare. So
that had to be not much. I mean, if she passed away then, there wasn't much to transport.
Yeah, I don't know.
It landed in Paradise?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, good spot. A Colorado train passenger helped lead to the rescue of a missing injured hiker after she spotted her through a train window.
That's amazing.
The passenger was riding Colorado's Durango and Silverton narrow gauge railway when she spotted the hiker through the window and alerted the train conductor.
Look at that.
The hiker, a woman from New Mexico, went missing after she began a hike on the Colorado Trail. She left the trail and headed along the Animals Riverbank, where she fell, breaking her leg. She spent 2 nights injured in the wilderness.
Oh, man.
Apparently, she had no food, very little water, no survival gear. She only had shorts and a tank top and survived in 20-something degree weather. After the second night, she managed to find a high visibility spot on the riverbank and flag down the passing train. 2 train staff, who were also trained medics, crossed the river and stayed with the hiker until the Silverton Medical Rescue Team arrived.
The odds against that happening? I mean, a train passing by and catching someone's attention?
Yeah.
It is a tourist train. It's like, it goes kind of slow.
Oh, does it?
Between
Oh,
Durango
okay.
and Silverton.
I'm
Yeah,
thinking
it's-
of like a high-speed
No, it's like an old school train, but it's a really neat thing, actually.
My dad's always wanted to ride on that because it goes back into this amazing scenery that you can only access via the railroad.
I was there this summer. It's a really cool spot.
So the operation was complex, apparently. The search and rescue team were flown in on a helicopter. They used ropes to transport the injured hiker across the river.
Unfortunately, he dropped her.
Yeah, thankfully it wasn't the same one in Ireland. Then a helicopter flew the patient to a nearby hospital.
Sorry about that.
The search and rescue team were transported out of the riverbank area on a small train. But yeah, it's amazing that they managed to actually see her out there and were able to slow down and pick her up. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we have a guest here in our studio. He's been on before, not only to promote this event, but he used to be somewhat of a member of our program.
Yes.
He was, well, in fact, we have a clip of him, Casey, which we'll always know him for, which is this one.
Wait, where? Oh, here it is.
As you can imagine.
That's our buddy Ben, who is here this morning.
Hey!
Ben Woodring is here this morning. Hey, Ben, how you doing?
I'm all right.
I'm
doing better.
Ben is here to talk about this charity event, which you've mentioned on the show before, right?
Yeah, so I'm on the show every year to promote this. This year, it's called Crash Team Racing.
Crash Team Racing.
So there's a game called Crash Team Racing, and we're like, wait a second. We can do a little pun there.
Okay.
So we are going to be playing Crash Bandicoot games for 25 hours this year.
Yeah.
Raising money for Extra Life, which is an organization that raises money for the Children's Hospital Child Life Services Department. So, we help get games in not the hotel rooms, the hospital rooms.
Yeah, no, but that's a wonderful thing. You've done that.
Yes.
Because obviously there are a lot of kids, especially like a CHOP, who are there and then, they're there. And they to have this ability to play these games and have fun and put these systems in there is a wonderful thing, to just give them something to do and now to compete and all of that stuff. So it's very cool. And over the course of years, how much has been raised? Because you've been very fastidious in making sure this gets done every year.
Yeah, so last year we had our biggest year ever by far. We raised $26,000 last year.
Whoa, that's amazing.
So we set our goal to be 15 and we're like, it's still going up. What's going on here?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, it just 26 is where we went up last year. So
That's
this year
amazing.
we're up to 85,000 lifetime total. So I think this year
break 100.
Might hit 100 grand.
Yes,
All right.
that'd be sensational.
I did not know that we were talking about these numbers. I thought it was much lower. That's huge, dude.
Yeah, every year the community just blows us away with their generosity. Like the COVID year, we thought, no, this is going to be a lower year. One of being our biggest year ever at that point, at about 12,000.
Wow.
So people can log on and watch these different games being played, and it's Crash Bandicoot?
Yes, so we have a easy link. It's at crashteamraising.com. That will take you to a page where you can donate, you can watch the stream, and we have some raffles.
As you can imagine. You knew it was coming. Anytime you pause, it's
I'm waiting for the right moment to put that in. So,
As you can imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, and of course, one of my guys who hosts with us has on his soundboard too, so I can't escape it now.
So he's using it as well.
What do you need people to do? How do they tune in and watch this? What are they doing while they watch? And how do they donate and all that stuff?
So go to crashteamraising.com. That will take you to the page where there will be an embedded video player. You can watch us play the games. You can make donations while you're there. It's super easy. You can use PayPal or whatever is easiest for you.
Is there any interactivity with you guys or no?
Sure. You can leave messages for us. We read every message on the air. And if you donate certain amounts, we'll do certain things. So last year we had an air horn hidden in the houses, and if you donated $100, the designated person will blow the air horn and scare everyone.
Okay. So it has sort of a Twitch vibe to it, correct?
Very much.
Okay.
So we're chatting the whole time about everything because you got to fill 25 hours with something.
Right, and you have giveaways for people who are donating, possibly,
yes, we
right?
do. So last year we had a big one. We secured a PlayStation 5.
Yeah.
Wow. Nice.
The coveted.
So we got another one this year, but we went a little crazy this year. We got an Xbox Series X, an Xbox Series S, and we had the Xbox Series X mini fridge. So folks were joking when the Xbox Series X came out, like, looks like a fridge, and some company was like, well, screw it, let's make a fridge out of it.
Right.
So I got one of those, and we're going to have Xbox gift cards to give away, too. So
that's a good amount of stuff.
If you donate, you're entered into these raffles.
Excellent. All right. And so it's on Saturday, and it starts at noon. And this is going for 25 hours this time.
Right, because the clock dials back.
Right.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Ending at noon is really ending at 1.
Right.
If you don't turn the clock back.
Okay.
You made it a big success, man. You guys should be very proud of yourself that you've been able to raise this kind of money, and that obviously there's a lot of gamers out there that would be very interested in this. And even if you're not, you can still go to the site and donate, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right. Well, anything else you want to add, or is that good?
I think we covered it all.
I think we have. As you can imagine.
You can imagine.
We've done it all. Nice. Excellent. Well, listen, congratulations on the success so far. Let's get it to 100 grand. Wouldn't that be nice?
Do it.
Total. So that's this Saturday, and we have the details at WMMR.com. So cool. You good otherwise, man?
Doing better. Yeah, because you guys reported earlier this year my dad passed away. And that it's always chaotic when that kind of thing happens, and we're finally getting to the other side of everything being settled. So,
well,
it's getting better.
He's got to be proud of what I know. He's proud of what you're doing with this. You're paying it forward, which is a wonderful thing.
Yeah, he was skeptical of a lot of charities, but this was one he truly believed in.
Okay,
so
nice,
good for you.
Well, it's good to see you, Ben. Good luck with everything.
Thank you.
All right, Ben Woodring, guys. As you can imagine,
Go Phillies!
It's a great event, and yes, go Phils. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back in just a second. We get to lesson, question, trash, music, news, and more. Stay there.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Hey, Philly, come socialize with us.
Just try to relax, and you always heard me say go back to basics, so we're going to work the basics here as much as possible, okay? Keep everything as normal as you can.
All right.
Okay. Oh, my God. I'm getting choked up listening to this.
Seriously, I'm tearing up.
He's a calming voice, though. That's somebody I would want to speak to on the other end.
Beautiful job, Maggie. You got a whole bunch of people clapping for you up here.
She landed.
Great work. Thank you.
Good job, Maggie. Excellent job.
Oh, man. Oh, my God. I was nervous. Listen, I love flying in those small aircraft. It's really exciting.
It's awesome.
There's no way. And I have flown one. I told you my wife's uncle let me fly over Sweden, and I held the, I took control of the plane for at least an hour by myself. He was right next to me and had controls as well. But the idea of landing or taking off or anything like that, no,
here's what I would do, okay? What you did, I would have the Fisher-priced wheel.
Oh, just to protect?
Sit there like Maggie does with the dry. And that's how I do it.
Oh, after I rode on the Avatar ride down in Disney World last year.
They gave you a pilot's license?
You became a pilot?
No, but
He's
you
an
fly.
astronaut now.
All right, do me a favor. All right, I want you to calm down. It's like we've done many times on Pandora. All right? What's your name? Casey. Casey, okay. We're going to fly right by. You're going to see a whole bunch of floating boulders. You've seen it many times before. All right? All right? Is your ponytail attached to your bird of prey? It is?
We're going through the flying boulder field.
That's all it is. We're just floating boulders.
But after riding that ride.
Viewers of the American reality series The Bachelor are often told to buckle up for the most dramatic rose ceremony ever.
I love you.
But now the show's Vietnamese version has actually delivered on this. And I watched it.
Yeah?
And so it's the same. It's with this corny music. It's the whole, the difference is they're just speaking a different language. But it's, is that I love you?
No, I don't know what I love you is in Vietnamese.
No, but I like the delivery. So in this clip that has gone viral now, a contestant vying for the heart of Bachelor, his name is Nguyen Quoc Trung.
I am Bachelor.
Shocks viewers when she confesses her love for another contestant.
Oh my God!
Ooh.
She's a lesbian.
So that's never happened before. So you've had, a girl fall in love with another contestant,
Sexy.
as opposed to the Bachelor. So
it's okay.
She tells
it's all right.
She tells Trung in a video, "I went into this competition to find love." Her name is Min Thu. And she tearfully tells him, "But I've found love for myself, but it isn't you, it's someone else." Thu then walks over to contestant Truc Nhu.
Don't you do advertisements for that?
That's
that's Truc You. Oh, okay.
Sell them for less.
I'm like,
Sell
what?
for less, Jack. Tell Toyota, man. No, not Truc You. Truc.
Tomorrow night on the Vietnamese Bachelor, Truc You.
Truc Nhu.
Jack, sell them for less.
Jack, sell them for less.
I love you. I'm not the Jack.
Truc Nhu.
Okay.
Who is holding a rose from Trung. And Thu asks Nhu, "Come home
what you
with
gonna
me."
do?
She says, "Come home with me, yeah?" Nhu then heads back to stand before Trung. She says, "I'm sorry. I really want to get to know you because you're someone who made me feel special, and I haven't felt that way in a long time.
I tell you what, the bachelorettes on this show are
they're gorgeous.
Quite stunning.
Yeah, the Bachelor weighs in asking you, if you decide this, would you feel regretful? This doesn't change my decision, he tells her.
Are you going to sell them for less?
I'm not going to give this roast to anyone else.
Sell them for less.
Where's that voice coming from?
You only get one chance in this life, and you need to take it. Only you.
Who's Jack?
Not anyone else. I want to let you know that I think you'll have regret if you continue with what you're about to say.
Wow.
So the show's host chimes in, telling Truck New.
Sell them for less.
Jack,
No.
sell them for less.
Says you have a connection with Trung that made him choose you. You should give yourself a chance. Don't pass it up. But New seems to have made up her mind and gives him back the rose. She said, I know you'll find somebody who really loves you, who understands you, who knows how to take care of you, who can look at you from afar and know how you're feeling. I'm sorry. And then the two women left together. But that's not how it ended.
Oh, really?
What happened?
Truck New decided to return after...
I can never sell them for less. My heart is broken, and I have no inventory at this time.
You know what else I noticed?
Ooh.
I noticed.
Just noticed more things.
I noticed that
Not just product renaming.
the Cold War
The Cold War. CW.
could have been a world war.
TCW.
But a cache of Soviet jokes that was compiled by CIA agents during the Cold War has been released among a cache of declassified documents.
Soviet jokes designed for what purpose?
It's hard to say because they mainly make fun of the Soviet Union. So all the jokes were told between Soviets but picked up by CIA operatives before being relayed back to Washington. So
do we believe that perhaps it were American operatives and spies to be armed with these jokes? It might be a way of sort of ingratiating themselves to, in other words, if you could tell a funny Soviet joke to another person.
They're not clear on what the purpose
or was
of this
it for their
I think it was just them.
Soviet review.
It was just part of the gigantic lists of stuff that they have at the CIA.
There's a lot of Yakov Smirnov stuff here, right?
The list was addressed to the deputy director of the CIA, but is believed to have been circulated among senior White House officials. One joke featuring Ronald Reagan made it to the president's desk, and he found it so funny that he began to use it himself.
That's the goddamn funniest thing I've ever heard.
So here, you want to hear the joke?
Please tell me. Tell me, Mommy.
An American tells a Russian that the United States is so free that he can stand in front of the White House and yell, "To hell with Ronald Reagan." And the Russian replies, "That's nothing. I can stand in front of the Kremlin and yell, 'To hell with Ronald Reagan,' too."
I don't get it.
Oh, yeah!
Did you say penis? I must have missed it.
No.
You said it was a dirty joke.
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
Oh, yes, you did. What?
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
You said it was filthy.
I think the Alzheimer's is kicking in, Ronnie.
God damn it.
Yep.
Where are my jelly beans?
It is not known exactly why the CIA began doing this.
It wasn't filthy.
Though since there were no polls in Soviet Russia, it could have been a good way for agents to judge public mood towards politicians and the government.
Why did chicken cross road?
30. We're playing nothing but cover songs today. It's kind of our musical mask for Halloween. And it's having been fun doing that. Have been having fun doing that. You know who else is having fun? Brendan from Westchester, who won tickets to Game 4 courtesy of our friends at Budweiser. We gave those away earlier this morning. We thought we would still have people guessing.
No.
At this point in the show.
Not so
but
much.
Brendan grabbed it in the 8 o'clock hour, and he is headed out tomorrow night to the game, number 4 at Citizens Bank Park. So thank you to Budweiser, the king of beers. Enjoy this medium-bodied, flavorful, crisp American-style lager during all the big games that are happening this week. It being a Friday or Monday, but it feels a little Friday vibe because we do have Halloween and we do have the game and all these good things taking place. We have some other stuff to give away, including a lesson question today. We have a pair of tickets to see Paul Reiser, who's going to be at the Keswick Theater on Friday, November 11th.
He's great.
Paul's had his turn in some scary stuff.
Sure
before.
has.
Aliens
Stranger
and Stranger Things. Yeah. So the question that we are going to ask you this morning is, in the Civil War, which candy item helped bring some soldiers back to life? 215-263-WMMR. Were you listening and do you know? We want you to call in and win those tickets to see Paul Reiser at the Keswick Theater on November 11th. And the question again, in the Civil War, which candy item helped bring some soldiers back to life? Call if you know the answer.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Family and Company Jewelers. Head to the Viraggio Bridal Sale, November 3rd through the 5th, for huge savings on Viraggio and engagement rings. You can save hundreds, maybe even thousands of dollars at South Jersey's Diamond Destination. What's happening this morning, Steve?
Well, Martha Stewart suggesting she might be into dating Pete Davidson. Clean Freak Stewart says the well-endowed Davidson would be able to reach dust bunnies in the back of her vagina.
Oh, my God.
Hey!
The Palm Springs home where Elvis and Priscilla Presley honeymooned and vacationed just sold for $5.65 million. The four-bedroom estate reportedly still has the very same crib Priscilla slept in.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
And finally, hunter Amber Rose Barnes, who mistakenly shot and skinned a Siberian husky she thought was a wolf, has been charged with a crime. Barnes is deeply remorseful and says she never saw the sign that said Westminster Dog Show. That's your Hollywood Trash.
We'll go to the phone, see if we can get an answer to the lesson question today in the Civil War. Which candy item helped bring some soldiers back to life? And we will go to Joseph, see if he knows. Hey, Joseph, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
All right, buddy. Which candy helped bring some soldiers back to life in the Civil War?
Oh, the pure sugar candy corn.
That's the one. One moment, Joseph. Going to give you a pair of tickets to see Paul Reiser Friday, November 11th at the Keswick Theater in Glenside. Tickets are on sale now via AXS.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah. Brought to you this morning by Lincoln Mill Haunted House. You brave enough to explore the horrific history of Lincoln Mill Haunted House? Open every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday through November 5th. Tickets at LincolnMillHaunt.com. Well, we lost a legend. Jerry Lee Lewis passed away on October 28th, just short of a month after celebrating his 87th birthday last September 29th. Lewis died due to complications from pneumonia at his home in DeSoto County, Mississippi, south of Memphis, Tennessee. Too ill to attend the ceremony. Old friend Chris Christopherson personally presented the coveted award to Lewis at home, so he did receive that. With the 2021 death of the late Don Everly, Jerry Lee Lewis stood as the sole surviving rock and roll pioneer, having outlived Don's brother Phil Everly, Fats Domino, Little Richard, Chuck Berry, Bo Diddley, Buddy Holly, Eddie Cochran, Gene Vincent, Carl Perkins, and the king himself, Elvis Presley. He was the last man standing.
Wasn't he related to Jimmy Swaggart?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, he was. Jerry Lee saw only 3 songs hit the top 10 of the Billboard Hot 100 during his career, though his debut single, Crazy Arms, didn't cause much of a stir. His 1957 Whole Lotta Shakin'. Huge. Big hit, yep. Great song. great song as well. Unfortunately for his career.
This is the cover, Bob Seger's cover.
As well, the fact that he married his 13-year-old cousin in 1957 cost him the respect of many fans and forced him to cancel a UK concert because the fans were so outraged. Since then, he remarried several times. I think Nick had said 7 times. And endured well-documented battles with the IRS, drugs, and health problems.
He had to be dissuaded one time. His manager caught him in the throat. He was actually proposing to a baby.
Oh, no.
And it was just, no way.
He was inducted into
What are you doing?
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in its first year, 1986, which is fitting. He's one of the originals. He's been a major influence on a number of performers, including Bruce Springsteen, who backed him up at the concert for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 1995. As well as John Mellencamp, Creedence Clearwater Revival, Elton John, Billy Joel, among others. The Beatles were huge fans of Jerry Lee Lewis. Ringo Starr tweeted out, God bless Jerry Lee Lewis, peace and love to his family. As well as Mick Jagger, who said, God bless you, Jerry Lee, your songs lit up my life. Keith Richards, Rod Stewart, Elton John, John Fogerty. All the greats have issued statements saying what a tragedy it is, but what a great legacy he left behind as far as amazing rock and roll music, and his influence is still felt today. Green Day's Billy Joe Armstrong and Mike Dirnt played a 36-song set with their side project, The Cover-Ups, at the Moroccan Lounge in Los Angeles on Friday night. It's been reported that the cover band promoted the gig as a costume party and dressed as different characters while playing songs like Bauhaus's Bela Lugosi's Dead.
Oh, great song.
The Misfits' Where Eagles Dare, in addition to tracks from The Cure, Ramones, Cheap Trick, Veruca Salt, Nirvana, and David Bowie. The band also included a tribute to the late Jerry Lee Lewis with a cover of Great Balls of Fire. Hailstorm will release the deluxe version of Back from the Dead on December 9th. According to the band's Instagram, the updated track list will include 7 new songs, most of which were created in the early days of writing the band's 5th studio album. They wrote Friday, we are incredibly stoked to be able to give to you these songs. And one of the 7 is out now. It's called Mine, and you can listen whenever you stream music, wherever you stream music. Coldplay's broadcast on Friday night show at Buenos Aires River Plate Stadium reached a record-breaking number of countries for a live cinema event. According to a press release, the band's performance was seen by 81 countries around the world. In addition to playing classic hits from their careers, Coldplay were joined on stage by Jin of BTS for the debut live performance of The Astronaut, Jin's new solo single co-written by Coldplay. The band had previously collaborated with BTS on My Universe. And then one last thing, Iggy Pop has dropped a new single titled Frenzy, and it features Duff McKagan and Chad Smith on it. Yeah. According to the Ultimate Classic Rock, the new track from Pop's still unnamed next album was produced by Andrew Watt, who's recently been behind the boards for Ozzy Osbourne, Eddie Vedder, and Elton John.
Has Iggy put a shirt back on yet?
Nope. Okay. In fact, he mentions that. So Watt, who's labeled Goldtooth, will release Pop's new album, also contributes guitar to Frenzy. Iggy Pop said of the hard-driving new track, he said, being stalked by a socio is a great way to fire up the blood. I'm the guy with no shirt who rocks. Andrew and Goldtooth get that, and we made a record together the old-fashioned way. The players are guys I've known since they were kids, and the live music will beat the S out of you. Have a great day. So he's got music out. That is the last item up for bids.
On the new Price is Right.
The new Price is Right and music news. All right, with that, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second, wrapping up the show. We have a new Word of the Week prize. Tell you about what that is. Get the letter of the day in just a sec or two, so stay with us. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Hey, gang, it's me,
Why do I have stain on head?
The last leader of the Soviet Union who worked to end the Cold War by reforming the USSR. While this made him popular overseas, he was often reviled at home, as revealed by this joke, which tells of a man waiting in line at a liquor store.
Tell the joke.
A worker standing at a liquor store line says, I have had enough. Save my place. I'm going to go shoot Gorbachev. 2 hours later, he returns to claim his place in line, and his friends asked, "Did you get him?" He said, "No, the line there was even longer than the line here."
That is a good one. It's very funny.
Another joke compares Gorbachev to...
You know, maybe we don't laugh at the same kind of jokes or something, but you told me that Gorbachev line joke and it wasn't funny. But I have one for you. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Orange who?
Banana.
It is, I don't think you told that correctly.
Shut up.
Banana. So Stalin.
I'm going home.
Stalin was also.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Stay in your seats or you'll all be shot. It's funny, yes? Knock, knock.
Who's there?
You will starve in Gulag.
I'm here, all Zavik.
I would say try Seville, but there is no veal. Try cannibalism as we starve out all of the population in Siberia because of extreme poverty caused by Stalin. Thanks for coming. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
They murdered my wife.
That's sad.
Yeah, but if you think about it, she was nagging.
It's a way homer.
Have you heard the banana joke?
Heard funny joke from Rocky. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Orange who?
Banana.
Oh, God. Oh. Well, these are CIA files.
Hey, I am having literally to hold stomach from pain of laughing.
Yes, exactly. Okay, I noticed that, and I figured we might have
Notice the Soviet humor.
Para-Olympian Danielle Umstead.
She's blind, right?
I don't know.
I believe she's a blind skier, Preston.
No, that's impossible.
That's what they said.
Shut up.
Check it out.
Okay,
Nick.
you got to look this up.
What's her
Danielle, spelled Danelle, Umstead.
And I think, unless I miss my guess, she has no torso.
Oh, okay. Well, that might be it.
Just her head.
Everything
on
is
her
connected
hips?
with pipe cleaners.
A blind skier?
Is that what it says? Am I right?
Well, I don't know. Nick's looking it up. I'm just curious. Is there a Wikipedia page?
Oh, she's a deaf gurner.
She makes the ugly faces, but can't hear anybody laughing. Oh, that's sad.
It's wrong.
Let's see what it says here. She is a skier and visually impaired.
Visually impaired.
She's full-blown blind.
Is she full-blown blind?
Well, I saw her, and on a small pair of skis next to her was a dog.
Oh.
Left, right, left.
2 barks for left, 1 for right. Yeah.
That's not fair to the dog.
That is not fair to the dog.
No.
And
I mean, he's got to bark fast, and you never know if they're right next to each other.
He also can't really tell you that he doesn't want to do this.
No, he's actually just being dragged along.
Just put him on skis.
I don't want to do this.
did we even say the words skiing?
Nick just said
you
it.
did?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
I missed it. They may not be married, but Jennifer Gardner and Ben Affleck are still family, according to Ben's brother Casey. During an interview with E.T. on Saturday.
Well, you still family?
No, entertainment television.
Do you all get together for the holidays?
What am I talking? What am I talking to here?
I'm E.T.
He walks in. He's like, "Are you serious? I have to do this."
Pulling himself up in the chair.
Thanks for talking with me.
Could you get my agent in here, please?
I'm talking to a turtle.
Yeah.
Not a turtle.
Turtle.
Oh my God.
I want a goddamn Oscar.
It was during an interview with E.T.'s Kelty Knight.
Oh, okay.
Whoever that is. I left that part out and I just said E.T., all right? So it was at the Are you still family?
How much longer is he going to be in rehab?
He's holding up his finger. Oh, my God.
E.T. could probably fix his addiction problem with his magic finger.
You're right.
His heart.
Touch his heart.
Heart light.
Whole new human being.
New Ben, new Batman movie.
So stupid. It's so dumb. All right, TMZ reports that Davy Chase. Now, I looked her up, and it says she started the ring. She was Samara. She's the psycho.
Yes.
The scary girl.
The girl in the well.
And by the way, turns out she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
She was arrested, and she was arrested on a drug possession charge and spent some time behind bars. Yeah.
But she escaped through the television, didn't she?
She did. She managed to get out
I
of
knew
there
we were
through the
going that
TV.
way.
But she's had some run-ins. Last year, she was locked up after cops pulled her over for joyriding in an allegedly stolen car.
She was locked up for 7 days.
Is the phone rings after 7 days or something like
In
that?
7 days. Yeah, that's when you die. You have 7 days to get your affairs in order before you're... 7 days.
It's been a while since I've seen that movie. 6.5.
7 business days.
Business days? So that means I get the weekend, too?
Well, it's Monday's Labor Day, so about 8 days. All right, just stay there. I'm going to come over and kill you now.
Yeah, if you could be more specific, it might help in planning. So,
what if I go across the international date line? Let me get back to you.
Coming up soon, we'll be addressing Halloween. But
Yes.
it's a favorite costume for Halloween parties and haunted houses.
Which is the one where you go to where they have a girl who really does the full, like, clicking and the whole body gesticulation.
Penhurst?
No, it's there's probably one there, but there's one, maybe it's
there's one
it's the one way out where we
know what
always
you're
get
talking
lost
about.
going to.
It's in Bucks County.
Yeah.
I know exactly the one you're talking
but the
about.
girl who does
Fear?
Nah.
Might be.
Valley of Fear.
It's out kind of in a woodsy area.
It's Grotto of Consternation is the name of it.
Hang on. Chrissy is on the line to tell us about that haunted attraction. And it is Valley of Fear, isn't it? So it's Valley of Fear?
It is Valley of Fear, and the girl who does play the one from The Ring, who was there for a long time, Liz, is just a phenomenal singer, too. I just wanted to let you guys know.
Really? Okay.
Oh, yeah, she's incredibly talented.
And she was good. It says you were moving along, she'd move along, and she never sang really, but she
didn't
I'm
sing.
the chick from The Ring, and I'm coming after you.
So her name is Liz?
Yes, Liz.
All right, cool. Thank you, Chrissy. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Cause in 7 days
See ya.
you're through.
All right.
It's not that scary.
I know, it's not scary when you sing it.
Yeah, right? Wouldn't it be a little less if it were a musical?
I live in a well and my life's kind of hell and I'm coming after you.
My life's kind of hell.
I'm the chick in the well and my life's kind of hell, but I'm a coming after you. In 7 days.
7 days. In 7 days.
7 days.
7 days. Coming after you in 7 days. Hey. The Ring, the musical.
Turn my mic on. You turned his mic off.
I didn't turn it off. I think you might have hit the button yourself there, dude.
Uh-oh.
No, there we go. I just hit that button.
All right.
Wait a second. What's going on?
Wait a
What
second.
just happened here?
Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds.
What? I don't have a mic.
Lindsay Lohan.
I was just watching Mean Girls last night on E.
Well, she clearly Fusion. A lot of great covers on the show this morning.
Very cool.
Courtesy of Casey, as he came up with those masked songs, cover songs, for Halloween morning. And very enjoyable, by the way. So as we are coming to a close on Halloween morning, I would like to thank a guest we had on the show today, Mr. Shane Victorino.
Yeah.
The Flying Hawaiian is in town.
Got to figure that's a good luck charm, right?
Yeah, he took a red eye in. He gave us a call. He's excited to be here. He's going to all 3 World Series games here in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And he's fired up. He feels good. Didn't really ask him for any predictions or anything like that. But just taking his side of what it's like being out there and being at it and being a part of it. And,
it was interesting to hear that dichotomy of from the fan side.
Yeah.
And he was having some revelations as to what it's like to be the spectator.
Yeah, he says, I get it now.
Yeah.
That's essentially what he said a couple of times. I get it now. I get it, but yeah, he just says, get out there and, play like a kid is kind of what you're trying to do. Play the game, which can be fun. But no, it was nice to have Shane on. We haven't talked to him in a while. And our buddy Ben was here, former intern Ben. Benjamin Woodring is his name, and he is part of this event called Crash Team Raising, 24-hour charity stream for Extra Life, which they raise funds for kids in the hospital. And a lot of what they do is get video game systems set up for these kids while they're in the hospital. It gives them some entertainment, something to do, takes them away from
great.
a while. Yeah. And they've raised a fair amount of money.
Yeah.
Last year, like $26,000.
Grassroots organization.
So you can go to crashteamraising.com or do a search on YouTube as well and find it. But it's coming up on Saturday, and it's 25 hours long. So it's a marathon, kind of like you were saying, a Twitch thing.
Yep.
Where they play games and talk to the peeps. So it should be pretty cool. Hi, Pierre. How you doing?
Good day. How do you spell raising in that case?
RASING.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know if it was like RAZ.
RAZE.
Like
Okay.
raising a
village.
building or
Right. Nope. Okay. RAISING. How was your weekend, man?
Very pleasant, thank you.
Wonderful.
Yes, and yours?
It was really nice. Yeah.
Good.
Very enjoyable.
Marvelous.
Got up, played some golf, hung out with some friends, had a good time.
I did some golf. I played 22 rounds.
22 rounds of golf?
Rounds of golf.
Holy God. You did not sleep this weekend.
Most people don't do that in a whole year.
I'm a fever.
Wow, you are a fever.
22 rounds.
22 rounds.
That's amazing.
And then they liked my birdies.
Yeah, how'd you shoot?
I bird.
You bird.
He shot a bird? Wow.
I didn't shoot any birds. I'm bonded with the birds, but had birdies.
Now it makes sense.
You get it now?
Yeah, I totally get it.
Okay.
All right. Well, good. I'm happy to hear that. Should we do the letter of the day? 4. All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the President Steve Jones brought to you today by the letter
H as in hallelujah.
God, I'd love to see you swing a golf club. We've got to do that
really
sometime.
wouldn't.
No, I would. I really would. We're going to give away $500 from the Bagster.
The Bagster.
Yeah, the Bagster is by far the most convenient and affordable way to help with your home cleanup. You go buy it at any home improvement store. You fill it and simply schedule your collection, and it is gone. Clean it up with the Bagster. Dumpster in a bag. So we'll give that away on Friday. Get yourself ready for that. What's up with you today?
Well, can you believe Camp Out for Hunger is 1 week away?
We were just sort of wallowing in that. The amazing wonderfulness of it and the daunting aspect of it.
Right. That's somewhat shocking to my psyche, but I was thinking about that. Anyway, on the program today, tonight's the anniversary of the 4th and final show at the Spectrum. Nick and myself and Matt were at all 4 of the final Pearl Jam shows at the Spectrum and the final 4 shows, in fact. So we'll play something from that. And we will also have our giant annual Halloween block starting at noon and going till how long, we don't quite know.
I looked at the set list from that night at Halloween at the Spectrum with Pearl Jam. It just kept going. Like they did one encore, and then they did another encore, and then another encore, and they did Rockin' on the Free World and Yola Ledbetter, and they did like rarities, and they covered Devo's Whip It because it was Halloween.
Right.
It was just an incredible night. I can't believe that it was 13 years ago.
I know, it's quite wild. I mean, the Devo moment, because you get distracted at a concert, and all of a sudden I heard this very familiar sound, and I looked back, and they were dressed as Devo, and, with the yellow hazmat suits and the red flower pots upside down, and they were doing Whip It. And I go, holy blank, where did that come from?
That's great.
It was really cool. Well, if nothing else, we'll play that, but we'll touch on that.
Excellent. Hey, one more person or thing or entity I would like to thank is Budweiser.
Oh, my God, yeah.
Yeah, and our buddy John Dorenzi for giving us those tickets.
Thank you, Johnny.
Game number 4, and Brendan from Westchester was our winner, so he is on his way. So thank you to Budweiser for those tickets. Would also like to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also, Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and Primo Hoagies. Wherever you're watching the game, score big and serve in style with Primo Hoagies. Not just a hoagie, it's Primo. Tomorrow on our program, Tuesday, so we'll give away some Preston and Steve Inc. Tat Tuesday. And we very well might have John Brazier by here tomorrow as well. It's been a good thing having John in, but we will, of course, see if we can make that happen as well and see what else we can dive into. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.